The story begins with coastal fishermen discovering a massive abalone that requires 10 people to hold, leading to suspicions that nuclear caused its growth. A mysterious giant tree emerges in a top-tier scenic area with roots stretching 10 miles, drawing in crowds of curious tourists. Daily life is upended as earthquakes cause the ground to crack from abnormal lines, while massive vines fall from the sky like a dark fairy tale, cutting power lines and causing many casualties. At a school, a crowd gathers around a couple for what looks like a confession, though some dismiss the strange global events as mere clickbait. Students compare the news to a zombie outbreak in country BN5 while turning their attention to the school beauty, who appears to be ending her relationship. Rumors spread that the goddess Sue Kingley is finally rid of her boyfriend, with many claiming she is leaving him to escape her impoverished background. Having secured admission to the prestigious Than Than University, while her boyfriend failed to qualify for any regular college, it is clear their futures no longer belong in the same world. Sue Kingley addresses her boyfriend, Fang Yi, carefully explaining that she has thought it over and realized their relationship is no longer practical. She speaks with a heavy heart, declaring that their school day romance must end now that they have matured and realized they are no longer compatible. Sue Kingley explains that they are not suited to walk through life together, as a lasting bond requires both courage and a match in social standing. Determined to move on, she officially calls for a breakup, fully prepared to abandon the relationship regardless of his feelings. She believes that no matter how much he might try to plead with her, it will be in vain, yet Fang Yi simply stares at her without saying a word. His silence catches her off guard, leaving her to wonder if he is paralyzed by the shock of the breakup or if something is wrong with him. Emboldened by the whispers of the crowd, Sue Kingley feels a surge of confidence as onlookers suggest that Fang Yi should be on his knees begging for her mercy. The crowd mocks him as a commoner unworthy of such a beautiful girl, but Fang Yi merely dismisses her with a casual wave of his hand. He indifferently agrees to the breakup and prepares to walk away, leaving Sue Kingley stunned by his lack of interest in further conversation. She calls out to him in disbelief, questioning if his reaction is genuine, prompting him to turn back toward her with a cold and somber expression. She sternly tells him that regardless of his thoughts or tactics, she will never return to him and demands that he accept this reality. Fang Yi meets her gaze with total indifference, telling her not to be so conceited because he is far too busy to care. Sue Kingley is left wide-eyed, realizing that she was the one being cast aside, a shocking turn of events that leaves the spectators in disbelief. Dark clouds gather in the sky as Fang Yi walks away calmly, leaving Chu Xunli and the others behind as if nothing had happened. They remain completely unaware of the impending crisis that will soon turn money, education, and modern social standards into dust. As Fang Yi's figure fades, they have no idea he is a reincarnator who has returned to the present from a future catastrophe. To him, Chu Xunli is now merely a distant acquaintance from the past as he focuses on much more pressing matters. Walking under the bright sun, he realizes that even the school beauty's opinion is irrelevant in a world about to be upended. Fang Yi's life changed the previous day when he realized a true threat was looming over everyone on the blue planet. His journey began last night with fragmented visions of blood moons, surging tides, and violent lightning storms. He witnessed the appearance of strange monsters and learned that spiritual qi would fully recover in 364 days and 11 hours. Once the restoration of spiritual qi begins, the world will undergo unpredictable and earth-shattering transformation. A new world will emerge where social norms are reshuffled, ushering in an era of cultivators where strength is the only standard. Fang Yi questions his own identity as the sunlight brushes against his face during this moment of realization. A notification appears from the Ultimate Universe system, which uses cosmic algorithms to create cultivation techniques from objects the host touches. He currently possesses no techniques, and his hand passes easily through the translucent lines of text floating before him. An invisible ripple occurs as a terrifying memory of a wolf's gaping maw flashes vividly before his eye. This was once his end as an ordinary man, a fate shared by billions on the blue planet, causing him to grit his teeth in fear. Touching his face, Fang Yi pieces together his shattered memories and confirms that he has indeed returned to the past. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary person forced to struggle for survival in a cold and lonely world. He witnessed the collapse of his nation and the suffering of millions while constantly fleeing from mutated sea monsters. He eventually met a tragic end in total despair, yet his heart remained filled with resentment and a desire to reach the peak. As his vision blurred at the moment of death, he realized the system had chosen him to return to the present. A year before the official restoration of spiritual energy, the general public remained completely unaware of the impending changes. Yuang Dich reached out his hands to make a pivotal decision, and as he touched the fragments, they erupted in a blinding radiance. Intending to exploit every anomaly caused by the spiritual energy, Yuang Dich watched his eyes transform as the system bound him to a new path. As the system initiated a new judgment protocol, the bustling crowds outside remained oblivious to the unprecedented crisis facing humanity. With no historical precedents to guide them, people were forced to rely on their own abilities to adapt to this rapidly changing environment. Standing amidst the crowd, Yuang Dich observed that the government was neither suppressing nor denying the recent strange occurrences. Instead, the Han Nation government issued subtle warnings and safety precautions, a departure from their previous policy of censoring reports of monsters. Yuang Dich carefully reviewed various video clips, each documenting a different supernatural event unfolding across the country. He recognized this understated approach as the Han Nation's way of maintaining public order and trust, despite the complexity of the task. This method proved more effective than chaos, and Yuang Dich realized he needed to seek out these anomalies to utilize the system's potential. His attention was drawn to a report from Than Than University, where students were being warned to take extreme precautions against the sun. The headline stated that ultraviolet intensity at Than Than University had reached its highest level in nearly a century. The news sparked skepticism among the public, with many accusing the prestigious university of sensationalism or spreading fake news. Critics argued that such extreme temperatures would be lethal, but as dark clouds gathered, Yuang Dich sensed a deeper disturbance. He noted the strange discrepancy in the weather, as the university was only a 15-minute drive away from his current location. Recognizing the instability, he saw reports that student registration was redirected away from the North Gate due to the intense radiation. Online comments showed students questioning how UV levels could be so high on a cloudy day, with some claiming the photos were fake. Yuang Dich smiled knowingly, aware that most people would dismiss such anomalies as mere marketing stunts or digital manipulation. Looking up at the sky, he realized that his first true opportunity to gain power had finally presented itself. As the heat intensified and the surrounding trees began to wither, Yuang Dich arrived at the deserted North Gate and confirmed the anomaly. Observing his surroundings, Yuang Dich confirms the situation is indeed abnormal as a panicked person suddenly dashes across the street in front of him. Yuang Dich reaches down to touch the ground and encounters a small crystal that begins to glow with an unusual intensity, triggering a system notification. The system detects violent Yang attribute vibrations and unlocks the corresponding data model, causing Yuang Dich to endure an onslaught of excruciating pain. A blinding light radiates through the streets, forcing bystanders to shield their eyes while wondering if they are witnessing a hallucination or a superhuman feat. The appearance of an apostle becomes evident as Yuang Dich's entire body feels as though it is being consumed by flames, pushing him to his absolute limit. Just as the sensation of impending death becomes unbearable and he reaches his breaking point, Yuang Dich successfully completes his breakthrough. Having successfully edited the data, he receives a Yang attribute cultivation technique as a new day begins at a prestigious institution of higher learning. Than Than University welcomes its newest students as they line up at the registration center to complete their enrollment procedure. Numerous male students flock to So Kain Lai, eager to assist with her luggage and find any excuse to get closer to the popular young woman. Upperclassmen offer to guide her to her destination or present her with recruitment flyers for various campus clubs in hopes of gaining her attention. Despite their requests for her contact information, So Kain Lai maintains an air of cold indifference and politely declines all their offers. So Kain Lai walks past a couple celebrating their admission to schools in the same city, noting their joy at being only a short distance apart. She casts a disdainful glance at the infatuated couple just as a sudden explosion erupts behind her, prompting an immediate announcement from the university. A high-temperature warning is issued for the North Garden, and as the North Gate begins to close, So Kain Lai wonders if someone else is involved. While the military arrives to manage the evacuation at the site of the disturbance, Yuang Dich undergoes a profound power evolution near the North Gate. Yuang Dich appears to be turning to ash, yet his determined gaze remains firm as the system displays his current level and the blazing sun technique. He utilizes the golden sun breathing technique to cleanse his body, automatically unlocking the skill and earning 50 editing points in the process. Still in a daze, Fuang Dich examines the notification and wonders about the nature of these editing points as his expression begins to shift. Deciding not to overthink the matter, he concludes that the points must be beneficial and resolves to figure out their specific use at a later time. Fuang Dich lets out a sigh as the sky returns to its natural state, leaving the nearby students to wonder why the world had suddenly gone dark. The air suddenly turns cooler as a large crowd gathers at the north gate, just as a figure approaches them with a commanding presence. Accompanied by his guards, the principal shouts at the students, demanding to know why they gathered despite his explicit messages forbidding it. As the principal threatens to deduct points from those who fail to report, smoke rises nearby while a mysterious girl issues a serious command. She requests a security perimeter to completely seal off the north gate area, to which the principal immediately agrees before a system notification appears. The system confirms the purification of the Class A contaminated zone at the university's north gate and warns that the Xia government marks such anomaly. Fang Yi pauses as he reads about the varying danger levels of these energy sources created by the spiritual qi recovery. Fang Yi wonders if others are involved with these government-marked zones just as an alarm blares, ordering an immediate evacuation of the north gate. Noticing uniformed personnel he suspects are military, Fang Yi realizes the massive commotion he caused has drawn significant attention to his location. Fang Yi makes a swift escape and lands lightly on the ground while Tu Than Hein observes the scene from a nearby corner. After examining the ground, she senses a lingering dark energy and wonders if someone has already begun harnessing spiritual qi. As guards surround the area and order the students to leave, she decides to report the situation to her superior. So Kai Lai returns to investigate and is shocked to realize that such a terrifying phenomenon was actually caused by a person's spiritual qi. She briefly suspects the figure was Fang Yi but quickly mocks herself, doubting that someone with his academic record could be involved. Dismissing the idea of him being at the university, the scene shifts to Fang Yi's mid-range apartment as the sun begins to set. Fang Yi lies on his bed as an intense, unrelenting heat begins to radiate from deep within his body. Neither cold compresses nor the air conditioner can alleviate the burning sensation, leaving him certain that he will not get any rest that night. Fang Yi worries if his earlier actions will be discovered and goes online to search for updates from the Spiritual Qi Cultivation Association. He carefully reviews the association's new cultivation realm ranking, recalling a similar online group from his previous life. Back then, most people had dismissed the association's post as mere fiction written by a novelist interested in modern cultivation. Fang Yi begins to suspect a connection to the person he saw at the university and clicks to open the detailed content of the announcement. The details of the cultivation realms begin with the first realm, Ghost Axe, which utilizes worldly spiritual energy to forge mortal weapons. The second realm, Spirit Creation, harnesses heaven and earth to awaken divine bloodlines, while the third realm, Vajra, grants an indestructible body and elemental mastery. The fourth realm, Divine Moon, breaks worldly constraints to create new gods, and the fifth realm, Rising Sun, controls the fate of star sectors at the universe's peak. The extreme realm of transcendence masters life, death, and the universe itself, as the resurgence of spiritual energy becomes an undeniable global trend. These realms are made public for cultivators to reference, and though the content seems mysterious, Fang Yi begins to grasp the basic concepts. Despite the professional layout and watermarks, he suspects the post might just be a ploy for internet traffic given the strange descriptions of spiritual energy. He considers the information fake and better suited for a novel, worrying that such realistic-looking fabrications might mislead younger generations. Fang Yi finds it strange that the Ha Kingdom government did not issue this notice and searches his memories from his previous life for answers. He recalls never hearing of this association before, though he realizes that as an ordinary person back then, he lacked access to such high-level information. After the great catastrophe had upended his life, he was burdened with many responsibilities that eventually drained all of his spiritual energy. Sitting upright on his bed, Fang Yi wonders if the association is a government signal for early cultivators and decides to follow the provided instruction. He performs the golden sun breathing technique once more, taking a deep breath as power radiates from him and lifts his body into the air. He begins the initial steps of refining his demigod physique into a vessel, drawing in spiritual energy to forge the foundation of the Ghost Axe realm. As power surges through his body and his eyes flash with intensity, the system suddenly issues a congratulatory notification. Having reached the 1-star Ghost Axe realm, he can now use his editing points to forcibly imbue collected data into any object he chooses. Fang Yi is startled to see that he has 50 editing points available, a feature he had nearly forgotten about until this moment. He realizes the data he acquired is the Yang attribute from the Golden Sun breathing technique and carefully rereads the instructions on using his points. He ponders the possibility of imbuing any object with this power, questioning the true extent of what the system considers a valid target. Testing his theory, Fang Yi lifts a cup and is prompted by the system to spend points to infuse it with the Yang attribute. He declines with a smile, confirming his suspicion that he can enchant ordinary items with extraordinary supernatural power. Ditch realizes that if a cup can gain the Yang attribute, then weapons like guns or blades could also become specialized tools, as the system suggests he will collect data for various attributes. His attention turns to a sharp knife, a specially designed weapon of extraordinary power that will be vital for his future endeavors. A sharp sword symbolizes unparalleled strength, and as his plan takes shape, he decides to use it as a test subject. If the experiment works, he intends to purchase a high-quality version, while the light in his room continues to burn late into the night. The illumination draws the gaze of a terrifying beast with massive teeth and red lips, which stares hungrily toward his apartment. As the creature feeds on a human corpse, the pale moonlight filters into the room where Ditch is resting. Waking from a nightmare, Ditch hears a scratching sound and wonders if a neighbor's pet is nearby, or if something is moving through the pipes. He scans the room for any sign of a beast, noting that his hearing has become far more acute since entering the ghost mansion realm. Realizing it is now common for him to hear noises from adjacent homes, he focuses his enhanced senses to pinpoint the source. Detecting an unusual sound, he opens his door to find a mutated beast with a gaping maw waiting in the hallway. Ditch grits his teeth in annoyance, recognizing the creature as a rabbit that has been transformed by a mutation. As a plane descends toward the roof, his memories of a past life flicker, and the sight of the beast makes his skin crawl while a woman stands tall against the moon. The Thanhine casually enjoys a lollipop, noting that the rabbit has swallowed a spiritual fruit and possesses incredible speed. Maintaining a carefree attitude, she prepares to report her findings before fearlessly leaping from the top of the skyscraper. With a sharp instinct, the Thanhine detects the beast's aura and narrows her eyes as she spots something in the distance. She halts her movement, her boots clicking against the glass exterior of the building as she picks up the creature's scent once more. The target has moved into a residential zone 20 kilometers away, leading her to initiate a full pursuit to ensure the safety of the inhabitants. The Thanhine moves rapidly toward the Lin Hong area, issuing a stern warning for everyone to remain on high alert. Because the beast recently consumed a spiritual fruit, its evolution is still ongoing and it could become even more dangerous, requiring absolute vigilance. The Thanhine leaps gracefully from one structure to the next, leaving a man at the headquarters staring in utter disbelief. An office worker wonders if they are hallucinating from overwork as To Than Hu letter 1EF3 NH flies past the 65th floor, while elsewhere Fuang D letter 1 ECBCH faces a mutated beast about to devour him. His eyes flash with a brilliant light as he releases a burst of energy, delivering a powerful kick that sends the creature flying. Having undergone a massive physical transformation after his breakthrough, he easily handles the rabbit-like beast and evades its velvet pupil shock ability. With his reflexes and speed greatly enhanced, he dodges every attack while a solar seal begins to glow on his hand as power surges through him. He is surprised to see such mutated beasts appearing this early, but he uses flashes of light to systematically destroy them while recalling memories from his past life. The beast gasps for air as it struggles against him, not yet fully evolved and lacking the full strength of the yin attribute it would have possessed in his previous life. As the creature's power and defensive shell harden, Yuang D letter 1 ECBCH remains resolute in his determination to stop and kill the monster immediately. Knowing that everyone in the building will become prey if he fails, he grabs the beast by its head and hurls it aside with immense force. The rabbit beast shrieks in pain as he continues his relentless assault, showing no mercy while slamming the creature against the wall. He drops to one knee to build momentum before crashing through the window, sending both himself and the beast plummeting outside as he prepares a heavy punch. His fist strikes the rabbit's core with such devastating force that it nearly pierces through, and he quickly moves to intercept the creature's attempt to gather energy. The beast foolishly attempts to absorb his yang energy, holding a sphere of solar power in its mouth that will ultimately lead to its own destruction. A blinding light erupts as a man in a nearby apartment hears the commotion and mistakes the sound for a sudden thunderstorm. When the man checks outside and finds nothing, Fuang D letter 1 ECBCH is already below, finishing off the mutated beast with a display of overwhelming power. Standing up to survey the area, he reflects on how the creature acted like a famished ghost desperate to consume his internal energy. As he walks forward, a red eye falls from the remains, which he notices and crushes underfoot without a moment of hesitation. He observes that despite the yin attribute not being fully present, the beast was so hungry it risked everything to attack its natural counter, the yang attribute. Realizing that animal mutations have officially begun, he knows that if he had not awakened his powers, everyone in the vicinity would have been slaughtered. With a sharp and determined gaze, he decides that he must acquire more cultivation techniques to protect against the growing threats to come. Meanwhile, Tothan HU letter 1EF3 and H continues her flight through the sky, only to stop in shock when she sees that the rabbit beast has been reduced to a pile of ash. Su Qingying reports to the organization that the target is dead and its body is mangled, then prepares to recover the remaining yin energy. She touches the remains and senses a burning heat, narrowing her eyes as she judges the intensity of the aura. She realizes the heat comes from an extremely pure yang attribute, identical to the energy found at the north gate of King Cheng. Concluding it cannot be a coincidence, she informs headquarters that a new high-level practitioner killed the mutant rabbit before she arrived. Headquarters asks for clarification on whether the same person purified the north gate and defeated the mutant rabbit. She confirms that although the individual is only at the one-star ghost mansion realm, their yang attribute is exceptionally pure. Staff members find no record of such a talented pioneer and decide the association must seize the opportunity to befriend them. Su Qingying agrees while unwrapping a lollipop, as her current assignments are set aside to focus on this new lead. The priority shifts to locating the mysterious pioneer and recording their information in the official file. The ultimate goal is to persuade the individual to join the Spirit Chi Cultivation Association, as she enjoys her strawberry lollipop. While craving milk tea, Su Qingying finds herself deeply curious about the true identity of this mysterious and powerful figure. She is unknowingly searching for Fang Yi, whom the association considers a master worth befriending due to his immense potential. Fang Yi stretches as the morning sun shines through his window, marking the beginning of a new day of cultivation. He puts on his clothes and reflects on how waking up early provides a significant advantage for his spiritual training. He practices the golden yang breathing technique, sensing the spiritual energy flowing through his body after reaching the ghost mansion realm. With every cycle of the breathing technique, he feels threads of energy wrapping around his internal organs. His power evolves with remarkable speed, leading him to realize that he is already on the verge of another breakthrough. Gripping his electric baton, he practices his basic movements and reminds himself that cultivation requires steady persistence. After delivering a powerful strike, the system notifies him that he has successfully reached the 2-star ghost mansion realm. His eyes glow as his blood surges, and he feels his physical constitution grow even stronger through his rapid advancement. Because Fuang Ditch still possesses residual energy from his previous 1-star breakthrough, he proceeds steadily through the subsequent steps of his cultivation upgrade. He considers how to avoid detection, realizing his cultivation causes too much of a disturbance and that he must find a more secluded location. Meanwhile, at the association office, a man grows suspicious after detecting solar energy fluctuations linked to a star. Now positioned by a stream, Fuang Ditch is asked by the system if he wishes to spend compilation points to infuse the yang attribute into his item. He agrees, recalling how previous weapon models failed to withstand the yang attribute's power, and concluding that not every star is suitable for a weapon. He focuses his energy, feeling a surge of power and tension harmonize perfectly within his body during the process. Upon receiving notification of a successful compilation, Fuang Ditch is eager to test the formidable power of his new weapon. A blinding light suddenly illuminates the entire area, forcing Fuang Ditch to use his sword to shield himself from the radiance. He breathes a sigh of relief that he avoided a forest fire, but he quickly retreats after realizing the thick smoke will surely attract attention. The Thanhine arrives at the smoldering site in a state of extreme frustration, shouting in anger at the scene before her. She laments that her brief trip to buy milk tea caused her to miss the event, blaming her poor timing on a stroke of bad luck. She suddenly notices the hot spring is emitting thick clouds of white steam that billow directly into her face. Distraught over the damaged Buddha statue, she wonders how to restore it and weeps over the misfortune of her situation. Fearing another reprimand from the cleanup department, she notes that trouble has followed that person's arrival before hearing a sudden noise behind her. Her expression tightens as she realizes with shock that the person's aura has already ascended from 1 star to 2 star since the previous night. She also detects the presence of a spirit weapon, a rare armament infused with elemental attributes to achieve extraordinary power. She reflects on the extreme rarity of such weapons, noting the association only has 2 and that current technological limitations prevent their widespread use. Trying to dismiss her suspicions, she drinks her milk tea and begins the arduous task of cooling down the spring to clean up the ruins. Elsewhere, Fuang Dich moves through the deep forest, noting that his weapon now possesses the Yang attribute even though his system does not. He wonders if he can utilize the Yang attribute exclusively, recalling the system's mention that he could compile a wide variety of cultivation techniques. He realizes that everything in the world can serve as material for the system's compilation, wondering if he can later merge new attributes into his weapon alongside existing ones. Upon opening his device, he discovers several mysterious messages from a user named YTAC72. The sender asks if he is also a transmigrator and apologizes for checking his browsing history, noting his interest in demigod generals and his saved articles regarding the lower realm ranking. YTAC72 mentions having several friends who are also transmigrators and explains that they frequently gather together. Fuang Dich realizes he forgot to adjust his privacy settings as his teammates continue searching for like-minded individuals. A user named Rule72 explains that their 3-person group formed after the mutation to support one another in these uncertain times. They hope to connect with experienced pathfinders online, but Fuang Dich replies that he has only just begun his journey. The contact excitedly asks about his progress, noting how difficult cultivation was before the Deep Mansion Cave era. They mention that even the top experts in the national team are only at the ghostly abode realm, so the gap between them is small. Fuang Dich acknowledges their strength while privately questioning if the national team has truly only reached the ghostly abode realm. The user shares a secret about a newly discovered contaminated zone and invites him to join their group for safety. Intrigued by the prospect of a new zone and equal resource distribution, Fuang Dich asks for the location detail. He receives and opens a comprehensive data file regarding a location known as the Molten Hidden River. The documents explain that the area was once an underground river formed within the Earth's strata. Following the global mutation, the water transformed into high-temperature lava, creating an environment of extreme heat. Recognizing that the area's fire attributes match his own, Fuang Dich decides to join the expedition to gather resources. Upon arriving at the Tan Mok district, a small group led by Old Lai discusses the arrival of their final member. One member praises the detailed maps and data provided by Truonghiu Nha, who insists that the group's cooperation is what matters. While urging everyone to support each other, Hiu Nha secretly feels disappointed by the lack of high-potential pathfinders. As a member of the Spirit Chi Cultivation Association, she had hoped to find talented individuals to recommend to her organization. Most people are unaware that the association is actually a high-level government agency within Xia country. Hiu Nha reflects on the difficult exams and family favors required to secure her position, feeling the pressure of her responsibility. She sighs at the thought of more overtime work if the mission fails, just as someone spots a newcomer approaching. Fuang Dich introduces himself to the group using his alias, Fang, catching Truonghiu Nha's attention. Despite his youth, he possesses the strength of a 2-star Ghost Axe Realm practitioner and projects a powerful aura. His presence feels warm rather than oppressive like other masters, and once the group gathers, they push open the inner door. Fangyi takes the lead as the group sets off, with Zhang Xiaoya following behind and providing light for the path ahead. As they navigate the loose rubble, the group discusses their surprise that not all the water in the area has turned into lava. A sudden splash of falling water startles them, leading to the observation that the temperature inside is unexpectedly mild. Fangyi glances back and reminds the group to prioritize safety, suggesting they may not have reached the center of the zone. Despite being the last to arrive, Fang Yi feels a sincere sense of belonging and acceptance from the group during these chaotic times. Upon entering a new area, the group discovers a vast, flowing sea of molten lava stretching out before them. Ignoring Zhang Zioya's frantic warnings about the danger, Fang Yi silently leaps directly into the pool of lava. The others watch in horror as lava splashes everywhere, fearing for Fang Yi's life and wondering if the heat will reach them. Fang Yi's system immediately detects a celestial anomaly and begins a high-level analysis of the intense internal flame. The system grants him the red destruction force technique after analyzing the explosive and high-temperature properties of the flame. As the destructive power within the lava intensifies, it is clear that the red fire blade technique requires a weapon to be fully realized. Each strike of the blade roars with the intensity of a raging inferno, cloaking the edge in a brilliant and violent display of fire. Fang Yi grips his weapon as a massive surge of energy is released, fueled by a concentrated and intense battle intent. With a determined gaze, Fang Yi allows the surrounding lava to harmonize with his blade, infusing the weapon with the internal flame attribute. The four onlookers are stunned to see that Fang Yi is unharmed and that his weapon is actually absorbing the power of the lava. The group rejoices as the blade transforms in both shape and power, realizing that Fang Yi has successfully completed his recovery. With the spiritual energy in the area finally stabilizing after the brief disturbance, the group decides it is time to begin their own cultivation. Feeling refreshed and invigorated, the companions find they can now easily absorb the newly transformed spiritual energy. Zhuang Hiu Nha smiles and gives a thumbs up, sensing that with just a bit more cultivation, she will officially embark on the path of a practitioner. Explaining that she is only there to collect materials, Zhuang Hiu Nha tells the others to focus on their cultivation while she keeps watch, earning their sincere gratitude. Amidst the dangerous rocky terrain, Zhuang Hiu Nha glances back and notices the arrival of other precursors. These precursors behave like bandits, arrogantly dismissing the group as mere small fry and demanding they leave what they claim as their territory. Hearing their threats, Zhuang Hiu Nha realizes they are in trouble, as all three newcomers are at the First Star Noble Mansion realm. Knowing they are outmatched and cannot win even if they fight together, she adopts a serious expression and politely informs the intruders that her group arrived first. She explains that her friends have already begun absorbing spiritual energy and offers to share the space, but the leader mockingly questions her rank and orders them to leave immediately. Standing her ground without fear, Zhuang Hiu Nha considers her options in this era of spiritual recovery, where the law of the jungle often dictates who gets resources. While weak precursors are often denied resources in this chaotic period, she knows the state will not allow such lawlessness to persist, just as Fuang Ditch steps forward with a grim expression. Fuang Ditch sarcastically remarks on how such large men are only capable of bullying a young girl, before casting a sharp glare and slowly drawing his sword. He strikes the ground with his blade as a warning, leaving the one-eyed leader stunned and forcing him to order his men to fall back. As the other group members notice the commotion and wonder what is happening, Fuang Ditch plants his sword in the ground while reflecting deeply on the situation. His gaze sharpens as he realizes that the obsession with the law of the jungle among cultivators is exactly what leads to irreversible tragedy. Understanding that mere words cannot subdue such people, he exerts a pressure that leaves the leader trembling with fear. Fuang Ditch decisively pulls his blade from the earth and points it directly at them, ordering them to leave as the leader retreats while gritting his teeth. Terrified by a second burst of overwhelming power, the intruders flee in a panic, while the group marvels at how impressive and cool Fuang Ditch appears. Fuang Ditch modestly scratches his head and dismisses the praise, noting that the intruders were simply out of line before asking if the group is ready to leave. Zhuang Hiu Nha approaches and agrees with his suggestion, noting that the spiritual energy in this contaminated area has been depleted and it is time to move on. Watching him from behind, she silently realizes that if he had actually followed through with his strike, only charred corpses would remain in his wake. Clenching her fist, Zhuang Hiu Nha decides that he is undoubtedly a genius precursor with high-level attributes and top-tier talent who must be reported to the organization. Zhuang Hiu Nha immediately calls the Spiritual Qi Cultivation Association to report the appearance of another high-level attribute pre-traveler. The staff member is startled by the news, having been distracted by a conversation with someone standing behind her. After promising to provide updates on any further developments, the staff member records the information and ends the call. Turning to her mentor with a smile, the employee wonders if they are lucky to have two high-level pre-travelers appear consecutively. The man remains unimpressed, noting that individuals with such high-level attributes are always of noble status and highly esteemed. He sighs wearily, explaining that such people are destined for the center of power before expressing his own desire to retire. As a new day begins, a weary Fuang Ditch walks past onlookers who admire his realistic blade and cool appearance, mistaking him for a cosplayer. The surrounding praise lifts his spirits, making him feel like a dominant figure as he continues to play the part of a cosplayer. Suddenly, his phone buzzes with news reports about cultivation, becoming a reality and sightings of mysterious golden lights. Reports describe strange phenomena at an ancient cave, including a photographer who allegedly captured a giant dragon flying by. An anonymous source claims to have encountered a master with a massive blade who drove them away from his training ground. Yuang Ditch is frustrated, realizing his internal flame reached 2,000 degrees Celsius and caused these unintended spectacles. He wonders if Old Lai or Truong Hiu Nha leaked his description, while reflecting on the massive amount of yang energy he has absorbed. Feeling the surge of spiritual energy, he realizes that one more session of diamond protection will trigger a breakthrough. Putting his concerns aside, he sets his sights on the rising sun and prepares to head toward the back of the mountain. 5 minutes later, near Fuang Ditch's home behind the mountain, someone is busy working in the soil with a shovel. Gardening expert Than Hein finishes her work with a smile, but a sudden, powerful radiance from the mountain catches her eye. Sensing the intensifying waves of fire and a domineering aura, she wonders if someone is breaking through to the 3-star noble mansion realm. The massive disturbance in the sky strikes her as far too significant for a standard noble mansion level, surpassing even the most gifted prodigy. Driven by a sense of urgency and determination, Than Hein decides she must investigate the source of the commotion immediately. Fang Yi activates his power and sends a surge into the sky as his body undergoes a multifaceted transformation, radiating spiritual energy that feels both holy and demonic. As power and fury swirl in the heavens, an elite like Su Qingying immediately recognizes the significance of such a phenomenon. She realizes he is mobilizing his divine mansion with incredibly stable control, leading her to wonder if he has been training in secret for centuries. Recalling her own past, she remembers failing to reach the 3rd star of the Ghost Mansion realm when the pressure of the divine mansion overwhelmed her. After being bedridden for a week from that failure, she wonders where such a monstrous talent could have come from if even she could not succeed. She rushes toward the source of the energy, noting that his precise control over the abundant spiritual aura prevents the destruction of the divine mansion. The highly refined nature of his energy suggests he is no longer just a genius, but a being akin to a god descended to the mortal world. Su Qingying observes that while most seniors rush their breakthroughs, this man is steady and composed, possessing the mastery of a hidden expert. As she stops to watch, she cries out upon seeing the divine mansion shifting toward the east. Fang Yi opens his eyes as his aura reaches a new peak, successfully breaking through to the 2nd star of the Ghost Mansion realm. Su Qingying arrives at the location out of breath, only to find that the area is completely deserted. Despite her haste, she realizes she is too late and fears that he vanished in the mere 30 seconds it took her to arrive. She concludes that he must have detected her presence and worries that she will never have the chance to recruit him. Suddenly noticing something, she calls out to the empty air, asking if the senior is still nearby. Fang Yi watches from a tree branch with his sword drawn, wary of the woman who has been investigating him, as Su Qingying begins her introduction. She identifies herself as a precursor and the captain of the Hind team within the Ha Country Spiritual Cultivation Association, offering him a partnership. Fang Yi remains silent and guarded as she explains that her recent tracking was solely motivated by the hope of having him join the association. Su Qingying feels a wave of anxiety, hoping she has not offended him or left a poor impression of her organization with her persistence. When Fang Yi coldly asks for her reasoning, she struggles to find the right words, knowing that a man of his caliber cannot be easily deceived by flattery. After a long silence, she finally explains that Ha Country seeks to locate and unite all precursors under a single banner. She explains that the association aims to organize the Pathfinders and provide them with protection against their current chaotic development. She emphasizes the need for unity against future threats, but Fuang Dich remains skeptical and questions her trustworthiness. The Than Hein reveals her identity as a former athlete and shyly presents her membership credentials to prove her sincerity. Fuang Dich recognizes her from her past career and realizes why her physical capabilities are so impressive. Having seen her on television before, he notes that those with natural athletic talent are often the first to awaken as pathfinders. Despite her offer, Fuang Dich recalls that in his previous life, the association failed to prevent the ultimate catastrophe. Knowing that humanity was once wiped out, he intends to use his rebirth and system to change fate, but he is not ready to join them yet. Deciding the timing is not right, Fuang Dich tells her he will consider the offer before nimbly jumping down from his perch. Appearing suddenly behind her, he demands that she keep his location and activities a secret from the association for the time being. He senses that the association is currently wary of powerful pathfinders, and he plans to use this to his advantage. Fuang Dich realizes he can utilize her position for his own ends, and Than Hein immediately agrees to his terms. She notes that she must still report the energy surge from his breakthrough, and they agree to provide a partially fabricated account. As she tries to speak again, Fuang Dich vanishes into the woods, leaving her alone to grumble about his elusive nature. She laments the difficulty of tracking him and the burden of having to clean up the traces he leaves behind. Despite her frustrations, she considers that having him active in the field might actually be beneficial for their cause. Her thoughts are interrupted by news of recent anomalies, sparking a sense of dread as she realizes the threat has returned. The memory of those violent and malevolent creatures haunts her, as they represent a dark force descending upon the world. These mutated beasts and monsters thrive in contaminated zones, driven by madness to devour humans and spread chaos. Some entities manifest as catastrophic omens to claim territory, serving as a recurring nightmare for survivors like Than Hein. These creatures create new zones of corruption that will inevitably consume the human world if they are not eradicated. Thunder and lightning flash across the sky as hurried footsteps echo on the road amidst constant weather warning. The broadcast warns of severe thunderstorms and advises residents to stay indoors, noting that the Jade Emperor scenic area is closed due to flood risks. People are urged to stay away from the unprecedented storm, leading some to wonder if a powerful being is undergoing a divine tribulation. Fang Yi's mood remains grim as he senses a violent lightning aura while walking through the rain toward the center of the storm, his steps growing heavier. Standing before the towering mountain, Fang Yi notes the location and descends quickly, his robes fluttering before he lands gracefully on one knee. The system alerts him to a contaminated zone as he approaches Jade Emperor Peak, and Fang Yi carefully reads the notification. Before him lies a desolate mountain range spanning 25,000 hectares, with the 1,545-meter Jade Emperor Peak serving as a major city landmark. As the system analyzes the unknown pollution levels, a bolt of lightning suddenly strikes down toward Fang Yi. Meteorological monitors show that the spiritual energy density and danger level at Jade Emperor Peak are rapidly increasing. Headquarters issues orders with a cold, detached tone to immediately cordon off the Jade Emperor Peak area and establish a new containment zone. Due to the sudden and severe nature of the residing anomalous energy, Than Hein is urgently recalled from her other mission to assist. Than Hein stands to report that the peak is now inaccessible due to the explosive surge of lightning-attributed spiritual energy. Holding the detailed reports, she warns that the Ranka area could escalate to Rank S within an hour, requiring emergency protocols. She notes that no local practitioners, including herself, possess the strength required to approach the area safely. Than Hein predicts a 100% mortality rate for any practitioners from the Ghost Mansion who might attempt to enter. A committee member suggests a total lockdown from the base of the mountain, with 24-hour patrols to prevent anyone from ascending. Others agree to cut off the threat at the source by completely cordoning off the mountain, while the spiritual energy surges violently. While authorities wait for the energy to subside before surveying, Fang Yi battles through the continuous lightning strikes alone. Relying on his golden sun breathing technique to protect his body, he pushes through the tempest to extract the purest lightning essence. Fang Yi realizes he must reach the center of the storm at the summit, reflecting on the hardships of the spiritual recovery era where humanity gained little benefit. Stagnating poses the risk of falling down the food chain, especially given the shifting celestial and terrestrial climate. Yuang Dich anticipates future horrors that could easily overwhelm even the strongest cultivators, realizing that even small creatures could soon threaten humanity. Although he possesses the golden yang breathing and crimson fire Dao arts, representing the yang and wrathful flame attributes, he realizes these are still insufficient. Gripping his flaming rock blade, he recalls spending compilation points to integrate these two attributes into his Yang Dao path. While the Yang attribute enhances his defense and the Fire Dao increases his attack power, he knows that over-reliance on weapons leaves him vulnerable. He understands that only true personal strength will allow him to dominate cunning, predatory creatures and seize the advantage he needs. The lightning at the peak offers a perfect opportunity for him to refine his body and grow stronger amidst the shifting energies of the world. Driven by the need to survive future disasters, he stares defiantly at the sky as lightning crashes around him. Resisting the overwhelming force of nature, he grips his sword tightly and groans under the immense pressure while maintaining his defensive stance. The relentless assault of nature eventually takes its toll, causing him to cough up blood as the lightning strikes batter his body. Using his sword to prop himself up, he recognizes that this extreme lightning attribute is the manifestation of brutal divine punishment. His hands tremble under the weight of the sword as the heavens seem to demand his submission for intruding upon this forbidden realm. Facing this dire challenge, he searches for a way to subdue this volatile energy and make it his own. Recalling the system's instructions to contact the source of spiritual energy, he calms his mind and fully activates the golden yang breathing technique. Another bolt of lightning strikes him down, leaving him screaming in defiance as he coughs up more blood from the impact. He fights for every second, determined to endure the onslaught and reach the summit to find a way to survive. Upon landing firmly, he realizes the lightning's spiritual energy is so dense that merely breathing it in numbs his muscles and threatens his life. He opens his eyes wide and faces the descending heavenly bolts directly as the system begins to analyze the powerful lightning attribute. Nearby witnesses marvel at the unprecedented lightning, wondering if a deity is ascending or if they truly see a human figure amidst the storm. Finally, the system issues a notification to Fuang Dich regarding his progress. Fuang Dich receives the 100 refined divine thunder technique, using heavenly bolts to temper his body into a divine state and earning 50 compilation points as he embraces this powerful offensive attribute. Unlike the Thunderyang attribute, this pure lightning can reshape the physical form into a living conduit of thunder, providing unparalleled dominance in both offense and defense. Drawing from ancient records of eras rich in spiritual energy, these supreme techniques forge the body until the bones are indestructible and the form is as eternal as the mountain. As lightning threads through his being, Fuang Dich realizes the power serves as both his spear and shield, offering a cleansing rebirth that strengthens his meridians rather than just destroying. The system explains that this painless tempering comes from the pure thunder of judgment, which punishes evil with triple critical damage, and asks if he wishes to spend points to proceed. Walking through the rain, Fuang Dich considers how to incorporate this second massive source of power into his cultivation path. While the lightning attribute increases his physical resilience, he worries that adding too many elements might compromise the purity of his yang path or overwhelm his current capacity. Deciding to channel the lightning into his right hand, Fuang Dich smirks as the system confirms the integration and immediately begins optimizing his overall strength. The following day at Jade Emperor Peak, a meeting is arranged with Tathan Hein to investigate the aftermath of the storm. Major Han reports that the spiritual pollution at the peak unexpectedly plummeted from its maximum level to a mild state within just 3 hours. Despite the drop in pollution, a massive electrical charge lingers in the air, leading Hanla to conclude that a precursor had reached the summit before them. Tathan Hein investigates the site, but finds she cannot sense the stranger's specific attribute or determine exactly when they departed. Hanla suggests the individual likely left safely around 8 o'clock the previous night, as the heavy rainfall has since washed away any physical tracks. He explains that since the anomaly began at 6 and the mountain was cordoned off by 7, the mysterious figure must have already been at the summit. Had the person attempted to ascend later, the security perimeter would have intercepted them before the lightning storm reached its peak at 8 o'clock. Although the association's instruments predicted that pollution levels would reach grade S by dawn, the situation shifted drastically after 8. Hanlo observes that the spiritual energy stabilized, suggesting the individual possessed lightning-based abilities that allowed them to endure and absorb the heavenly tribulation. He analyzes the situation seriously, concluding that the precursor not only survived but was the direct cause of the anomaly's sudden dissipation. It seems far too coincidental to be luck, raising the question of whether the person stumbled upon this opportunity or intentionally outpaced the association to claim it. Hanla warns that such powerful and unpredictable individuals are dangerous, as their unknown motives could make them as great a threat to society as the anomalies themselves. Meanwhile, Fuang Ditch sneezes as someone mentions him, while Hanla resolves to find this mysterious individual at any cost. Hanla turns to his subordinates and orders them to locate the person immediately, assigning him a temporary codename. He bestows the noble title of Tyrant upon Fuang Ditch as the sky brightens, hoping the association can soon recruit him. An organization member discusses the situation with Hanla, agreeing to suppress the news and launch a swift investigation. A high-level pioneer is contacted, and Than Hein is called upon to report to Major Han, causing her heart to skip a beat. Standing tall and maintaining her composure, Than Hein reports on the pioneer who previously cleared the Grade A anomaly at the north gate of Than University. Internally panicked and hoping to avoid exposure, she provides a convincing report about her recent attempts to establish contact with him. She explains that his movements are mysterious, though she discovered the remains of hunters he defeated and suspects he possesses the solar flame attribute. Feeling a sense of guilt, she vows to approach him and uncover the method he used to purify the north gate of Than University. Having provided a convincing mix of truth and fabrication to protect Fuang Ditch, she watches as Hanla lowers his head in deep thought. Hanla considers the solar flame attribute while adjusting his hat, acknowledging her hard work and the need for talented young people like her. He likens the new generation to the ceaseless flow of the Yangtze River, prompting Than Hein to offer a formal military salute. She humbly accepts the praise as her duty and pledges to continue her efforts before Hanla moves to speak with another man. They plan to use diversionary tactics regarding natural disasters, though Hanlu expresses concerns about online discussions regarding spiritual energy being exploited. Than Hein breathes a sigh of relief that the meeting is over, while the lights remain on in Fuang Ditch's high-rise apartment. Using the golden sun breathing technique, he dries his clothes with his power, leaving his shirt completely dry in just a few seconds. Fuang Ditch quickly puts on his shirt, feeling the distinct changes in his body after integrating the lightning attribute. Testing his new power, he realizes his right arm has been tempered by lightning, becoming the strongest and most durable part of his entire body. With his strength significantly increased, he feels close to another breakthrough and is surprised by how the once violent lightning attribute has changed. The lightning has become as docile and controllable as a kitten, a power he obtained only after enduring immense physical pain. Fang Yi recalls the unbearable pain when he first unlocked the Yang attribute, but now that his control has improved, he hopes the power remains strong after he absorbs it. The system notifies him that the lightning attribute provides additional critical damage against abnormal evil spirits, making him eager to test its power. While he is studying his new ability, his phone rings, causing him some annoyance as he wonders what new trouble has arisen following the recent events. He immediately sets the news and forums to special notifications for close monitoring, and soon a piece of shocking news appears on his screen. During this time of global chaos, the Zia Country General Association issues danger warnings as quickly as possible to protect the public, and Fang Yi is wise enough to seize these moments. However, within these dire warnings lie hidden opportunities for him to exploit. For a pioneer like Fuang Ditch, the temptation is immense, and he is determined to risk his life to try his luck there. He notices a headline in red reporting a chemical plant explosion with no casualties yet, a story that is dominating the news. The explosion at the chemical plant has caused widespread pollution throughout the city, while the cause remains under investigation. Since the blast occurred during a shift change, there were no casualties, and officials are urging the public to remain calm and stay safe. Reading these reports, Fuang Ditch grows suspicious, as an event of this scale suggests something more sinister is being hidden. Numerous comments appear from people living nearby who describe experiencing a strange and indescribable sensation during the event. They describe a gloomy and malevolent aura, with others quickly agreeing that the description perfectly captures the unsettling feeling. Skeptics mock the previous comments as delusional, arguing that a factory explosion should only result in foul odors rather than horror stories. Some find the images genuinely terrifying and gloomy enough to cause shivers, even questioning if the footage is from a horror movie. Ditch senses something familiar in this malevolent aura, and realizes with horror that it matches the terrifying beasts from his past life. He recalls creatures with glowing red eyes capable of devouring anything and falls into a pensive silence, wondering if they have returned. These mutant beasts thrive in the darkest moments, gradually increasing in number until they begin appearing everywhere. What began as ordinary plants and animals have mutated into violent beings, possessing both high intelligence and immense strength. Their senses and killing instincts have been unnaturally enhanced as Ditch begins to manifest his own power in response. Realizing this threat is far greater than the previous mutant rabbit, he decides he must head out tonight to stop them from evolving further. He prepares to test his 300% critical strike ability in battle as heavy rain falls and the traffic light turns red. As the light turns green, something streaks past while masked sentries report to headquarters that they are tracking entity file number 7. The unit has temporarily lost sight of the Night Stalker, a creature known for using fire and shadows to conceal its physical form. They report that the man-eating creature makes a faint sizzling sound when nearby and request an immediate update to its tactical file. Moving with the agility of bats, the sentries listen as a hooded man firmly declares that the creature will surely begin its hunt in this weather. The authorities refuse to let such an event occur as the technical department receives clear orders and dispatches the supplementary data for file number 7, the Night Weaver. The entire room operates at full capacity as the containment and elimination mission is upgraded to priority B, with a projected resolution within the next 12 hours. Moving with supernatural agility through the harsh environment, the destruction team is ordered to continue their pursuit while prioritizing the preservation of life above all else. They leap from one apartment building to another as he mentally maps the city, knowing that while 12 hours is not fast, it is the maximum support headquarters can provide given the vastness of Great Zia. With anomalies and resurrections occurring everywhere, headquarters is stretched to its limit until the technical department suddenly reports a new development. They learn that the area they are approaching is currently occupied by personnel from the Spiritual Chi Cultivation Association, who are then notified of the situation. Squad Captain Su Qingying is currently on a mission to observe a precursor, and a message is sent requesting her temporary assistance for the team. The 5 operatives acknowledge the remote command and express their gratitude, eager for her support as they are well aware of her impressive combat record. Su Qingying appears with her hands on her hips, wondering when she became so famous and asking if they were the ones who called her in for overtime. A representative of the group reminds Su Qingying that they are dealing with a preform anomaly rather than a simple man-eating creature. Unimpressed by their tone, she questions if this is how they ask for help before indifferently turning her back on them. Ignoring their plight, she remarks that the destruction team seems capable enough on their own, and decides that she and her companions will not participate. Her companions comment on her boldness and the risk of the others being eaten, but she dismisses the potential tragedy as someone else's problem. Claiming their own mission is less dangerous, she is interrupted by the man's desperate plea for her to stay as he apologizes for his earlier outburst. He implores them to help track the creature, noting the Night Weaver's lethality and admitting that without their tracking abilities, the team will surely be devoured. Warning that the entire city is at risk, he convinces the 2 teams to cooperate as an operative uses their power to locate the target moving through the urban corridors. They locate the anomaly known as File Number 7, the Night Weaver, a creature that thrives in dark, damp environments and possesses a hunger for human flesh. The captain issues the command for the destruction team to begin their operation, and the members scatter to draw the beast's attention. The creature immediately lunges toward its prey, prompting the destruction team to deploy their combat formation as the target suddenly halts its advance. Setting an ambush from the east, the 4 operatives surround the beast from the north, south, and west to complete a total encirclement. A leader immediately launches a frontal assault on the beast using a long-range technique, but he is clearly outmatched. The beast attempts to bite him, sending him flying with a single strike before undergoing a transformation and emitting a piercing cry. From a distance, Tathan Hein shouts for everyone to dodge the incoming sound waves, warning that the beast can attack from afar. A team member rushes over to check on the captain, who grimly admits the Night Weaver is far too powerful for them to face without retreating. The creature possesses terrifying destructive power, and a deadly dark attribute that would cause a catastrophe if it remained in the city. It spits out a horrifying corrosive fluid that eats through the ground as it attempts to burrow into the earth to make its escape. A teammate stops Tathan Hein from pursuing, explaining that the dark attribute's corrosive nature can instantly destroy any object it touches. Although the poison continues to spread across the city floor, it is unable to immediately carve out an escape route for the beast. The team is urged to maintain their formation and focus on gathering intelligence, while a nervous member stands guard with his blade. The Night Weaver glares with glowing red eyes before moving at incredible speed, prompting the captain to order an immediate pursuit. As the team chases the arrogant creature, Tathan Hein suddenly orders a halt after sensing a massive spike in abnormal spiritual energy. She instructs two members to wait outside while she enters the abandoned factory to measure the spiritual concentration within. The demolition captain notices the device on her wrist, recognizing it as a new measurement tool developed by the Research Council. Tathan Hein confirms that the watch sets the team's maximum manageable threshold for abnormal spiritual energy at 50. While the Night Weaver's level was initially 48, the watch suddenly hits the red alert zone as the reading surges past 80. The levels continue to climb at a staggering rate, leading the tense group to realize that there is more than one anomaly in the area. Sudden movement in the shadows confirms their fears that another hidden monster is lurking nearby. Realizing the Night Weaver intentionally lured them into a trap, the team decides to retreat before they are overwhelmed. They head toward the exit, confident that their combined strength will be enough to force open the main doors if the beast tries to block them. During their escape, Tathan Hein suddenly freezes and collapses into a daze as her vision begins to fail her. Tathan Hein feels the toxic gas invading her body and senses as she calls out to her comrades, but her cries are met with silence. Though she feels completely alone in the abandoned factory, she knows the others are nearby despite her inability to sense them. Drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, Tathan Hein remembers how the Night Weaver lured their group into this facility. She realizes the factory is actually the domain of a different anomaly, a massive serpent she had briefly sensed moments before. As her consciousness fades and her body weakens, she understands the gas is designed to paralyze the senses and drain spiritual energy. Any attempt to use spiritual energy only accelerates their exhaustion, leaving them as soulless husks once their power is fully depleted. Tathan Hein finally loses consciousness, wondering how an anomaly could possess such tactical intelligence and overwhelming power. Just as she fears the end has come, a sudden light breaks through the ceiling as someone begins to smash their way inside. Tathan Hein weakly opens her eyes to see a powerful figure descending through the roof, and recognizing him, she finally lets go. Bang Yi makes a grand entrance, landing firmly on the ground and staring down the giant serpent with complete indifference. He identifies the creature as a dark attribute serpent anomaly just as it opens its massive jaws to devour him. Realizing he must fight two different monsters at once, Bang Yi notes that the Night Weaver is also lurking nearby. Bang Yi remains unfazed even as the Night Weaver bites him, realizing one anomaly acts as bait while the other finishes the job. Noting the high concentration of spiritual energy, Bang Yi smiles and prepares to unleash the full force of his lightning power. After striking the serpent, he brandishes a sword heated to thousands of degrees and challenges the beast to endure his flame. The serpent lunges forward in a frenzy, but Fang Yi effortlessly dodges the attack and prepares to deliver a decisive blow. With a coordinated strike, Fang Yi slices the serpent's body in half before pausing to observe the creature with a sharp gaze. The serpent's body begins to miraculously reconnect and heal, returning to its original state as Fang Yi realizes it was hiding a secret. Electrical energy begins to surge across the serpent's face as it screams in agony, while Fang Yi watches with a knowing smile. Fang Yi stands composed as the serpent struggles, noting that its dark aura is even more concentrated than that of the Night Weaver. Using the Yang blade to unleash his internal flames, Yuang Ditch carefully controlled the energy's withdrawal after using the weapon as a conduit to surge thunderous power into the serpent's body. The creature began to burn, proving that while dark anomalies like the bamboo multi-legged creature are eerie, they are far less dangerous to humanity than the evolved immortals. Despite his victory, Yuang Ditch suffered a shoulder injury from the serpent and let out a soft grunt of discomfort. He examined the wound caused by the snake's scales and neutralized the damage with his energy, marveling at the creature's intelligence and its lethal, hidden projectile. The paralyzing venom was designed for silent kills, and though his golden yang breathing technique began healing the injury, he could still feel a sharp, stinging pain. Looking at his hand with a grimace, he noted how his yang flames dissolved toxins while the golden yang breathing technique provided healing and thunderous power purified his system. The intense internal reaction between his surging power and the invading venom resulted in a vivid sensation of pain throughout his body. This pain served as a grim reminder of the enemy's lethality, leading him to believe that less capable individuals would have no hope of surviving such an encounter. He realized the serpent had grown so massive by remaining hidden, likely possessing power equivalent to a high-tier ghost mansion rank and relying on ambush tactics. When paired with the bamboo multi-legged creature, it formed a perfect trap that could easily ensnare even the most elite pathfinders. The beast had undoubtedly consumed many people and pathfinders before they could coordinate with the government, but it was now finally being reduced to cinders. Regardless of its malice or its refusal to perish, the wicked creature had no choice but to vanish into a pile of smoldering ash. As he watched the beast burn, he noted that while his internal fire was pure, the triple-strengthened thunderous power remained his most dominant attribute. Feeling confident in his combat abilities compared to other pathfinders, Fuang Dich silently approached the flames and reached out, his eyes suddenly narrowing. He detected another presence nearby as a weary cough echoed from the distance where Than Hein lay unconscious, still suffering from the serpent's bite. He mused that the creature deserved to suffer the full force of his lightning, considering how it had used its size and stealth to hunt. Its success was clearly due to its high-level rank and deceptive hunting method, though Fuang Dich found himself struggling to recall the unconscious woman's full name. Recognizing her as the member of the association named Than Hein, he approached and told her there was no longer any need to pretend to be dead. After he teased her about her poor acting, she laughed at the irony of him being her savior and explained that the scent of the fire had actually woken her up. He acknowledged her impressive strength, noting that even though her spirit wings had lost their energy, her sheer willpower had maintained a protective barrier around her. Than Hein feels grateful that she will no longer have to endure the stench of blood and burning, thanking him for his consideration after the ordeal. She had secretly maintained a small amount of protective spiritual energy, which he noticed, though she remains baffled as to how he defeated Truck Duh. Regarding the giant snake and the battle, Than Hein keeps her eyes tightly shut until Fuang Dich tells her that she no longer needs to hide her gaze. He asks only for her honesty and for his identity to remain a secret, appearing much more friendly and approachable than during their previous encounter. Before departing, Fuang Dich notes the late hour, and seeing that she and her colleagues are no longer in danger, decides to take his leave. Than Hein quickly opens her eyes to stop him, but Fuang Dich ignores her and leaps toward the ceiling, asking her to handle the cleanup of the area. As he makes his exit, he feels relieved that she did not witness his attempt to touch the remains and collect the dark attributes. The cold and repulsive sensation leaves Fuang Dich feeling disgusted, leading him to suspect that the dark spiritual energy has already been dissipated. His body's instinctive resistance likely caused the failure, and with the system showing no reaction, he decides to analyze the situation further once he returns home. Than Hein feels a sense of disappointment at not seeing his face, realizing he still distrusts the association before she begins waking her unconscious teammate. The captain wakes in a panic, believing they are still under ambush, only to find the two monstrous beasts reduced to nothing but skeletons. Confused by the presence of pure yang energy, the captain questions its source, and Than Hein explains that a precursor arrived to assist them. She suspects this individual is her actual mission target, a precursor with the high-level pure yang attribute she was tasked to identify. When the captain asks for more details, she admits that her mission is incomplete as the mysterious savior's identity remains unknown. She reveals that he had actually been monitoring her actions, yet despite knowing her intentions, he chose to protect the entire team. A team member expresses pure excitement, marveling at the existence of someone powerful enough to defeat both Truck Duh and the giant snake single-handedly. The captain begins clearing the area and asks about the location of Truck Duh's body, noting that they must process the scene immediately. Intending to submit the remains to the association, the captain approaches the site but suddenly steps into the residual energy left behind by Fuang Dich. The captain recoils in shock at the sheer violence of the energy, noticing a lingering film of electricity still clinging to the beast's remains. He questions to Than Hein about her assessment of the savior's yang attribute, noting that the residual lightning energy is incredibly powerful. She approaches to explain that these are the remains of Zhu Duo, noting the incredibly high purity of the attributes. The captain examines the site, wondering if two high-level pathfinders had appeared in succession. He questions if one person killed the shadow entity while another killed Zhu Duo before they left together, but Su Qingying remains silent. She struggles with how to explain that only one person was actually present, as it seems impossible for a single individual to possess two pure, high-level attributes. They stand in silence for a long time, contemplating the existence of a dual-attribute high-level pathfinder, a truly unique being. As the skeleton slowly burns away, the traces of the solar flame pathfinder and the thunder sovereign reveal the true extent of Fang Yi's power. Possessing even one of those attributes would mark someone as a peerless genius, proving just how formidable Fang Yi has become as car headlights illuminate the dark factory. Su Qingying had arranged for teammates to wait outside and report to the association if she stayed inside too long, leading to an investigation team being dispatched to recover their bodies, and Su Qingying looks on grimly as Zhang Xiaoya and Chu Qingli sob while clinging to her. Zhang Xiaoya cries out in relief that her leader is still alive, while Chu Qingli expresses her despair at the thought of losing her. As staff members review the data, Su Qingying explains that the focus has shifted to scanning residual spiritual energy and reconstructing the battle. Association investigators meticulously examine the scene to compile a full report on the events that transpire. A nervous staff member informs the two captains that the analysis of the combat patterns and killing methods suggests a single culprit. His conclusion that there is a 99% chance the same person killed both entities leaves Su Qingying and the other captain in shock. The captain realizes they are indeed dealing with a dual-attribute high-level pathfinder, having previously doubted such a possibility. He notes that either one of those anomalies could have wiped out their entire team, yet this expert eliminated them both in an instant. Despite everyone being in the noble mansion realm, the power gap is staggering, prompting Su Qingying to contact her superiors with updated data on her target. As she prepares her report, the moonlight shines through a large circular hole in the ceiling created during the battle. A white-haired elder calmly listens to the report about the sovereign and the Qingcheng University incident before ordering Su Qingying to suspend her mission. He reasons that since the individual saved the team and protected the area, he clearly harbors no ill will toward the association. Mentioning a disagreement with Elder Han, he explains that the mission is being halted for her safety and to maintain a positive relationship with the sovereign. The old man advises her to cease contact with the boy for now, and to Than Hein agrees while sharing a theory regarding the previous incident on the mountain during the tyrant's advancement. When the white-haired man inquires further, she explains that she sensed an incredibly powerful aura in the boy's vicinity and suspected he might possess a spirit weapon. Although she initially found it unlikely, the confirmation of his high-level dual attributes leads the old man to ask a difficult question. He questions if the boy truly has a spirit weapon, reasoning that no matter how great his talent, obtaining one without any resources or external support should be impossible. Furthermore, the investigation team found no traces of a third energy type at the scene, though Than Hein notes that the spirit energy she sensed carried a yang attribute. The old man realizes that if the spirit weapon's power originated from the boy's own yang attribute, it would mean he might be a spirit creation realm venerable. Theoretically, a person at that level could achieve such feats alone, a revelation that leaves Than Hein deeply shocked as she considers the rarity of such power. Masters of the spirit creation realm are as rare as phoenix feathers, with fewer than 10 in existence, and the old man notes that a third attribute would change everything. Such a discovery would shift the current global balance and shock the entire community of cultivators, as the old man notes that research shows attributes usually repel each other. Because different types of spirit energy are difficult to harmonize within one body, no cultivator in the world has yet been found to possess 3 distinct attributes simultaneously. If he truly possesses a spirit weapon, failing to detect a third attribute might not be a bad thing, provided such a powerful individual does not become an enemy of mankind. Meanwhile, Fuangditch finishes his shower and dries his damp hair with a towel while reflecting on the current state of the world. With less than a year until the official resurgence of spirit energy, the world is already shifting as strange phenomena begin to manifest everywhere. He uses his internal power to quickly dry his hair and considers how various anomalies have begun to show signs of intense activity. He thinks about the many independent cultivators who, like himself, chose this path after opening the connection between their bodies and the world of spirit energy. These individuals can sense the world's changes more keenly than ordinary people, much like the group he encountered at the underground river while he was practicing alone. Even without official recognition from Ha Kwa, most of these independent cultivators have already reached the first star level of the Gui Fu realm. Recalling the principal and to Than Hein, he realizes that the government's current goodwill toward independent cultivators indicates a desire for stability. Both official and independent cultivators are currently in a stable phase of exploration, with anomalies still under government control and no major conflicts between practitioners. As he puts on his shirt, he notes that despite establishing the Spirit Energy Cultivation Association, the government has yet to officially announce its existence to the public. Yuang Dich reflects on the Spiritual Qi Cultivation Association as rumors of insecurity and unpredictable mutations spread among the people. It is evident that the government is attempting to protect humanity while providing early warnings about these potential threats. Standing with his hands in his pockets while observing a burning building, Yuang Dich realizes that the core problem lies within the government's hesitation. They lack the confidence to initiate a full-scale era of cultivation, because disclosing everything to such a massive population would be disastrous. This would immediately trigger a breakdown of social order and internal chaos, leading to widespread casualties. Current practitioners lack the strength to maintain order, and facing both internal unrest and external threats would lead to a total collapse. Recalling the two beasts, he concludes that the government's cautious approach is justified, as human nature can be more terrifying than demons. However, he remains deeply concerned that the evolution of these anomalies is progressing much faster than he had anticipated. An information panel reveals the yin attribute as a branch of darkness and a bane to practitioners, though it cannot be collected yet. The creature he encountered was a prime example of dark mutation, as the black mist belongs to the yin attribute that counters practitioners. Falling silent, he notes that these anomalies possess intelligence far superior to ordinary beasts and do not view humans as their only source of food. To them, the bodies of practitioners are highly nutritious, leading them to coordinate and set traps to hunt their prey. The sight of a beast clutching a bloody skeleton further deepens his concerns about the growing danger these creatures pose. While these creatures cannot compare to the true dark entities he once knew that could wipe out entire nations, or even continents, he knows that without his intervention, the small team and the recruiter would have certainly perished today. He considers that if a mere sub-branch is this repulsive, the true dark attribute is a massive threat he might eventually absorb through the system. Since the dark attribute has such a powerful suppressing effect on humans, turning it into his own power would be an incredible advantage. It could even become the decisive factor in changing the world's fate, as he considers the various powers he currently possesses. He currently utilizes the Golden Sun breathing method, the 100 refined divine lightning, and the Crimson Fire blade of the internal flame attribute. These high-level powers, including the Yang sub-branch, are supported by cultivation techniques that are perfectly compatible with his body. Bang Yi believes his 3-star noble mansion realm strength makes him a match for any immortal practitioner, as his eyes flash with a cold light. Despite his power, he feels it is still not enough when his phone vibrates on the table with a call from his aunt. Bang Yi picks up the phone and wonders about the sudden call, while Aunt Lin speaks to him in a cheerful voice. Aunt Lin asks about his well-being and mentions that his cousin will be studying nearby, expressing concern about the girl staying in a hotel alone. She asks if the cousin can stay with him for a few days, which brings back a faint memory of a younger sister wearing thick glasses. His only impression of her is a studious bookworm with long hair, and he realizes he has nearly forgotten what she looks like. Bang Yi tells Aunt Lin that he has spare rooms and agrees to let her stay, asking when the girl will be arriving. As someone types rapidly on a keyboard, Aunt Lin says she will send the address so her daughter can find the way herself. In a dark room lit only by a computer screen, a girl in a bear-themed outfit continues to type diligently on her keyboard. Aunt Lin mentions that she will have her daughter bring some local specialties, and Fang Yi thanks her for the kind gesture. Aunt Lin says the cousin will arrive tomorrow afternoon, and and Fang Yi politely ends the call to attend to his own business. She tells him to focus on his work and visit her soon, while in the other room, the girl finishes her messaging. The girl moves her mouse quickly across the desk to reveal a gruesome image on a news site. The report states that a famous town has been renamed Death Town after 3 more fatalities, and the girl repeats the name Yonghuo Town. Aunt Lin suddenly bursts into the room with a smile, startling the girl as she asks if the luggage is packed. The girl, Lin Yi, quickly shuts down her computer and tells her mother that she is ready to leave. She admits that she does not want to bother her cousin and suggests that staying at a hotel would be perfectly fine. Her mother insists that staying with her cousin is much safer than being alone, as he is someone she can trust. As Lin Yi pushes her mother out of the room, Aunt Lin reminds her to be helpful and not cause any trouble for her cousin. After closing the door, Lin Yi thinks about facing her challenges one by one, as she adjusts her glasses to reveal a sharp, cold gaze. Compared to any strange anomaly, nothing her cousin said was as unsettling as the clear blue sky and the bright sun shining over the crowded streets. A young woman pulls her suitcase along the street as her phone signals that she has arrived, revealing that Lin Yi has changed out of her brown bear costume. Now dressed in a cute outfit, she confirms her location just as Fang Yi emerges from the building, prompting her to recognize him as her cousin. Fang Yi fails to recognize his own cousin and asks if she is Lin Yi, leaving her speechless and expressionless before the scene shifts to them inside the house. Both sit awkwardly on the long sofa holding glasses of orange juice, as Fang Yi asks if she has come to participate in the summer camp. Lin Yi confirms her plans, and after Fang Yi offers his help for anything she might need, he hands his cousin a spare key to the apartment. Fang Yi explains that her room is directly across from his before heading back, while she politely thanks him for hosting her during her stay. Watching her cousin walk toward the door, Lin Yi thinks to herself that he seems easygoing and unlikely to interfere too much in her personal affairs. After stepping away, Fang Yi cannot help but wonder if his intuition about his long-lost cousin is wrong, or if she is simply failing to hide something. The faint, ethereal blue aura emanating from Lin Yi leaves him deep in thought. Fang Yi senses a faint, mysterious spiritual aura emanating from Lin Yi as she sits on the sofa, making him wonder if she has become a cultivator and if her summer camp story is merely a cover. She takes out her smartphone and types rapidly using her nickname, 11 Wind Lotus. She messages 2 contacts, 81-year-old beauty and scammed by online love, noting that her cousin seems unlikely to interfere before asking when their operation begins. 81-year-old beauty advises caution and discretion due to the chaotic state of the polluted zones and the presence of rival cultivators, while scammed by online love recalls a similar situation at an underground river. They discuss a legendary master who reportedly forced an entire team to retreat with a single sword strike that split the sun, a feat 81-year-old beauty finds hard to believe. They conclude the master must be a high-level cultivator with a yang attribute, a rumor that scammed by online love confirms and Lin Yi acknowledges. Lin Yi emphasizes the need for absolute secrecy while spiritual energy is still recovering, as the number of hidden cultivators and monsters in the Xia Kingdom remains unknown. After the others agree, Lin Yi tells them she will wait for further updates. Despite staring at her phone, Lin Yi decides to refrain from practicing her cultivation for now to avoid raising suspicion on her first day. 3 days later, she steps out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel, causing Fang Yi to sigh as he realizes how much her presence complicates his routine. Living with his cousin has hindered his progress, as his meditation and breathing exercises are constantly at risk of being interrupted. While meditating in his room, Fang Yi worries that the visible effects of his golden sun breathing technique might be discovered. He wonders if the technique's glow is too conspicuous, but he finds his cousin's behavior even more unsettling. Lin Yi brings him a meal of beef stew, cucumber salad, and corn rib soup, smiling as she announces that dinner is ready. Fang Yi offers to wash the dishes in return, but Lin Yi insists on handling the chores since she is a guest in his home. He observes her meticulous nature, noting that she performs housework with an almost obsessive level of cleanliness and order. They eat in silence, and Fang Yi reflects on the situation as he continues his meal. He decides to let her continue her helpful behavior in hopes that she will eventually lower her guard around him. He believes this is the only way to uncover her secrets, but their meal is suddenly interrupted by a call to her phone. Lin Yi is startled by the call, and Fang Yi quickly excuses himself to give her privacy before she can say a word. Leaving the two of them to talk, Fuang Dich returns to his room, while Lam YY looks at her phone with a confused expression before answering a call. Lam YY listens in shock as she is told the great change of heaven and earth will occur tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon, promising her caller that she will definitely be there. She agrees to meet at the entrance of Duong Hoa town, completely unaware that Fuang Dich is secretly eavesdropping on her conversation from outside the door. Fuang Dich recognizes Duong Hoa town as a famous suburb only an hour's drive away, but his attention is suddenly drawn to a glowing green aura. Watching his young cousin cultivate, he realizes that she is also an immortal practitioner during this era of spiritual awakening. Fuang Dich is relieved that her current strength is not enough to detect his presence, though he remains astonished by her natural talent. Despite being a high school student, she has already reached the second star of the Ghost Axe realm and shows signs of advancing, leading him to wonder if her high talent causes her eccentric personality. He concludes that her summer camp was merely a cover story, and that she came here specifically for the great change of heaven and earth after learning about it elsewhere. Fuang Dich leans against the wall, knowing that every great change presents an opportunity to acquire a new technique and further increase his own power. He smiles with curiosity, wondering what elemental attribute will manifest at Duong Hoa town before suddenly leaping a great distance away from his spot. While Fuang Dich decides to take advantage of what he overheard, Lam YY pauses her cultivation in confusion, looking out her open window at the full moon and wondering if she is imagining things. She senses that someone was just watching her as moonlight filters through the clouds to illuminate the desolate atmosphere of Duong Hoa town. Near a weathered welcome gate, a girl nicknamed Ngu Mao affectionately calls out to YY and rubs her head while asking a question. Ngu Mao asks about her stay at her cousin's house and whether he is handsome, prompting YY to compare his average looks to those of famous celebrity. YY describes him as a decent person with an ordinary appearance who is not the idol-like type Ngu Mao prefers, causing her friend to sigh in disappointment. A well-endowed woman, nicknamed Beautiful 81-year-old, laughs with her arms crossed and reminds Ngu Mao of a certain fact. She points out that YY once considered herself just an ordinary person before an older man nearby announces that since everyone has arrived, they should begin their discussion. As the group of 6 gathers in a circle to deliberate, YY asks if a certain individual will be absent again this time. The man confirms that only the 6 of them are present as 3 others head out, while 81 explains that the missing person has always been mysterious. They set off together while Fuang Dich, dressed formally and watching from a high vantage point, observes that his cousin's team seems capable of operating discreetly. Bang Yi assesses the 6 individuals, noting the speaker has reached the 3-star Ghost Mansion stage and recalls a piece of vital information. He overhears that their team has a powerful member who is often absent and considers the strange occurrences on this famous town's mountain. A massive green pillar pierces the sky, and a vine suddenly descends from above, resembling the legendary beanstalk from the fairy tale. The vine's roots run deep and wide, appearing randomly around the Yang Fire region at irregular intervals, contrary to what the travelers previously knew. This phenomenon defies common understanding as a celestial transformation that is neither meteorological nor geological, but an object emerging from the void. It drifts silently without causing damage or emitting light, and as the group nears the anomaly, 81 expresses his overwhelming anxiety. 81 finds the plant's immense scale nearly impossible to believe, remarking that its existence is staggering to witness in person. Ngu Mao grips her backpack straps tightly and suggests they stop their advance, prompting Lam YY to ask for the reason behind her hesitation. Trembling and struggling to remain calm, Ngu Mao explains that the sight fills her with an unnatural chill and asks if they have seen the forum rumors. She reveals that a friend of hers was part of a previous team of much stronger travelers who attempted to approach the vine. Despite their high cultivation levels, that entire team vanished near the vine, which is now entwined with skeletal remains and abandoned weapons. The group shudders at the story as Ngu Mao covers her face, overwhelmed by the premonition that they are destined for the same fate. Feeling as though the vines are already closing in, Ngu Mao warns that they are in extreme danger and may die without a proper burial. In a state of panic, she admits she once believed she could accept the risks of being a traveler, whether it led to glory or a gruesome death. However, the sight of the vine triggers an instinctive terror, as her intuition warns her that this is a high-level and unprecedented celestial anomaly. With tears in her eyes, she confesses that she is not ready to die in this place and expresses her desperate desire to retreat. 81 watches her in silent understanding while Lam YY agrees, noting that they have all sensed the same ominous presence. Lam YY gazes at the distant vines and describes a desolate, wood-attribute aura within them that defies simple explanation. She explains that it feels like being lost in time where all things perish and life force is drained, causing their profound sense of unease. It feels as though the vine intends to devour their very lives, and Lam YY suddenly startles Ngumao by firmly grabbing her hand and speaking out. Looking down from above, Fuang Dich observes the group on their martial arts journey and notes the overwhelming presence of a gloomy aura. With a somber expression, he observes the natural phenomena, noting that besides the yin attribute mutation, the vines are the most unsettling element. He finds their decision to cultivate here commendable for its bravery, as the massive vines remain unscathed despite being pierced by numerous sharp weapons. Corpses hang from the vines as Fuang Dich reflects on how a plant symbolizing vitality can instead radiate such a profound sense of gloom. The vines appear more like dead matter masquerading as living things, devoid of all spiritual energy, as Lam YY stands up to lead the group. She warns the group that there is no time for hesitation, as the surrounding danger is becoming increasingly palpable. While the others select their cultivation spots, she strictly instructs them to remain within sight and avoid wandering too far. Believing this will ensure their safety, Lam YY begins her cultivation, while carefully establishing a protective barrier around herself. Watching from nearby, Fuang Dich admires her vigilance and her ability to sense the optimal distance for absorbing power during cultivation. He acknowledges her as an elite student who has calculated the best position for maximum benefit, noting her sudden surge in power as she nears the 3-star rank. Fuang Dich recognizes his cousin's extraordinary talent, while the others watch in amazement as she reaches the 3-star ghost mansion rank. The vines also sense the change and begin creeping toward the group, a movement first noticed by Dai Thuk. Dai Thuk shouts a warning as the vines rush toward them, leaving 81 shocked by their range as the group flees and some are captured. Amidst desperate cries for help, Ngumao urges everyone to run for their lives while the vines focus their relentless attacks on Lam YY. Panic screams fill the air as Lam YY's breakthrough creates a massive disturbance, and the group realizes they must avoid being ensnared. They fear the desolate aura will instantly dissolve anyone caught, as the vine's continuous strikes begin to crack Lam YY's protective barrier. 81 tries to stop Ngumao from leaving Lam YY behind, but Ngumao argues that Lam YY chose this dangerous spot and is now risking their lives. Ngumao resents being put in danger for Lam YY's growth, while Dai Thuk interjects that their survival depends on leaving immediately. Dai Thuk warns that they will all perish if they stay, advising 81 not to let her emotions cloud her judgment for people they barely know. A powerful strike from 81 suddenly hits Dai Thuk across the face, distorting his features as she shouts out with fierce determination. 81 refuses to abandon her teammates and tells the others to leave while she returns to save them, as Fuang Dich watches from above. Fuang Dich realizes his cousin is unaware of her dire situation as she struggles against the vine, noting that she is still just a student. He wonders if his current strength is enough to save her from the terrifying power of the vine, especially since time is running out. Drawing his sword and channeling his power, Fuang Dich resolves to keep his promise to protect her, as he refuses to go back on his word. While 81 struggles to destroy the vines and save her teammate, a vine suddenly ensnares her ankle before the rest of the mass wraps around her entire body. A vine pierces through Lin Yi's barrier just as Fuang Dich begins to act, while 81 and Ngumao watch in terror as the girl is threatened. A brilliant flash of fire streaks forward and incinerates the vines as Fuang Dich slowly descends toward the ground. Even before his feet touch the earth, his overwhelming power forces the vines to retreat, causing the onlookers to shout in surprise. The vines cease their attack and retreat as Fuang Dich's power blasts the massive stalks apart, reducing them to crumbling fragments. Fuang Dich radiates a terrifying aura as he annihilates the vines like a monster, leaving the middle-aged man to wonder if he is also a pathfinder. Shielding her eyes from the blinding light, 81 realizes he possesses the extreme yang attribute, which explains his reckless and powerful intervention. Having forced back the desolate vines, the middle-aged man grows frustrated, questioning how this is possible given his own high level of talent. He had reached the 3-star Ghost Axe rank in a short time, a feat achieved by only a handful of pathfinders across the entire country. Gritting his teeth, he considers that while Lin Yi's talent is comparable to his own, this mysterious and monstrous individual is on another level. As Fuangditch grips his sword tightly, the man wonders what purpose people like him serve if such overwhelming power exists among pathfinders. Looking up at the young man, he questions if they are merely faint stars meant to highlight a brilliant moon, feeling completely crushed by his presence. He realizes that Fuangditch has surpassed all pathfinders as the young man remains expressionless, leaving the man lost in his own thoughts. While the man wonders what kind of being Fuangditch is, a system notification appears, successfully recording the discovery of the extreme wood attribute. This attribute allows for endless growth by instantly absorbing the surrounding life force and vitality to rapidly heal any injury. Enveloped by the power of nature, Fuangditch marvels at the wood attribute technique, realizing it acts as a self-charging engine as long as life force is present. The surrounding vines glow as the system extracts the desolation attribute, a power capable of stirring a desolate aura to corrode all nearby life. Bang Yi opens his eyes, which have turned from red to green, realizing these vines only thrive in such treacherous terrain for a specific reason. His aura shifts from its usual yellow to a vibrant leaf green as he continues to contemplate the nature of his new power. He realizes that if these vines grew anywhere else, they would drain the life from everything for miles before retreating back into the earth. Bang Yi observes the domineering nature of the desolation attribute, which allows for the forced seizure of another's life force. Number 81 clutches her wounded shoulder and thanks him for saving their lives, asking how they could ever hope to repay his kindness. Bang Yi waves her off and departs, privately acknowledging that following their trail led him to these valuable life force and desolation attributes. Having gained immense power from the encounter, he considers the internal conflict between the uncle and Wu Mao regarding his cousin's future. Bang Yi leaves the three behind, reflecting on how danger reveals a person's true nature and how a fractured team cannot survive a crisis. Wu Mao anxiously asks what they should do now that their savior has left, prompting the uncle to ask if he regrets his earlier hesitation. Looking toward Lin Yi, the uncle notes that since she has reached the 3rd stage and the threat is gone, staying together is their best option. Lin Yi opens her striking blue eyes to 81's relief, while the uncle hopes she remains rational enough to maintain their team's cohesion. The uncle suggests they focus on the mysterious stranger rather than their grievances as Lin Yi asks about her fallen companion. Noticing a small flame on a nearby tree, Lin Yi senses a powerful yang attribute and feels its overwhelming, radiant heat from a distance. As the uncle begins to explain what happened, the scene shifts to sunset with Lin Yi returning to the apartment she shares with her cousin. She finds it hard to believe someone could be so powerful, recalling the uncle's description of the mysterious man as a literal monster. The uncle recounted how the man easily severed the vines they couldn't even scratch, forcing the deadly plants to recoil in fear. He pointed out to Lin Yi that the vines had completely retreated from the ground and were now hovering helplessly in the air. Cowering and refusing to approach, the vines were subdued by the man's sheer presence as Lin Yi reaches her front door. Even with the stranger gone, the once ferocious vines remain as docile as frightened birds while Lin Yi steps inside her home. Fuangditch notices Lam YY has returned and remarks on her pale complexion, causing her to nervously fiddle with her hair. She blames her exhaustion on school, prompting Fuangditch to praise her hard work before offering to order some takeout. After agreeing, she retreats to her room and leans against the door, exhausted by the intense mental strain of the God partitioning technique. Collapsing onto her bed to check her phone, she reflects that her superhuman constitution now allows her to survive without sleep for days. She realizes that such arduous cultivation is the destiny of a pathfinder as the world begins its great transformation, then thinks of Fuangditch. She feels that a normal life like his is no longer possible for her, but she is suddenly startled by a message from Jia Lam. Jia Lam speaks in the group for the first time, requesting to be notified if any traces of a certain powerful expert are found. Using her alias Nhat Fong Haku, Lam YY agrees to the request but then poses a question of her own to the group. She wonders if their savior could be the famous master from the Dark River Dragon Melt and why such a figure would choose to help them. Breaking news arrives about the reappearance of a high-level Yang attribute deity, whose sword strike was described as a rainbow piercing the sun. The witness describes a vast white light swallowing the sky, identical to the flames and light seen in the dark river dragon melt pollution zone. After being forced from the cave, the witness warns that no high-level pathfinder in the Xia kingdom would dare to oppose this mysterious figure. The group is advised to stay away from him during the earthly transformation, as the scene shifts to Fuang Ditch cycling through the night. He believes that Lam YY will now lower her guard and won't suspect him of monitoring her movements when she leaves the house. As he continues his long ride, he focuses his thoughts on finding a method to acquire the desolate attribute. He considers that while the desolate attribute is linked to plant life, its inherently malevolent and corrosive nature poses a significant risk. He worries that the attribute's essence might cause a physical rejection or conflict with the lightning power he already possesses. He concludes that he needs a medium similar to the celestial tree that evolved to harness desolate power from the dense spiritual energy. Realizing exactly where he needs to go, Fuang Ditch pedals faster through the quiet streets under the glow of the full moon. Upon arriving at the city's forest park, he searches for a plant capable of maximizing his spiritual resonance and establishing a deep connection. Bangyi closes his eyes and releases his spiritual chi, allowing the surrounding plants to absorb the energy. The vegetation reacts intensely to the spiritual chi, swaying vigorously as they soak up the power he provides. Feeling that the current level is insufficient, Bangyi releases even more energy until something catches his attention. A wild flower with white petals and a yellow center sways gently as if calling out to him, and he reaches toward it. The petals wrap tightly around his hand to greedily drink the energy until the flower seems to sigh with satisfaction. Bangyi observes the flower nuzzling his hand and realizes that this wild plant possesses a remarkable level of spirituality. It behaves like a hungry puppy, rubbing against his fingers to signal that it has accepted him as its master. Bangyi decides to bestow the desolate attribute upon the flower, and the plant nods repeatedly as if it understands. He channels his power into the flower, while a notification appears asking to confirm the attachment of the desolate attribute. Upon his confirmation, a pillar of light strikes Fangyi, and he feels his body change as flowers bloom all around him. The tree canopies expand rapidly, while a strange and magnificent flower slowly unfurls right before his eye. As a rich fragrance fills the air, Bangyi reflects on the terrifying and overwhelming nature of the desolate power. Like the hand of a demon, this power has drained the spiritual energy from the surrounding city forest in just 3 days. The domineering force continues to spread as the flower sways in the breeze, seemingly welcoming the transformation. Bangyi plucks the flower to avoid attracting the spiritual chi association, knowing they monitor this central urban area. He recalls seeing an increased number of surveillance cameras and notes that these mutated plants have become dangerous. Despite the deserted surroundings, he is puzzled to see the flower still drawing in spiritual chi even after being picked. Bangyi finds it fascinating that the flower remains alive without its roots and wears a curious smile at the discovery. The once aggressive absorption has now become gentle and steady, marking a miraculous change in the plant's behavior. Its spiritual essence remains strong despite being uprooted, leaving him to marvel at the transformation of a common wildflower. It appears that after gaining an attribute, the plant has begun to evolve, as if it has broken through some kind of evolutionary constraint. Suddenly, an alarm blares to warn that abnormal values have exceeded the threshold, startling Fangyi as he realizes the monitoring system has been triggered and prompts him to grab the flower and rush forward. The scene shifts instantly to the Spiritual Chi Recovery Plant Research Department, where the interior of the facility has fallen into a state of total chaos. As alarms continue to warn of spiking abnormal values, the staff discuss the situation while putting on their bracelets to immediately isolate the park and prohibit any outside entry. Later, a group of people in protective suits examine their wrist devices and engage in constant discussion as they search for the source of the anomaly. They find the situation terrifying, noting that while previous readings at Qingcheng Academy only fluctuated between 8 and 10, the level at the Dark River Dragon area has reached 25. They observe that any abnormal spiritual chi concentration exceeding 10 would normally trigger a military takeover, yet this park originally had a concentration level below 10. An investigator quickly inserts a probe into the ground and, after assessing the situation, turns back to deliver his report. He points out that while air humidity, surface moisture, temperature, and solar radiation are all normal, The surrounding trees appear to have had their life force drained simultaneously within seconds. The group is left puzzled by which spiritual attribute could cause such an effect, concluding that they must venture further ahead toward the center of the phenomenon. Suddenly, a man shouts for them to stop and warns them with a grave expression not to approach or touch anything. He identifies the cause as the desolation attribute, causing the group to turn back in surprise as his expression grows increasingly anxious. He asks if they are familiar with the vines suspended in the air, leading the fearful group to realize he is referring to the demonic vines classified as rank A mutation. The knowledgeable man confirms their suspicion, explaining that the vines were classified as rank A due to their extreme danger and the brutal way they have killed many people in the past. He explains that their lethality stems from the desolation attribute, a powerful force capable of draining the life force from all nearby living creatures. The attribute allows the plant to seize everything for itself, leaving a nearby young man feeling deeply unsettled as a heavy silence falls over the group. The young man asks his teacher if he would have died upon entering the area had he not been stopped, and the man nods, confirming the lethality of plants that have awakened the desolation attribute. He describes the area surrounding such plants as a dead zone where anyone who enters has their life force instantly consumed, while the group listens in stunned silence. He mentions having read records of another plant with the desolation attribute in the Xia kingdom, specifically the ancient tree located in the forbidden zone of Kangchang. That decaying ancient tree contaminated the entire forest and turned it into a forbidden zone where any living creature that approaches is immediately impaled. His expression grows increasingly grave as he explains that the massive environmental shifts have led to significant and dangerous plant mutation. Current data suggests the desolation attribute is the most powerful trait plants can awaken, and a new source has emerged alongside the known ancient trees and vines. While the man is lost in thought, a hand suddenly rests on his shoulder, and he turns in concern to find Major Hanla, who has already been briefed on the situation. After a brief silence, Hanla orders all researchers present to put on their protective gear and follow him into the contaminated zone. Following his command, the team meticulously dons their equipment and moves forward together to investigate the area. As they scout the area, reports come in that the source of the desolation attribute remains missing, despite previous claims that only the vines could move. The desolation aura is rapidly dissipating, dropping to 25% in just 5 minutes, prompting Hanlo and Than Hein to begin their own investigation. Both of them immediately take their positions and place their hands on the ground to begin a deeper search. As their energy currents merge, Than Hein's expression turns grave upon sensing something wrong, while Hanla realizes that the source has already been dug up. The surrounding subordinates are shocked by the possibility of the source being removed, and Hanla's expression becomes increasingly stern. If someone truly managed to extract the source from the desolation forbidden zone, their identity and power would be a matter of great concern. Than Hein agrees with Hanla's suspicions, but notes the absence of any spiritual residue from a powerful master as she examines the data on her screen. Big data analysis reveals a profile whose movements perfectly coincide with the locations of both recent mutations, prompting her to take a closer look. The screen displays Fang Yi's information, leaving her visibly surprised as Hanla turns to address her with a serious expression. Hanla decides to transfer the files to her, suspecting this is the person she met before and leaving the rest of the investigation to her association. 2 hours later, Fang Yi comfortably places a newly potted plant on his balcony, which has now taken the form of a small, docile white flower. He tells the plant that since it chose this home, it must stay in its pot and stop clinging to his hand. Possessing the desolation attribute, the plant will continue to cultivate, serving as a powerful assistant that he has personally nurtured. Looking at the flower, he considers how the unique desolation attribute could provide significant advantages and unexpected effects during combat. Its unremarkable appearance ensures that Lin Yi will not be suspicious, while also serving as the perfect camouflage during a fight as Fang Yi gently strokes the petal. In actual combat, strength is only one factor, as having more hidden trump cards is far more important, and just then, the phone on his desk begins to ring. The caller is his neighbor, Old Wang, and Fang Yi looks at the screen in surprise, remembering his childhood best friend who has been away in the military for 3 years. His full name is Wang Liang, a neighbor and former classmate who sat at the same desk as Fang Yi from elementary through middle school and was supposed to continue doing so in high school. However, the young man had abruptly left to join the service instead. Vuong Dich answers his phone and hears Vuong Luong's cheerful voice greeting him and noting his return. Vuong Luong sounds delighted as he invites Vuong Dich to their usual spot for a drink, leaving him curious about the sudden request. Laughing awkwardly, Vuong Luong explains that he has a major secret to share and warns his friend not to be overwhelmed by the news. After hanging up, Vuong Luong appears anxious as he prepares to deliver a report to his superior. He informs the officer that he followed instructions, but asks for an assurance of Vuong's safety if he is not the person they seek. Ko Lam ponders the request while tapping on the table before coldly reminding him to focus on his mission, without doing anything unnecessary. She instructs him that if the boy is not their target, he should simply act as a friend and offer some general advice. Soon after, Vuong Dich and Vuong Luong meet and share a toast, drinking their beers together. Vuong Dich observes his friend and realizes that life in the military must have been incredibly demanding for him. He notices how much the once foolish Vuong Luong has matured before the soldier suddenly sets his glass down on the table. Vuong Luong reflects on his 3 years of service and asks about Vuong Dich's life, who mentions his modest success in getting into college. Vuong Dich recalls that in his previous life, he never saw Dich Luong again amidst the chaos and loss of communication during the coming turmoil. Knowing his friend likely died in an obscure battle as a soldier, Vuong Dich wonders if he can change the man's fate this time around. After a brief silence, Vuong Luong asks if Vuong Dich has encountered anything strange lately, such as monsters or zombies from the movie. Sensing something is amiss, Vuong Dich realizes the military knows about the spiritual energy recovery and wonders if he is being interrogated. He asks directly what the point of the conversation is, leading a frustrated Vuong Luong to sigh and admit it is better if nothing has happened. Vuong Luong warns that in the coming months or year, current degrees and wealth will become nothing more than worthless scraps of paper. He explains that the world is about to be completely reset, leaving Vuong Dich to process the gravity of these revelations. Vuong Dich knows that soldiers are typically sworn to secrecy regarding the awakening of spiritual energy and are forbidden from sharing such detail. He concludes that he has likely been flagged by the military as a person of interest and is currently being monitored. Vuong Dich gazes thoughtfully at Vuong Luong, his childhood friend who has been sent to investigate him. Vuong Luong assures him that he will be safe as long as he remains silent, while Vuong Dich continues to reflect in silence. Despite Vuong Dich's lack of cooperation, Vuong Luong kindly warns him to be wary of the coming changes, even at the risk of breaking protocol. Their conversation is interrupted by a phone call ordering Vuong Luong to report to a target location for an emergency assembly within 10 minutes. After receiving his orders, Vuong Luong rushes to leave, apologizing to his friend for the sudden departure and the inability to see him home. Observing the urgency, Vuong Dich remains remarkably calm and asks to accompany him, suspecting the matter involves the spiritual energy recovery. Surprising his friend, Vuong Dich places a hand on his shoulder and insists on coming along, knowing Vuong Luong is acting on superior orders. Realizing Vuong Dich has seen through the situation, Vuong Dich is startled, but Vuong Dich smiles and expresses his trust in their friendship. Dich silently calculates his next move, driven by a desire to understand the military's involvement in the global transformation. He wonders why the military is involved when the Spiritual Energy Association usually handles anomalies, and decides to investigate for himself. The scene shifts to Military Spiritual Energy Forbidden Zone 19, where Vuong Dich enters the restricted area alongside Vuong Luong. Observing the surroundings, he notes that the spiritual energy here is incredibly dense, even surpassing that of contaminated regions. Upon arrival, Vuong Luong calls for an assembly, while the guards verify their identities and grant them entry into the facility. As Vuong Luong rushes inside with Vuong Dich following close behind, a massive explosion suddenly erupts before them. As the thick smoke and dust gradually clear, they see a group of soldiers struggling to suppress a rampaging monster. The creature continues its fierce and relentless assault on those around it, leaving Vuong Dich momentarily stunned by the sight. Standing nearby, Officer Ko Lam, a 3-star Ghost Mansion realm cultivator, identifies the creature as an attribute fusion. She explains that the abnormal fusion of dark and fire attributes has made the beast exceptionally aggressive and violent. After noting that several soldiers have been seriously injured, she turns her sharp gaze toward Vuong Luong and calls out to him. Vuong Luong responds immediately, as she sternly reprimands him for bringing an unauthorized civilian into the forbidden zone without permission. Ko Lam realizes time is running out and urgently reminds the newcomer that he is the only one missing for the formation. She tells him to join the combat array immediately, and as he agrees, she glances back at him with a hint of suspicion. She wonders if this man is truly Phuong Dich, noting that his spiritual energy seems unremarkable and doubting his identity. Putting her doubts aside, Ko Lam warns him that despite being Vuong Luong's friend, he must follow the rules of the Forbidden Zone. She explains that he is responsible for his own life here and must keep everything secret, to which Phuong Dich agrees. To avoid wasting more time, Ko Lam orders Trung Mat and Lai Ngok to leap forward and suppress the massive creature. Ko Lam fires her laser rifle, combining various powers to strike the mutant dog and causing it to howl in agony. The attack has an adverse effect, as the dog's furious roars signal that its mutation level is becoming even more severe. As the beast turns to attack Lai Ngok, Ko Lam fires another shot to protect him while warning him to stay alert. She sternly reminds her team to maintain their distance and eliminate the creature before its evolution is complete. Her subordinates acknowledge the order while Phuong Dich observes the team's professional training and mutual trust. He admires their collective strength, but suddenly senses a grave danger that makes his expression turn serious. He shouts for everyone to run as they are no match for the beast, just as the dog begins discharging electricity at them. Ko Lam retreats while ordering the team to stay alert as the mutation level within the Forbidden Zone continues to rise. She forbids any retreat even as the hound fully merges with dark attributes and completes its terrifying transformation. Vuong Luong is paralyzed with fear at the sight of the beast, prompting Ko Lam to shout another urgent warning. She tells Vuong Luong and Phuong Dich to prepare their powers just as the dog lunges, though Vuong manages to dodge. Ko Lam announces that the Class C entity in Forbidden Zone 19 has evolved into Class B, requiring an updated tactical plan. While Phuong Dich is deep in thought, Vuong Luong suddenly coughs up blood, prompting Phuong Dich to rush to his side. Vuong Luong smiles weakly and explains that he suffered a backlash while trying to restrain the beast with his spiritual energy. Phuong Dich wears a sad smile as if accepting his fate, while the soldiers of Forbidden Zone 19 stand ready to support him. Phuong Dich's expression turns unusually serious as Ko Lam suddenly sets her weapon down on the ground. She shows immense determination for the upcoming battle, urging everyone to use any tactic or method necessary. With a firm voice, she declares that the B-class anomaly must not leave the Forbidden Zone, even if it costs them their lives. Ko Lam watches in confusion as Phuong Dich moves forward, ignoring her frantic shouts about his intention. Phuong Dich charges directly at the mutant dog without hesitation, prompting the creature to prepare a counterattack. Displaying superior power, Phuong Dich leaps into the air and unleashes a devastating lightning strike that the beast cannot evade. Brilliant blue lightning illuminates the area and shatters the ground, leaving the surrounding witnesses in a state of disbelief. A man shields his eyes in shock while Vuong Luong watches in a daze, realizing this B-class anomaly was a threat even Commander Ko Lam could not handle alone. Vuong Luong asks if his comrade is truly who he suspects, and the commander nods firmly to confirm his suspicion. She identifies him as the tyrant as he successfully takes down the mutant dog after a brief but intense struggle. Looking weary, Phuong Dich realizes the creature is still alive and instructs the commander and old Vuong to retreat. Ko Lam orders a retreat while wondering how he can achieve alone what normally requires a coordinated squad and great sacrifice. Her gaze turns suspicious as she contemplates the nature of his power, acknowledging it as the rarest form of the lightning attribute. As Phuong Dich raises his hand, Ko Lam realizes he will become a top-tier existence in the country once the spiritual energy fully recovers. Ko Lam watches his fingers intently, her expression growing grave as she wonders just how far his evolution will go. Tornadoes and lightning strikes fill the sky as Phuong Dich walks forward slowly, appearing completely detached from the chaos. He walks away calmly from the defeated mutant dog, proving that he truly deserves the title of tyrant. His calm demeanor after the battle leaves the onlookers shivering in awe and disbelief at the overwhelming display of power. The witnesses are left stunned, feeling that his lightning attribute is far more terrifying than even the most corrosive darkness. Vuong D-1ECBCH signals to old Vuong, who quickly runs back toward him after the battle concludes. Out of habit, Vuong Luong strikes his friend on the head, amazed by the incredible skill he just witnessed. Startled by the blow, Fuang D-letter-1 jokingly asks if this is how he is repaid for his help, causing Vuong Luong to stop in embarrassment. Vuong Luong apologizes for dragging an immortal practitioner into military matters, but Fuang D-letter-1 offers a comforting smile. Fuang D-letter-1 tells his friend not to be a stranger after 3 years apart, just as Ko Lam approaches them. With a satisfied smile, Ko Lam extends her hand to thank Fuang D-letter-1 for his timely assistance. After shaking her hand and stating he only acted to save his friend, Ko Lam formally introduces herself. As the commander of Forbidden Zone 19, she asks for his contact information to include in her official report. Vuong D-letter-1 agrees, while Vuong Luong laughs at the sight of his superior officer showing such respect to his childhood friend. Ko Lam's expression suddenly turns serious as she prepares to address a more important matter. She acknowledges that his strength surpasses many military practitioners and expresses a desire to invite him to join the Xia Kingdom's army. However, she admits that her rank as a mere zone commander might not be high enough to extend such an invitation. She is internally stunned that although he is only in the 3-star Ghost Axe realm, his power is far greater. His abilities seem to exceed even those of the Spirit Creation realm, prompting a question from Fuang D-letter-1 after a long silence. He asks if she truly feels unworthy to invite him, and she confirms this without any sense of denial or shame. She explains that her orders were only to investigate him, and she believes higher-ranking officials will come to invite him personally. Surprised by her words, Fuang D-letter-1 laughs and expresses his deep respect for the military. He admits that witnessing their self-sacrificing courage to protect others has left a profound impression on him. After Ko Lam offers a professional word of thanks, he places a hand over his heart to share his true thoughts. He offers his assistance for any future troubles, wanting to give back just as the soldiers have done for the people. Fuang Dich is willing to help ordinary people during times of peace, provided no one interferes with or restricts his personal cultivation. His condition leaves Ko Lam momentarily stunned, but realizing time is short, Fuang Dich signals his departure, to which she nods in agreement. While Ko Lam and Vuong Luong stay behind to handle the mutated dog's carcass, Fuang Dich is escorted home, reflecting on the military's true purpose. He realizes the military stations troops in dangerous areas with high spiritual energy to prioritize the soldiers' cultivation and combat readiness. Looking back toward the city center, he understands these outposts also serve as a warning boundary, separating ordinary citizens from supernatural threats. As Fuang Dich departs, Ko Lam remarks to Vuong Luong that his friend can no longer be described as merely extraordinary. She believes that what they witnessed today was only a fraction of his true power, and anticipates he will become far stronger in the future. Even now, his progress is beyond their reach, as it is rare for a Pathfinder to achieve such a high level of mastery so quickly. His success stems from an unprecedented perception, combining luck, courage, and raw ability into a singular, indispensable force. Feeling immense pride, Vuong Luong asks his commander if they can offer Fuang Dich even better terms and benefits. He suggests that if she finds it difficult to recruit him, he should try as a childhood friend, prompting an annoyed Ko Lam to strike him while scolding him. She orders him to help clean the scene, and as he complies despite the pain, the scene shifts to Fuang Dich's spacious home late at night. Inside his room, Fuang Dich continues his relentless cultivation, noting that while his identity is known, he has only revealed his lightning attribute. Considering their reactions, he realizes that exposing his power might not be a disadvantage, recalling their stunned expressions during the battle. He has confirmed that his lightning attribute is exceptionally rare, perhaps even unique, and serves as a perfect counter to dark elements. Recognizing that the military desperately covets such power, he sighs at the realization of how much they will try to recruit him. Instead of threatening him, they are likely to grant him significant influence and provide the fastest path to gaining even greater strength. He understands the distinct roles of the military and the Aura Association, recalling Than Hein and Ko Lam as he views the army as the Night Watchers. As the nation's steadfast shield, the military works to ensure peace for the citizens, while the government uses restricted zones to protect the general population. Simultaneously, the government prepares for the resurgence of spiritual energy, a dual strategy that Phuong Dich continues to ponder deeply. The government uses restricted zones to protect civilians while signaling the return of spiritual energy to buy more time for the public. This strategy aims to prevent immediate displacement and the destruction of homes by anomalies, giving people a chance to adapt. After a period of cultivation, a golden current flows through Phuong Dich as he senses the abundant spiritual energy within the restricted zone. Although absorbing the desolate power did not trigger a breakthrough, he stares ahead with a look of firm determination. Having spent only a short time in the zone, he feels his body overflowing with energy, signaling that a breakthrough is imminent. On the streets below, Lam YY wonders if her cousin has returned home yet, hoping he can taste her improved cooking. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light shooting into the sky catches her attention and interrupts her thoughts. Her eyes widen in disbelief as she witnesses such a magnificent spectacle for the very first time. She initially suspects a breakthrough to the ghost axe realm, but quickly dismisses the idea due to the terrifying nature of the aura. As lightning strikes the sky, she realizes that someone nearby is likely breaking through to the spirit creation realm. Watching the sky explode with light, she notices movement and realizes the power far exceeds the ghost axe realm as giant hands appear. The thought of such a powerful spirit creation realm cultivator being so close to her seems completely impossible to believe. Inside the monitoring room, chaos erupts as the anomaly index hits 99 at a location 5 kilometers southeast of the city. Hanla angrily orders an emergency deployment, while Than Hein expresses shock that such a powerful anomaly went undetected. The staff debates whether a new spirit creation realm cultivator has appeared or if a city-destroying disaster is about to occur. With a grave expression, Hanla demands immediate reinforcements and the highest level of support from headquarters. He calls for all advanced equipment and resources, but a subordinate reports to Major Han that the anomaly alarm has been cleared. The alert is dismissed after being identified as a cultivator's breakthrough, while Phuong Dich exhales in exhaustion after his practice. He realizes he has reached the first star of the spirit creation realm, surprised by how easy it was despite only feeling slightly lighter. He then takes out his phone to check the messages and a photo sent to him by Vuong Liuan. News breaks of a massive, unexplained fire at the Than University Gymnasium, confirmed by internal sources. This is the second time an anomaly has emerged from a contaminated zone, prompting an immediate message. Recalling the previous high-temperature incident at the North Gate, the sender is shocked that the campus is now on fire. Although a traveler supposedly purified the contaminated area of Than University, the anomalies have mysteriously returned. After warning the recipient to keep their source a secret, the sender prepares to contact their superior. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Vuong Liuang warns his friend that his power has become far too immense. Even his superiors admit they cannot control him, so Vuong Liuang can no longer offer protection and urges him to be cautious. Phuong Dich reflects on these messages with a serious expression, realizing the situation is far more complex than he initially thought. He acknowledges that Vuong Liuang is right, which is why he remains wary of the military and the spirit association. To avoid unwanted attention, he continues to hide his yang flame and red fire techniques while promising to remain careful. Confident in his hidden trump cards, Phuong Dich is interrupted when YY returns home and finds him sitting in deep thought. She offers him the food she brought back, and he simply nods, telling her to leave it aside for him to eat later. YY considers her cousin a good person, but his persistent laziness and habit of lounging at home cause her a great deal of frustration. She notes that he refuses to attend college and spends all day on his phone, even if formal education might soon become irrelevant. As she watches him, YY thinks about how busy travelers are as they constantly search for opportunities and hide their identity. Exhausted by the contrast between her hectic life and her cousin's carefree existence, she collapses onto her soft bed. Meanwhile, a powerful traveler has caused a massive disturbance in the area, an event that other travelers have already noticed. Knowing the news will spread quickly, she resolves to protect her cousin as a way of repaying him for their living arrangement. Ditch stares intently at his phone, noting that the previous heat anomaly has now escalated into a full-scale fire. Suspecting the involvement of the yang attribute due to the fire's rapid intensity, he begins to carefully evaluate the surrounding situation. The vegetation and flower beds surrounding the gymnasium have been reduced to ash, and the area is currently cordoned off as comments flood the screen. Viewers express shock at the massive fire, joking about dorm accidents while noting that special forces have arrived at the prestigious Than-Bak University. People question if such an incident falls under Special Forces jurisdiction, prompting Ditch to recall Ko Lam's face after watching the brief video. The situation appears far more severe than the previous incident at the North Gate, making Ditch curious about the Yang attribute and wanting to investigate. After deciding to contact her, the scene shifts to the next morning at Than University, where reporters question the soldiers about the unquenchable fire. Reporters demand to know about casualties and the lack of news coverage as two figures arrive to address the safety concerns regarding students and flammable material. The reporters are left confused by the arrival of the two newcomers, struck by their imposing and authoritative presence. The crowd voices their frustration at being kept outside, while the two newcomers are permitted to enter the restricted area immediately. Everyone stares in disbelief at the devastation, wondering if this is the work of heavenly fire as Ditch asks for clarification. Ko Lam explains that the government named the phenomenon heavenly fire, noting that the flames erupted suddenly without any prior warning signs. She describes how the fire cannot be extinguished and must be left to consume everything in its path before she heads toward the principal's office. When Ko Lam asks if he wants to accompany her, Ditch coldly declines and decides to stay behind and observe the area. She tells him to be careful before departing, leaving Ditch to focus his attention on the warning signs posted near the site. He approaches the heavenly fire to investigate, but finds the scorched earth cold and devoid of any remaining spiritual energy to collect. Realizing he underestimated the situation, Ditch is interrupted by So Kyan Lai, who is shocked to find him standing there. A nearby student asks if this is the ex-boyfriend she mentioned, the one who could only manage to get into a lowly junior college. After So Kyan Lai confirms his identity, her friend mockingly tells Ditch to give up on her since the social gap between them is now too wide. Ditch is left speechless by the accusation of pining for her, as a crowd begins to gather and gossip about the two of them. Students assume he is just another pathetic admirer trying to court the school beauty, noting that he does not even belong to their university. An angry student complains about the lapse in campus security, questioning why an outsider was allowed in despite the heightened surveillance. Kyan Lai's friend steps forward to criticize Ditch, accusing him of trying to exploit the current situation. She warns him that Kyan Lai is now the school's most popular girl, and that he stands no chance against her many elite suitors. Demanding he leave, she questions how he bypassed the lockdown and threatens to call the police if he cannot explain himself. Kyan Lai watches in silence, blushing as she wonders why Ditch appeared after previously claiming he would never regret their breakup. Just as she assumes he is being insincere, Ko Lam arrives and asks Ditch if the girl is a friend of his. Ditch looks at her coldly and dismisses her as a mere high school classmate rather than a close friend, which Ko Lam acknowledges. Ko Lam gives Kyan Lai a triumphant look, her overwhelming presence causing the two girls to retreat in fear and confusion. Shifting her focus, Ko Lam informs Ditch that she has just finished speaking with the school principal. She explains that the Skyfire incident is more complex than anticipated and that the principal will lead them to the original site of the blaze. Since Ditch is serving as an invited military consultant, he is required to join them, and he nods in agreement. Suddenly, an authoritative voice commands the crowd to disperse, announcing that the gymnasium area is now strictly off-limits. The students are stunned to see the principal himself, a man so busy that even the faculty rarely catch a glimpse of him. Known for his stern demeanor and constant workload, it is rumored that the principal has never been seen smiling by anyone at the school. While Kyan Lai wonders if he is there for Ditch, her friend mockingly suggests the principal has come to arrest the two intruders. However, the principal's expression softens completely as he approaches the pair and eagerly reaches out to shake Ditch's hand. He welcomes Ditch as the consultant recommended by Officer Ko, admitting he has been deeply troubled by the recent anomalies at the school. Expressing his gratitude for their help with the fire situation, the principal bows deeply to show his respect and sincerity. As he entrusts the gymnasium investigation to Fuang Dich, Kind Lai stands frozen in shock while guards begin clearing the area. The surrounding students retreat while whispering in disbelief at the sight of their esteemed principal treating a teenager with such reverence. Kind Lai remains in denial, finally realizing that Fuang Dich must possess a high-ranking status that granted him access to the campus. Observing the boy's demeanor and treatment of the situation, the girl's face turns pale as onlookers question who claimed he was S-letter 1 EDF Kayern Lai's pursuer or ex-boyfriend. Mocking laughter rings out continuously as the crowd remarks that even if she were to pursue him now, she would likely be unsuccessful. Everyone turns their backs on her to voice their criticism, noting that throughout the entire encounter, the young man did not pay any attention to the school bell. The scene shifts to the North District of Than Than University, where the principal leads Fang Yi and his group while recounting the events of that day. The principal explains that he initially thought the situation had concluded when the golden light at the academy's north gate vanished until a few nights ago. The stadium suddenly caught fire and could not be extinguished even by fire trucks, though fortunately, no students were present and the area was quickly cordoned off. His expression becomes incredibly grave as he recalls the scene, noting that something else occurred afterward. While a fire at one stadium might be explained, the consecutive anomalies occurring at stadiums 2 and 3 are far more concerning. The principal recalls seeing fire fall from the sky and hover inexplicably in the air before noting that while other fires were extinguished, this one remains. Fuang Dich looks up to survey the situation, noting the heavy scent of burning as he realizes the flames have completely engulfed the area. When asked if the basketball court was the starting point, the principal confirms that the fire here is the only one that cannot be extinguished. Fuang Dich's expression turns grim upon seeing the number 11 on the meter, while Ko Lam remains confused as she continues to monitor the reading. The device detects abnormal spiritual energy, and any reading over 10 requires a total lockdown to protect the fragile lives of ordinary people. Such a reading signifies an inescapable disaster for civilians, and Ko Lam's face grows serious as the index suddenly surges to 60. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ko Lam urgently warns everyone that the threshold has become dangerously high. Fearing the impact will spread from Than Than University to the entire city, she calls for the immediate deployment of 3 3-star Ghost Mansion warriors. 7 2-star Ghost Mansion warriors with the purest spiritual energy and steadiest mental states are needed to form a defensive formation. While she is still speaking, Fuang Dich shocks everyone by leaping over the restricted entry barrier and charging directly into the danger zone. Without a moment of hesitation, Fuang Dich plunges into the raging inferno as the meter reading spikes again to 110. The intense flames cause widespread panic as the reading of 110 classifies this as an S-rank anomaly, leaving everyone wondering what to do. A demonic figure appears within the fire, and Ko Lam struggles to understand why Fuang Dich would risk entering alone, even as the strongest expert present. Immersed in the flames, Fuang Dich stands perfectly still to observe the anomaly, seemingly unaffected by the intense heat surrounding him. He reasons that his yang attribute can block this heavenly fire just as it did the lightning, though his protective state prevents him from reaching the source. Staring intently at the fire dragon before him, he realizes he must get as close as possible to the source of the flames to proceed. The fire dragon launches a fierce attack, but Fuang Dich remains unafraid as he slowly extends his hand toward the beast. He uses his golden yang protection to halt the massive dragon, making time seem to stand still as the creature opens its maw to swallow him whole. As the battle intensifies against the powerful creature, the system suddenly issues a notification regarding extreme fluctuations in the heavenly fire attribute. Fuang Dich smiles broadly, realizing the heavenly fire is even more volatile and powerful than the desolate energy of death. Determined to absorb the flame, he waits as the system initiates its ultimate calculation and compilation sequence. A joyful smile spreads across his face when the system successfully completes the compilation and issues a notification. He acquires the 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire technique and its sealing art, which is designed to purge demons and seal all evil. Thrusting his hand into the air to drive the dragon forward, he finds the newly compiled technique is already unlocked and ready for use. Fuang Dich's power erupts with the aid of the heavenly fire, while the system continuously extracts the new attributes. He closes his eyes as the system confirms the acquisition of the fire attribute, causing mysterious marks to manifest on his face. Ditch opens his eyes looking like a different person as 9 chains emerge from his back to perform the 9 dragons' heavenly fire sealing art. Each of the 9 chains binds a dragon tightly, while Jai Lan and the other onlookers watch the scene in utter amazement. Jai Lan recognizes the sealing aura as being identical to that of high-ranking military practitioners, despite the difference in technique. Seizing the moment, he grabs the chains and commands them to retract, drawing the flames inside and taking full control of the fire. After successfully sealing the heavenly fire attribute, he suddenly thrusts the flames high into the air. He solemnly announces that the fire will be temporarily sealed there, and warns them not to repair or unseal the stadium yet. He forbids anyone from approaching the area to prevent the fire from spreading, and the principal quickly agrees to his terms. The principal promises to keep the stadium sealed since the school has others, while Jai Lan watches Ditch with a pensive expression. As Jai Lan remains lost in thought, Ditch casually remarks on how generous Than Fuang is to have so many stadiums. The principal nervously laughs at the consultant's humor, but Jai Lan interrupts to say she needs to speak with Ditch privately. The principal immediately grants them privacy, leaving Ditch to wonder what Jai Lan wants as she approaches him. She confronts him about how well he has hidden his true self, but he calmly dismisses it by focusing on the difficulty of the fire. Jai Lan stares at him sternly and tells him to stop acting as if he doesn't know she is talking about his hidden talent and cultivation level. Jai Lan acknowledges that a powerful cultivator like Fang Yi naturally has secrets, and while she cannot make demands, she urges him to listen to her advice. She explains that the Han Nation desperately needs top-tier talent during this era of transformation, noting that once Spirit Qi fully recovers, Fang Yi's power will rival a nuclear deterrent. She warns that military zones and the Spirit Qi Association will soon compete for him, and even foreign powers might attempt to lure him away with lavish offers. Closing her eyes with a sigh, Jai Lan admits that her advice is also driven by her own personal consideration. She suggests that if he joins the military, it would provide her restricted zone with a powerful ally, and she encourages him to begin weighing his options now. After a brief silence, Fang Yi asks why she and Wang Liang seem hesitant to recruit him for their own zone, acting as if they are not worthy of his presence. Looking embarrassed, she explains that the legendary restricted military zone is so exceptionally powerful that she assumes he would find them much more appealing. This revelation piques Fang Yi's curiosity about these top-tier forces, and she nods in confirmation while offering a few more details. She mentions that although she rarely sees them, they have been extremely busy lately, leading Fang Yi to realize the gravity of the situation if even other military branches are hearing rumors. Noticing the time, Jai Lan prepares to leave for a meal at the university cafeteria with the principal, while Fang Yi follows behind, lost in his own reflections. He suspects the military is facing significant trouble, and his mind begins to race as he considers the potential for even worse scenario. The current situation suggests the emergence of terrifying anomalies whose power far exceeds that of any existing cultivator. Fang Yi understands his future importance and deduces from Jai Lan's tone that these elite cultivators must have reached the spirit creation realm or higher. As the true recovery of Spirit Qi draws near, he feels that his current level of preparation is still not enough and continues to ponder his next move. He considers how to maximize the heavenly fire attribute he collected at the stadium, noting its ability to spread and incinerate everything in its path. Realizing its effectiveness against rapidly multiplying anomalies, a sudden inspiration strikes him as he recalls the essence of the heavenly fire he just acquired. He concludes that the attribute is a perfect match for his Crimson Fire Saber technique, serving as a powerful enhancement to his existing skill. Arriving at the back of the mountain, Fang Yi is surprised to find the area cordoned off despite the lack of anomalies, doubting the military could have acted so quickly. Seeing a warning sign about the mountain's danger, he realizes someone is aware of his training habits and is trying to protect his privacy. He suspects the Spirit Qi Association is responsible and fondly remembers the image of Qing Ying carrying a similar sign. Fang Yi wonders if this land was provided specifically for him to test his powers, and he decides to accept the opportunity before sensing that something is amiss. His expression turns serious as he stands still to observe his surroundings, realizing that monsters have managed to infiltrate the back of the mountain. He senses an aura identical to the one from the factory, though less concentrated, while a small monkey evil spirit watches his every move from behind. Despite the creature's crazed gaze, Fang Yi remains unafraid and calmly looks down at the sword in his hand while deep in thought. He realizes the spirit possesses enough intelligence to gauge his strength before attacking and decides to give it a clear demonstration of his power. A system notification appears describing Sky Fire, also known as Superior Flame, which possesses a powerful light attribute specialized in eradicating evil. After he chooses to imbue his blade with the Sky Fire attribute, the sword erupts into an eternal flame that refuses to be extinguished. Pleased with the results, Fang Yi considers the devastating potential of combining this eternal celestial flame with his own blade techniques. As the monkey spirit senses danger, Fang Yi strikes decisively, unleashing 2 fiery dragons from his blade to test his new power on the creature. The attack happens so quickly that the spirit stands frozen in shock before being completely engulfed by the celestial flame. The creature screams in desperate terror while Fang Yi watches from the side, feeling thoroughly satisfied with the effectiveness of the strike. He notes that the energy of this flame is at least twice as powerful as his original red flame blade technique. Observing that the intense energy does not harm him at all, he gently places his hand upon the blade. He is surprised by a sudden cold sensation and decides to pursue the creature to see the final result of his attack. The scene shifts to a woman holding up her phone and telling her viewers that she is not a fraud and has been incredibly lucky since childhood. She continues her broadcast, claiming that even though it is her first day live streaming, interesting content seems to find her naturally. Comments flood the screen, accusing her of baiting them and challenging her to go to the north gate of the university if she is truly brave. Viewers urge her to film the intense heat at King Cheng University for a reward, noting that the Sky Fire phenomenon is currently the hottest topic online. They discuss how videos of the event at the university stadium were taken down, insisting the footage was real and terrifying. One viewer makes a bold bet if she manages to film the Sky Fire, just as the streamer notices something unusual nearby. The evil gorilla spirit launches a sudden attack, knocking the girl down before she can react and sending her phone flying. The phone continues to livestream the spirit strangling her, as viewers flood the chat with shocked comments about the ghost. Some viewers dismiss the scene as a staged performance with fake effects, while the streamer's eyes fill with tears of despair. Just as the mindless spirits are about to end the streamer's life, several dragons made of fire suddenly manifest. The streamer manages to sit up as the gorilla spirit flees in terror, while viewers marvel at the incredible fire dragon effect. With the viewer count reaching over 13,000, the streamer hears a noise behind her and quickly retrieves her phone. She points the camera toward the raging inferno and captures the image of a mysterious figure standing amidst the flame. The person on the screen is none other than Fang Yi, leading the streamer to joyfully proclaim that a celestial being has saved her. News headlines quickly spread about the mysterious man who used a flaming blade to descend from the heavens and save the world. The video of the Fire King creating a forest of flames tops the trending charts with millions of views, catching the eye of Qing Li's friend. The friend excitedly tells Qing Li that a true immortal practitioner has descended and that heavenly fire is actually real. Qing Li dismisses the news as fake internet effect until she sees the article and is struck by a look of pure disbelief. She rushes over to inspect the image as her friend laughs and continues to praise the incredible power of the mysterious figure. Her expression darkens as she tries to convince herself that the video is nothing more than a display of advanced special effects. She reasons that it cannot be him despite the physical resemblance, believing he would have been incinerated by such intense heat. She worries that he might seek revenge if it truly is him, but she stubbornly vows that she will never submit to him. Elsewhere, a woman asks Yi if the man looks like the immortal practitioner who previously rescued them from the vine. Yi agrees and wonders if this is the same master who recently reached the spirit creation realm near her home. Zioya asks Old Li if the man is Fang Yi, and Old Li confirms that the powerful sword stance is exactly the same. They realize they have aligned themselves with a powerful master, while a voice in a large building warns of an impending city crisis. As the group discusses the military's interest in Fang Yi, Qing Ying stands to share her perspective. She expresses confidence in his help, while Qi Lan marvels at how quickly he reached the spirit creation realm. Qi Lan considers him a monster for making anomalies tremble and possessing several high-level attributes. Henley notes that with at least 3 attributes, Fang Yi's potential makes their own standing seem like a joke. He concludes that recruitment is necessary, leading her to ask if the superiors have authorized the move. He confirms the order but mentions that the high-ranking officials are still too proud to approach Fang Yi as equal. Recalling that elite practitioners usually come from the military, Han Li suggests they find out what Fang Yi currently needs. They consider providing him with experimental weapons, gear, and data on the best locations for spiritual cultivation. As they move to scrub the live stream and related footage from the web, Qing Ying realizes the gravity of the situation. Knowing the entire spiritual community is watching him, Qi Lan smiles in anticipation of the young man's future action. The scene shifts to a hospital where a woman speaks of a new hope rising within Xia country. She feels that the emergence of someone so powerful improves the likelihood of her teacher finally regaining consciousness. A day later, Fang Yi sits in his home eating while contemplating the rumors that have been circulating. He thinks about the recklessness of the streamer who entered the mountains just to chase fame through a broadcast. He notices that the footage has been scrubbed from the internet and the live stream accounts have been terminated. Suspecting the military or the association intervened, Fang Yi suddenly realizes something else is wrong. He grows anxious noting that Yi has been missing all night and has failed to send any updates regarding her mission. His concern deepens when he tries to call her and receives a notification that her phone is out of the coverage area. With a grim expression, he realizes the situation is serious and prepares to go out and search for her. Deep within a dark forest, a terrified Yi asks 81 to calculate how long they have been stranded there. Her face shows extreme exhaustion after enduring the ordeal for nearly 10 hours, and she apologizes for involving YY in what she initially thought was a routine ghost shadow encounter. As 81's wounds continue to bleed and cause her to cry out in pain, YY quickly offers a stern reminder to stay focused. YY tells 81 to stop apologizing and blames her own lack of strength, urging her companion to remain vigilant and conserve what little energy remains. While 81 secretly wishes she possessed the power of that great master, neither of them realizes that a monster has already targeted them from behind. The monster suddenly lunges at them while they are distracted, but YY reacts just in time and shouts a desperate warning for 81 to be careful. YY unleashes a burst of power that strikes the monster directly and decapitates it, prompting a confused 81 to ask if these creatures were once people who died while trapped there. With a grim expression, YY explains that they have become abnormal undead and that the entity is merely toying with them before attempting to assimilate them both. 81 adds that their attacks are proving completely ineffective against the surrounding black mist. Their spiritual energy is draining rapidly while the anomaly remains hidden, leading 81 to realize that the entity is waiting for them to exhaust their power in the thick, blinding darkness. It seems the entity is treating them like prey to be slowly consumed in a place where it appears invincible, causing YY's expression to grow more somber than ever. A glowing red eye stares intently at the pair, causing 81 to scream out YY's name in terror as the eye begins to multiply into numerous smaller versions. As the eyes hover in the air before them, a furious 81 shouts at the cursed things to get away. YY senses that the entity is losing its patience and warns 81 not to be careless as her own eyes widen in sudden realization. Entities from behind begin targeting YY as hundreds of eyes gaze at her with judgment, leaving her standing in despair and wondering if her end has finally come. YY's vision begins to fade and she can no longer hear 81's voice, accepting that they are both being swallowed by the encroaching darkness. YY's eyes turn lifeless as she reaches her breaking point, filled with regret for her overconfidence and for acting on her own. She had believed the two of them could complete the mission alone, but she reflects on how the path of cultivation is fraught with danger and how she always expected to perish in some forgotten corner. As tears stream down her face, YY reaches out a hand in desperation, wondering what will become of the world and the role of the practitioners hidden within the earth. Believing her life is over, YY laments that she will never witness the grand changes following the recovery of spiritual energy. Suddenly, a loud noise catches her attention as the familiar figure of Fang Yi appears, smiling with relief that he arrived just in time to save his surprised cousin. Yuang Dich continues to unleash his energy, shattering the surrounding darkness and causing the shadows to gradually dissipate. Wai finally takes in the scene, realizing her cousin has saved her and is far from the ordinary person she thought he was. Suddenly, she notices the dark entity lunging toward Fuang Ditch's back and warns him that the anomaly's true form is approaching from his rear right. Remaining calm, Fuang Dich grips his sword, deciding to test the effectiveness of his heavenly fire against the dark attribute. He spins around to confront the anomaly, unleashing his crimson fire blade technique as a fiery dragon surges forward to consume the filthy darkness. The creature writhes in agony within the flames as the entire area becomes a sea of fire, leaving 81 dazed and wondering if they are about to die. With a grave expression, 81 questions if they are descending into hell along with the anomaly, but Wai quickly intervenes to calm her. Wai urges her to look closely and realize they are still alive, leaving 81 in a state of shock as she sees Fuang Dich standing before them. As 81 begins to question his identity, Fuang Dich smiles and casually mentions that the matter is settled, noting that he has not even had breakfast yet. Before he can finish, 81's eyes widen with excitement as she rushes toward him, eagerly asking if he is the one she remembers. She recalls how he saved them from the deadly vines in Duonghoa town, while Fuang Dich shyly scratches his head and wonders how he was recognized so easily. Still confused, Wai asks for clarification on whether the powerful fire attribute user who previously saved them is actually her cousin. 81 looks at her friend in disbelief, shocked that such a powerful master is the cousin Wai had previously described as being completely ordinary. Fuang Dich offers an awkward smile as 81 continues to shake a bewildered Wai, who is still struggling to process the revelation. 81 reminds her that this is their savior, the man whose single strike cleared the wilderness and broke through the defenses of the 3-star Ghost Axe Master. She adds that he even caught Jia Lam's attention, leading Wai to realize that her cousin is indeed that high-level fire attribute powerhouse. Recalling how he just used lightning to destroy the Black Bone anomaly, Wai realizes he is the mysterious dual attribute genius she had heard about. Realizing his lightning and fire powers far exceed her own, she wonders if her cousin is the one who reached the spirit creation realm in their neighborhood. To prevent the situation from becoming more awkward, Fuang Dich smiles and admits his identity, stating that he has questions for the two of them. He asks why they came alone to face such a dangerous dark attribute anomaly, and inquires about the whereabouts of the rest of their team. 81 reflects on his teammates, noting that Ngu Mao is seriously ill and had previously hidden his condition from his family. Since Ngu Mao is being detained and the uncle is on a more difficult mission, they are unavailable, and the rest of the group rarely stays together. After a moment of silence, Yi sheepishly admits she was overconfident after breaking through to the 3-star Ghost Mansion rank. Fuang Dich listens while recalling 81's earlier declaration that he would never abandon his comrades. He realizes that these teammates all have their own motives, and concludes that the group is unlikely to stay together for much longer. Despite his previous frustrations with them, 81 still defends their reputation, proving himself to be a man of great loyalty. Fuang Dich smiles and suggests to Yi that since they now know each other's secret, they should work together. With a confident smile, he proposes they form a team on the condition that they keep their arrangement strictly confidential. 81 is immediately overjoyed by the offer, promising to remain silent and feeling grateful for the opportunity provided by his connection to Yi. Looking at Fuang Dich's smile, Yi is deeply moved by his gesture. She realizes her powerful cousin must have known her identity as a pathwalker for a long time and had been quietly protecting her. Tears stream down her face as she feels the immense joy of having a reliable family member to accompany her on the lonely path of cultivation. Returning to her cheerful self, she thanks him and promises to cook him an extra serving of eggs for dinner. Later, Yi checks her phone and informs him that Jia Lam has just issued a new mission. The notification announces the discovery of a yin land and tasks them with gathering dark attribute items, warning everyone to consider the risks before joining. Fuang Dich asks about the dark attribute and whether she is familiar with the location of this yin land. Yi explains that the Yin Land is a border region belonging to a dark system that is strictly forbidden by the Xia Kingdom. Because the dark forces there are so powerful, pathwalkers usually take long detours to avoid the area entirely. She adds that most urban anomalies originate from that region, which the government has never fully explored due to past tragedies. Yuang Dich nods in understanding and suggests that they should go there to investigate for themselves. When asked about the specific mission details, 81 shakes his head and notes that the mysterious Jia Lam rarely speaks more than a few words. This information causes Fuang Dich to reflect on the land of extreme yin, a restricted zone under the strict control of the Xia kingdom. Despite the high casualty rate there, Jia Lam is still able to issue missions to pathfinders, suggesting she is a high-ranking official in the military or the council. Yuang Dich leans toward the latter possibility just as a message arrives from YY, using the alias Nhat Fong Ha Ku, expressing a desire to register. When asked for specifics, Jia Lam quickly sends a series of messages explaining that the mission involves collecting 7 essence flowers. She notes that while the rewards are more generous than usual, all the dangers within the land of extreme yin belong to the dark element. The level of danger from anomalies is higher than anything they have encountered before, so participants are required to form a team before registering. 81 is stunned by the detailed information, wondering why the usually brief Jia Lam is providing such thorough explanations this time. Jia Lam continues to send warnings, stating that the mission likely involves an S-rank anomaly with an extremely high mortality rate. She advises everyone to think carefully and only register once they have formed a team with powerful and reliable pathfinders. As she walks, Jia Lam tells herself that she will leave it at that and wait to see if that specific person agrees to join. Yuang Dich laughs at the mention of powerful pathfinders, thinking her approach is incredibly direct, as if she is openly acknowledging his identity. He senses her challenge, believing she knows he would be interested and is questioning his courage, as he looks toward YY with intrigue. Yuang Dich tells his cousin that the message seems targeted at him, while Jia Lam remains composed as she follows her established plan. Without hesitation, Yuang Dich decides to visit the land of extreme yin, while Jia Lam continues to broadcast warnings about the high risks of the S-rank mission. After the advice to form a strong team, YY sends a new message to Jia Lam stating that their group consists of 3 members. Upon receiving the message, the secretary quickly reports the team's formation to Jia Lam, who continues walking and dismisses any concern. Jia Lam believes that if he is a pathfinder worthy of the Xia kingdom's trust, he will come, though her secretary worries about the consequences if he refuses. Jia Lam coldly interrupts, stating that if he does not show up, it simply means their fates are not yet aligned as she clutches a bouquet of flowers. She asks if they believe the mission to collect 7 essence flowers is a trap for powerful pathfinders, before placing the flowers on the table to emphasize the peril involved. Her voice continues to explain that its core purpose is the complete opposite of its appearance, serving as the necessary path to build the Xia kingdom's strength. She believes that only by harvesting the 7 essence flower can they save more cultivators and restore normalcy to the kingdom's future core forces. Jia Lan quickly enters the hospital room as she reflects on how their top-tier combat forces have fallen one after another, with their fates remaining uncertain. She gently places her hand on the man lying in the hospital bed, determined that they must harvest more 7 essence flowers regardless of the cost. Feeling helpless at his lack of progress, she knows her teacher, the Xia kingdom's only Vajra realm cultivator, must be awakened using the 7 essence flower. The presence of a Vajra realm expert following the spiritual chi recovery is considered as valuable as modern-day nuclear weapons. Such an expert is their greatest leverage in international negotiations during the spiritual chi recovery, as a terrifying vision unfolds in her mind. Therefore, Jia Lam believes that sacrificing soldiers and practitioners is a price worth paying, but her secretary reminds her that her own health is just as vital as the mission. Angered by the comment, Jia Lam grits her teeth as her expression shifts, asserting that her well-being is indeed of the utmost importance. She explains that her life was bought by the sacrifices of her comrades, before suddenly realizing she has said more than she intended. Turning away with a sigh, Jia Lam apologizes for her outburst, while her secretary admits her own mistake and asks if the headaches have returned. Recalling her fallen teammates, Jia Lam claims she is fine and that it is not yet time for her medication. She dismisses the memories as things of the past, yet the scene shifts back to a blood-soaked battlefield filled with desperate cries. As the slow sword squad is ordered to retreat, a dying man crawls toward Jia Lam in the extreme dark land to discuss the 7 retreat flower mission. He entrusts the task to her for the sake of their master and the Xia kingdom, ignoring her desperate pleas to stay by her captain's side. The captain uses his final strength to support Jia Lam, urging her to utilize their elemental attributes to survive. As they transfer their spiritual power to her, Jia Lam mourns the fact that the flower will be ruined if it is blood-stained or improperly harvested. Nearly 2 hours later, 81 expresses exhaustion and wonders how many more kilometers they must travel to reach their destination. 81 asks Yi Yi why such powerful individuals cannot simply fly the rest of the way, prompting a serious explanation from the leader. Yi clarifies that until spiritual energy becomes abundant enough for human flight, even the most skilled practitioners remain grounded. Yuang Dich notices something unusual in the distance and calls out to the group as he focuses on the path ahead. He asks if they have reached the extreme dark land, sensing the oppressive weight of the dark attributes surrounding the area. Even with multiple barriers in place, a repulsive scent lingers in the air, causing 81 to shudder in disgust. 81 remarks that the stench is far worse than any creature they faced the night before, but Yi urges the group to remain calm. Yuang Dich observes the surroundings and notes with a smile that a significant number of practitioners have already gathered at the site. Yi agrees, noting that they are drawn not just by rewards, but by the need to confront the hostile and bloodthirsty nature of the dark attributes. She reflects on the growing danger, as the city has already suffered through several abnormal riots caused by these dark forces. Yuang Dich nods in agreement with her assessment, recalling his own direct encounters with 2 dark attribute aberrations. He remembers the terrifying appearance of those ferocious monsters, specifically a mutant rabbit that resembled a large rodent more than a hare. Scenes of past battles flash through his mind as his expression turns solemn, while mentioning a giant snake that lurked in a factory at night. These creatures displayed higher intelligence than the mutant rabbit, coordinating to set traps that nearly wiped out the Spirit Aura Association's forces. As you noted, these cunning aberrations seem to be intentionally bypassing the military defenses stationed at the city border. Despite not knowing their methods, the frequency of these aberrations appearing within the city has increased to an uncontrollable level. Yuang Dich knows that entering the spatial gateway is life-threatening, yet he proceeds inside with his 2 companions without hesitation. As the military gathers to discuss their strategy, Than Hein is startled to see Yuang Dich approaching the area. She is shocked to see him arriving with 2 girls, while her teammate tries to get her attention as she maintains a forced smile. Than Hein silently prays to remain unnoticed, but Yuang Dich calls out to her, asking if she is Captain Toy. Her teammate is surprised to learn they are heading to the land of extreme darkness, while Than Hein remains awkward since the military already synced his data. 81 curiously asks if the girl is Yi's sister-in-law, causing Yi to react in shock at the mention of her cousin. Than Hein's face flushes red as she tries to explain the misunderstanding, but Yuang Dich steps forward to clarify that she is not his relative. He identifies her as Captain Toy from the Spirit Aura Association who works for him, a description that leaves her feeling even more confused. A man in red armor suddenly approaches from behind, arrogantly criticizing the group for their shameless boasting. He complains about the lack of respect from the younger generation of practitioners who fail to greet their elders properly. He scolds them for their noisy bickering and expresses a cynical hope that they will maintain their trust once inside the land of extreme darkness. 81 loses her temper and begins to snap back, asking if the man even knows who he is talking to. Before she can finish, Yuang Dich signals her to stop, leaving her with no choice but to step forward and issue a challenge to the armored man. She tells him to worry about himself instead of others, as the man glares back with a defiant smile just as the transport vehicle arrives. As the car door opens, a familiar figure emerges, leaving the gathered crowd in a state of visible surprise. Recognizing her as Jia Lam, the crowd quickly parts to let her through while 81 watches with genuine admiration. When 81 wonders about her true identity and grand entrance, Yuang Dich suggests she is likely there to open the gate. After casting a subtle glance back at him, Jia Lam approaches the massive door and summons a key into her hand. With a look of intense concentration, she forces the gate open, releasing a surge of power as the entrance finally yields. Jia Lam informs the group they may enter, warning them that the collected stink blossom flowers must be intact and untainted by blood. The crowd listens in silence before heading inside, with some grumbling about being sent on a suicide mission for no reward. As they complain about the lack of death benefits, a subordinate warns Lao Dang to keep his voice down. He explains that their deaths would only be reported as disappearances to avoid implicating the government, while Than Hein approaches Fuang Dich. She points out a middle-aged man who is a one-star spirit creation realm practitioner like him, along with several other hidden experts. Though some hide their energy, she notes the teams are balanced with experienced 2- and 3-star Ghost Mansion realm practitioner. Yuang Dich agrees that the mission will be difficult given the large number of elite practitioners the authorities have recruited. He quietly questions the strength of the other 1-star spirit creation practitioner, sensing that the man's spiritual energy seems unusually low. As the group enters, the secretary reports that the roster includes 37 2-star and 12 3-star Ghost Mansion practitioner. With 3 1-star spirit creation practitioners present, the mission difficulty is officially rated between B and S rank. Jia Lam instructs her team to monitor the equipment, confident in her preparations as the practitioners step into the unknown space. They are met with a gloomy landscape and a pungent stench that forces everyone to cover their noses in disgust. Yuang Dich warns the group to stay close because the oppressive darkness could easily cause them to lose their way, while 81 begins to retch. Than Hein reassures the nauseated 81 that the smell of rotting corpses and cerebral fluid would affect anyone that way. She tells her that such a reaction is perfectly normal before gesturing toward the rest of the group moving ahead. She points out a group ahead with similar cultivation levels who are vomiting, her expression turning serious as she notes how dark attributes naturally suppress practitioner. This phenomenon is described as a form of pollution caused by abnormal existences active in the extreme dark zone, while Fang Yi listens to the explanation of these known anomalies. B-class anomalies are comparable to the ghostless realm of practitioners and have a controllable damage range, though more dangerous creatures appear further in. A-class anomalies are equivalent to the spirit creation realm and are typically found in areas with chaotic spiritual energy, such as this extreme dark zone. S-class anomalies represent a new stage equivalent to the Vajra realm or higher, reaching the level of a major disaster. It is emphasized that dark attribute anomalies are enhanced within the extreme dark zone, meaning an anomaly originally classified as B-class can increase by at least 1 level in this environment, a fact that surprises Yi Yi as she hears it for the first time. 81 asks why Captain Su and her team seem unaffected by the pollution, and Yi Yi nods in agreement, wondering the same thing. Unaware that Qing Ying has reached the 3-star Ghost Mansion rank, they listen as she smiles and explains that her team frequently handles such anomalies. She adds that recent rigorous training has allowed her to evolve her water attribute into ice, making her more resilient. 81 is surprised to learn they are at the same level as Captain Su and asks if she shares his current experience. He explains that his spiritual power began to decline as soon as they entered the thick mist, a sensation more severe than in his previous mission. She confirms his concern, noting that many experts have perished in this place in the past. Even military elites at the 1-star spirit creation realm or higher have fallen here, prompting 81 to urge the group to move quickly for their mission. Yi agrees, noting that the group ahead has already vanished from sight and suggesting they stay close together. She decides to stop talking to conserve energy and advises everyone to focus their spiritual power to prevent the mist from entering their bodies, while Fang Yi ponders his own condition. Fang Yi realizes he feels no serious discomfort, concluding that his yang and enhanced lightning attributes or his new spirit creation realm power are dispelling the darkness. Elsewhere, the man in red armor continues to fight monsters, dismissively claiming that the anomalies in the dark zone are not a significant threat. Growing more confident, he tells his comrades they will be the ones to collect the 7 scented flowers and show the younger group their true strength. His subordinate cheers him on, but at that moment, Yi begins to cough repeatedly, causing 81 to become concerned. Yuang Dich turns back and looks at YY, thinking she is still just a child, then approaches and taps her to get her attention. YY looks at her cousin with an embarrassed expression as the feelings of nausea and gloom that were consuming her suddenly vanish. Feeling a warmth like winter sunlight, YY stands still in surprise at the changes in her body, attributing it to the power of the spirit creation realm. She remarks on how warm the rare fire attribute feels, noting that she only began to understand attributes after reaching the 3-star Ghost Mansion realm. She compares her wood attribute's ability to absorb plant energy with Captain Tu's rare ice mutation, leaving Fuang Dich speechless at her analysis. Fuang Dich clarifies that he possesses the yang attribute rather than fire, admitting he was the one responsible for the incidents at the North Gate and the university. He explains with an expressionless face that the yang and heavenly fire attributes differ, leaving Than Hein stunned by his casual admission of his power. Realizing he possesses 3 rare high-level attributes, Huang Dich silently considers that he actually possesses the desolation attribute as well. He decides to keep that power hidden for safety and closes his eyes while offering a brief explanation to the group. Trembling, 81 approaches him and explains that she cannot clearly sense attributes, yet since she has not reached the 3-star ghost mansion realm. Believing she follows the metal attribute path, she begs her cousin to use his yang attribute to warm her up, promising not to bother him again. Huang Dich agrees and places his hand on her to provide warmth for the day, allowing 81 to finally breathe a sigh of relief. The interaction leaves the others confused, prompting Huang Dich to smile and ask if Captain Tu's team would like to receive the same treatment. They happily accept the offer, eager to experience the pleasant sensation and inviting the powerful man to assist them. After all 3 receive Huang Dich's support, the heavy, thundering footsteps of a massive, ferocious beast suddenly echo through the area. Sensing the danger, Huang Dich warns the group of an approaching anomaly, while Than Hein and 81 realize the threat is right in front of them. 81 freezes in terror at the sight of the massive A-rank anomaly as it lunges toward her, forcing Than Hein to step in and engage the creature. Than Hein strikes at the beast, but it vanishes with incredible speed, leaving her startled by how difficult the opponent will be to defeat. Huang Dich detects a surge of killing intent from behind, and the group quickly forms a defensive circle to protect one another. Warning the others to watch their feet, Huang Dich decides not to waste any more time and steps forward to confront the approaching undead. His eyes flash with an indescribable light, and before anyone can react, he summons several dragons made of pure flame. He incinerates every undead creature blocking their path, and then turns to inform the group that they are temporarily safe. The anomalies vanish, and he realizes that despite the many eyes they displayed, there were actually only 2 entities present. He is surprised that the anomalies have evolved to mimic human speech, which Than Hu letter 1EF3 NH suggests is a result of consuming many people. Curses echo from ahead, as even the weakest anomalies in this dark region have been nurtured into grade A threats. Without a proper battle formation, a direct confrontation is impossible, and Jia Lam slowly approaches the scene with a grim expression. She is deeply troubled, realizing that he destroyed 2 grade A phantom beasts with a single strike. Even she would have required several exchanges to defeat them, while YY quickly reminds the group to remain vigilant. Following the captain's advice, they must stay united to prevent anomalies from disguising themselves and infiltrating their ranks. The anomalies wait for a lapse in concentration to attack, while 81 trembles in fear at the overwhelming pressure being exerted. The aura is more terrifying than that of Mu Yeru or the zombies, making 81 feel as though she is being suffocated by his sheer power. A distant sound catches Huang D letter 1ECBCH's attention, leaving YY confused as she tries to identify the noise. She wonders if the sound of crashing waves is approaching, just as a sudden tremor shakes the ground beneath them. Practitioners begin to flee in a desperate panic, screaming for help and warning others of the malevolent force pursuing them. Huang D letter 1ECBCH and his team watch in shock as a threat emerges that could decimate even the most legendary of armies. As the dark tide rises, practitioners flee in terror while a man in red armor arrogantly prepares to face the encroaching shadows. He refuses to retreat like the regular soldiers and charges into the tide alone, only to realize his mistake far too late. Realizing the anomalies are far beyond grade S, the man in red armor pays dearly for his misplaced confidence. Innocent lives are swallowed by the rising tide, as Than Hu letter 1EF3 NH remarks on the overwhelming intensity of the dark energy. She questions if there is any hope for survival, while Huang D letter 1ECBCH asks Captain To for an explanation of the dark tide. Than Hein solemnly explains that the dark tide is the ultimate form of the dark lens, capable of devouring everything in its path. Even internal anomalies are consumed, and despite plans to avoid the tide, she fears those ahead have already perished. Yi's expression turns grave as she asks if this is the city-destroying power she had only heard about on online forums. She anxiously asks her cousin if there is still enough time for them to escape the area. Huang Dich manages to create a protective barrier in time, urging everyone to stay calm as his spiritual energy counters the dark attribute. He intends to gather their collective strength to maintain the barrier against the tide, but Than Hein reacts with shock at his plan. She warns that the dark tide is an unstoppable force of condensed darkness that even a spirit creation realm master could not survive. Yuang Dich remains undeterred and vows to destroy the tide himself before charging forward with his sword, leaving the others in a state of panic. Yi questions if she heard correctly as Fuang Dich's radiant light begins to push back the surrounding shadow. He leaps into the air to strike at the tide and smiles upon realizing he is standing in the midst of a massive gathering of monsters. These creatures are rank anomalies that have been evolved and fused together by the overwhelming power of the dark attribute. Yuang Dich observes the monsters evolving from B rank to S rank, carefully assessing the overall threat level of the dark tide. He concludes that the tide is easily SSS rank, explaining how it could effortlessly consume the elite practitioners of the spirit creation realm. Yuang Dich manifests a mysterious blue light in his hand and tears through the monsters before they have a chance to react. With a look of absolute determination, he shifts his combat state to eliminate the horde as quickly as possible. He attacks relentlessly, utilizing his spirit creation power, an enhanced weapon to easily destroy the fused A-rank anomaly. Having previously struggled against a B-rank serpent, he now finds these monsters easy to defeat but senses something unusual nearby. He spots the man in red armor being slowly consumed by the darkness and wonders if he is still clinging to life. As the darkness erodes the man, Yuang Dich notices a slight reaction, suggesting his spiritual energy has not been entirely depleted. Despite the man having a weaker foundation than his own, Yuang Dich realizes there is still a glimmer of hope for the spirit creation practitioner. Raising his hands, Fuang Dich invokes the 100 refined white thunder, sending a bolt of lightning crashing into the surrounding darkness. As the red-armored man is released and falls to the ground, Fuang Dich approaches him, sensing a faint glimmer of hope for his salvation. While considering how to save the man, a thunderous roar erupts as the dark energy nearby begins to surge violently, catching his attention. Realizing this infinite growth might be a trait of S-rank anomalies, Yuang Dich smiles with excitement and prepares to test his power. He releases his spiritual protection, emitting a light that repels the darkness as the system detects an exceptionally powerful dark attribute. The system informs him that this unique dark attribute cannot be extracted yet, which causes Fuang Dich a great deal of frustration. He reflects on how even at the spirit creation realm, the dark attribute remains elusive and far more complex than other elements. Despite the difficulty, he smiles and prepares to face the monsters, deciding to find an alternative since he cannot absorb the energy directly. Eager for the confrontation, he only regrets not having his little white flower to pit its desolate power against this darkness. His eyes burn with determination as he realizes he has another solution, just as the scene shifts to the others nearby. Van Hein and the group discuss the situation, asking Captain Tu if she has ever encountered anything like this before. She admits her knowledge is limited, leaving everyone puzzled as they watch the dark tide remain strangely motionless. Sensing something is wrong, YY begins to tremble with worry while questioning the nature of the strange barrier before them. Though she faced the ghost vine before, this environment feels far more unsettling, making her fear for her cousin who has been inside too long. Van Hein comforts her by pointing out that his spiritual thread is still active and suggests they work together to reinforce it. She notes that if someone as strong as him were to fall, they would all be doomed anyway, before continuing with a confident tone. Suspecting he has reached the 3-star spirit creation realm, she believes his mastery of multiple attributes puts him on another level. She reminds YY that mere 3-star ghost mansion realm practitioners like themselves are in no position to intervene, which helps YY relax. When YY comments on her sense of humor, Captain Tu laughs and asks if she is feeling any better now. Suddenly, a massive explosion occurs as the 9-dragon heavenly transformation sealing technique manifests, shocking everyone present. Yuang Dich soars into the air to command his fire dragons as the group watches with joy, while Yi recognizes her cousin's technique. The onlookers are mesmerized as the fire dragons erode the dark attribute, while Jia Lam watches the impressive display from the side. Jia Lam is unable to hide her surprise at the heavenly fire attribute and the sealing technique as her gaze becomes deeply pensive. Realizing he has sealed the dark tide, Fuang Dich continues to exert his strength until the darkness is completely neutralized. Seeking a definitive end, he invokes the 9-dragon decree and slams his power into the ground, causing the earth to shatter. Yuang Dich utilizes the wind to further weaken the dark attribute, eventually binding the darkness into a confined space. The dark forces finally crumble before everyone's eyes as the 9-dragon heavenly fire sealing technique reaches its conclusion. Yuang Dich brings the rescued Dang Hao to the group, noting their temporary safety and wondering how to handle the survivor. Lam Yi celebrates her cousin's safety, while Than Hein directs her team to take charge of the unconscious Dang Hao. Than Hein grows suspicious upon seeing Fuang Dich's grim expression despite his success in sealing the high-level dark attribute. Long marvels at how Hein Fuang actually fulfilled his promise to destroy the dark tide, proving his incredible capabilities. After a moment of silence, Fuang Dich explains that the seal is only temporary due to the overwhelming abundance of dark energy. He urges the group to move quickly and gather the 7-scent flowers while the seal remains effective, and Than Hein agrees. While the team prepares to take the survivor for medical treatment, Fuang Dich notes that the others were likely consumed by the darkness. 81 sighs over the sudden disappearance of those who were recently alive, feeling relieved to have been spared from witnessing their end. A heavy silence falls over the team before Fuang Dich instructs Yi, 81, and the captain to lead the way forward. He offers to cover the rear since the Black Pond remains dangerous, though he secretly intends to activate his system's hidden function. The system detects intense dark attribute waves and begins a full-power compilation as violent energy surges through the area. Fuang Dich hovers in the air like a powerful dark deity, while bolts of black lightning relentlessly surge through his body. The compilation concludes with Fuang Dich acquiring the Infinite Dark Realm technique, which allows him to manifest a sealed mist space. Facing his 6th acquisition of a new energy source, Fuang Dich calmly senses the power of the Dark Realm, a special domain within his grasp. By deploying the Infinite Dark Realm against his enemies, the corrosive effect of the darkness attribute will steadily wither away their spiritual power. As their energy depletes, he realizes that combining this ability with his other elemental techniques will yield even greater results. Stacking these weakening effects would allow him to overcome and destroy even the most bizarre anomalies, even those far more dangerous than the Dark Tide. Meanwhile, among the group's leaders, Than Hein turns to the expert to question whether the surrounding mist has changed once again. She is struck by a shocking sight that leaves her wide-eyed, wondering how he could have achieved another breakthrough without any celestial disturbances. Stunned, Than Hein begins to suspect that he might have absorbed the S-rank Dark Tide power, an idea that seems utterly preposterous to her. Recalling the early days of the spiritual chi recovery, she knows that all practitioners consider the darkness attribute to be the most terrifying of all. Formed from deep-seated negative emotions and latent malice, the government has strictly forbidden the absorption of such dark energy. Than Hein understands that few can withstand its influence, as previous government attempts to purify the darkness attribute resulted in a tragic cost. Dark anomalies are categorized separately, because even a D-rank threat is enough to cause immense suffering for a newly initiated practitioner. If a D-rank anomaly is that difficult for those in the noble mansion realm, an S-rank Dark Tide is an entirely different level of horror. Even 10 spirit creation realm experts would be easily consumed by it, reminding her of the time before the ban when practitioners still tried to absorb it. She recalls a 3-star noble mansion practitioner who attempted to absorb just a fragment of an S-rank dark anomaly and suffered a violent backlash. That man lost his mind and remains in a psychiatric hospital to this day, a stark contrast to the calm demeanor Fuang Dich now displayed. The Thunder Tyrant and Sun Flame practitioner exhales softly after absorbing the power, his sharp gaze immediately shifting toward a hidden observer. Fuang Dich commands the Watcher to reveal herself, prompting Jia Lam to step forward and address the most pressing matter without hesitation. Jia Lam asks if he was the one who sealed the Dark Tide, while a startled Than Hein realizes exactly who has just appeared before them. Jia Lam continues her inquiry, questioning what he was doing earlier and if he was truly absorbing the darkness attribute. Fuang Dich speaks frankly without any hesitation, and though Jia Lam is momentarily surprised, she seems to have expected his admission. Without saying a word, Jia Lam reaches into her coat to retrieve a specialized pistol capable of delivering a lethal blow even to an immortal traveler. This sudden action causes Lam Y and number 81 to panic, while Than Hein steps forward with a grim expression to shield Fuang Dich from the weapon. Than Hein questions Jia Lam's intentions, reminding her that the military and the Aura Association have long competed to recruit someone as valuable as Fuang Dich. Fuang Dich eventually breaks his silence to question why Jia Lam seems disappointed by their survival, when when their primary mission is simply to find the seven retreat flower. Jia Lam remains silent as the cold light reflects off her gun barrel, prompting an impatient number 81 to step forward and confront her directly. Number 81 expresses his past trust in Jia Lam, but demands to know why she failed to intervene earlier when they were on the verge of being destroyed. He points out that even the young Lam Y was in danger while Jia Lam stood by doing nothing, yet now she chooses to make things difficult for Fuang Dich. The atmosphere shifts instantly as Jia Lam offers a gentle smile, claiming the entire ordeal was merely a test and congratulating Fuang Dich on passing. This sudden change in her demeanor infuriates number 81, while Than Hein can only nod along in confused agreement with the explanation. Fuang Dich remains cold and detached, questioning if her only purpose for coming here was truly just to test his abilities. Jia Lam explains that his exceptional talent and strength made her want to see him in person, rather than just reading cold reports about him. She wanted to witness his character firsthand, while also addressing the grievances and accusations raised by number 81. Her mysterious purple eyes narrow as she prepares to explain her earlier inaction, her spiritual energy beginning to surge violently around her. Jia Lam provides a textbook response, stating that immortal travelers must strictly follow the established rules of the spiritual recovery world. She describes their existence as a shared destiny where life, death, and fortune can change for an immortal traveler in the blink of an eye. She remarks that the group is lucky to have a powerful and trustworthy protector, noting that no anomalies have dared to attack them recently. Fuang Dich listens in silence as she explains that the anomalies are terrified of his dark tide sealing power, which preys on the weak and fears the strong. To avoid wasting more time, Jia Lam offers to lead the group to the Seven Retreat Flower since she is more familiar with the local terrain. Using his keen intuition, Fuang Dich silently observes Jia Lam and begins to suspect that she might be suffering from some form of mental instability. Than Hein explains that her previous team encountered the dark tide, leaving her as the only survivor. Fuang Dich observes her and realizes her absolute obedience and indifference to rules stem from her tragic past. A deep conviction keeps her going, but witnessing the dark tide being sealed caused her to lose her composure. Fuang Dich tells number 81 and Tiu that they should show some understanding toward the injured woman. When number 81 asks for clarification, Fuang Dich explains that Jia Lam's spirit shield is severely compromised. Having reached the two-star creation spirit realm himself, Fuang Dich easily detects her true level of cultivation. Her spirit shield has dropped by 2 levels, which indicates that she has sustained significant internal injury. His words reach her and cause her to stumble, yet she shows no anger at having her condition exposed. Jia Lam hesitates before softly offering her thanks and insisting she is fine as the group falls into silence. They head toward the burial ground in the extreme dark zone, with Jia Lam leading and Kai Lo and Mai Ha at the rear. Fuang Dich notices a skeleton nearby and realizes it belonged to a soldier who died heroically in the line of duty. Before he can investigate the remains, Jia Lam announces that they have finally reached the burial ground. Amidst the eerie darkness, a pure light appears where she points, revealing the presence of the 7 fading flower. Staring at the source of her squad's demise, Jia Lam stands frozen in place, unable to move past her grief. Dark spirits swarm to protect the flower as Jia Lam loses her composure, appearing like a soul consumed by bloodlust. She mutters about finally finding it again, but Fuang Dich senses that something is terribly wrong. Fuang Dich summons a burst of yang fire energy and hurls it toward the entranced Jia Lam to snap her back to reality. The sudden explosion behind her startles Jia Lam, and the bright flames tear through the darkness to wake her. She is stunned by the rare power of his yang attribute before reflexively turning to launch an attack of her own. As the dust from the explosion clears, Fuang Dich stands with his sword while the illusions around Jia Lam vanish. Jia Lam wonders if her preparations were insufficient as she fades, while Than Hein and Lam YY rush to check on her well-being. Than Hein notes that Jia Lam is severely affected by dark attributes and suggests they stay together, but Fuang Dich intervenes regarding the 7-scented flower. Fuang Dich insists on going alone and walks into the wasteland, pausing briefly at a small glowing flower before heading toward the dark cliffs. A massive, red-eyed monster suddenly lunges from the shadows with a terrifying roar, yet Fuang Dich remains perfectly composed. The creature bellows about its hunger and charges forward, baring its sharp teeth and glowing red maw. Fuang Dich calmly gathers blue energy and summons divine thunder, sending bolts of lightning crashing into the monster and making it scream in agony. Facing the giant beast, He wonders how many anomalies this S-rank fox demon has consumed to reach this state and decides to eliminate it quickly. He intends to retrieve the seven-scented flower before the dark tide seal weakens, choosing to use the surviving monster to test his techniques. A deep purple energy sphere glows in his hand as he activates the infinite dark realm, trapping the monster within a massive purple barrier. The beast lets out a final cry before being swallowed by the domain, where it is bound and constricted by overwhelming dark energy. Its body contorts and trembles as it growls in pain, suffering from the unique dark properties within the infinite dark realm. The S-rank half-rotten fox demon is weakened and demoted to B-rank, prompting Fuangditch to coldly observe its significant drop in power. He notes that S-rank anomalies in the extreme yin region have unstable foundations before wreathed his sword in intense flame. With a declaration that the fight is over, he swings his blazing sword, triggering a massive explosion that shocks the two girls watching from afar. The Than Hein questions the nature of the dark energy, while Lam YY notes that it lacks the usual repulsive and oppressive chill. Jia Lam explains that this is Fuangditch's personal domain, created after he mastered dark attributes through self-study. She reflects on how incredibly difficult it is to manifest a domain using one's own spiritual energy. Aside from her master, only 3 people globally possess this ability, with 2 unidentified individuals residing in the United States. She recalls when her master deployed his domain to suppress a catastrophic disaster threatening the capital, though the outcome was grim. In the present, urgent voices shout that something is moving and emerging, leaving Jia Lam astonished by the incredible speed of the resolution. Fuangditch smiles, sensing the graveyard will no longer be a threat, and approaches the mystical glowing flower amidst the ruin. He bends down to claim the flower he has been seeking and breathes a sigh of relief, knowing the mission is finally secure. Jia Lam watches him with lingering tension until he returns with the flower, drawing a crowd of surprised companions. When a girl questions if such a small bloom is truly the 7 fading flower, Fuangditch confirms it and orders an immediate retreat. Fuangditch warns that the dark tide is uniquely dangerous, especially with their current burden, before Jia Lam thanks him for the mission's success. As they depart, Jia Lam thanks Fuangditch again and mentions Elder Ngo, the only Vajra realm sovereign in the nation of Hakwa. She explains that the flower is the only hope for the dying Elder Ngo, meaning Fuangditch has effectively saved the great man's life. While Fuangditch reflects on the Vajra realm, the group leaves the danger zone, and 81 cheers at their successful return to the light. Lam YY shares in the joy of seeing the daylight again, as they are met by a crowd astonished by the recovery of the flower. Onlookers express their disbelief at Jia Lam's report of finding the flower, as the group finally emerges from the dangerous area. People wonder who actually retrieved the flower, while 81 looks around in surprise at the massive crowd waiting for them. The sudden appearance of a large convoy startles Lam YY, who identifies the vehicles as belonging to the elite Spirit War Zone. 81 is terrified to realize that Jia Lam is a high-level manager for the Spirit War Zone, regretting his earlier disrespectful behavior toward her. Known as the premier region among the 19 zones of Hakwa, the Spirit War Zone has always been home to the nation's greatest elites. The Spirit War Zone is renowned for its elite talents and rare resources, and the flower is now secured in a special container for their use. A disciplined officer approaches Jia Lam with a respectful salute and takes custody of the flower for immediate transport. The officer solemnly informs Jia Lam that he will deliver the flower to the hospital immediately, and she promises to join him there shortly. Once the convoy leaves, Fuangditch approaches Jia Lam to confirm if she is indeed a member of the prestigious Spirit War Zone. Jia Lam confirms her identity and tells Fuangditch that his impressive performance will soon make him a famous figure throughout the Spirit War Zone. She admits that his individual strength could overwhelm their strongest squad and acknowledges that his potential appears to be truly limitless. Jia Lan invites Fang Yi to join them to access the best cultivation resources and discusses their current mission. She promises double rewards for Fang Yi, his teammates, and the entire Spirit Association squad, for which he expresses his gratitude. Despite acknowledging them as the strongest in the Xia Kingdom, Fang Yi declines the offer to maintain his own cultivation pace. Jia Lan explains that as the world changes, the nation's primary concern is the rapid rise of dangerous dark attribute anomalies. These anomalies are spreading like malignant tumors and threaten to cause catastrophic disasters as their influence continues to expand. She describes the efforts to establish forbidden zones and maintain strict surveillance, sharing this because of Fang Yi's exceptional talent. Fang Yi assures her that he will not stand idly by if he encounters such anomalies in the future, regardless of who is involved. Pleased to know him, Jia Lan smiles and presents Fang Yi with a small token as a gesture of goodwill. The token is inscribed with the name of the Tin Then War Zone, granting him free access to any forbidden zone for his cultivation. She adds that the war zone is always open to him and asks if he would like to meet her mentor, a Vajra Realm Venerable. Jia Lan expresses her personal desire to become friends and believes that meeting her esteemed teacher would be beneficial for him. Fang Yi puts his belongings away and produces a surge of blue electricity in his palm while offering a friendly smile. He agrees that making a new friend is always a good path and decides to accompany her, offering a gift in return. Fang Yi reaches toward a surprised Jia Lan, explaining that he can use his lightning to purge the dark toxins polluting her body. As the electricity spreads, Jia Lan feels the cold pain replaced by a warm, numbing sensation, realizing his lightning has healing properties. She closes her eyes and focuses as the discomfort vanishes and the wounds caused by the black mist begin to mend. Her damaged internal organs recover, and her blood vessels are purified as the rare lightning attribute completely eradicates the toxins. Feeling as though she has been reborn, Jia Lan confirms to Fang Yi that she feels perfectly fine and fully recovered. Every trace of the dark attribute has been shattered and removed from her body while nearby. A medical team tends to the wounded. A bystander questions if a first-level spirit manifestation realm cultivator can survive such heavy injuries, drawing To Than Hein's attention. To Than Hu letter 1EF3 NH approaches the pair and expresses surprise that they are still there, noticing that Jia Lam's wounds have already healed. Touching her chest, Jia Lam confirms that the pure lightning attribute has completely purged the residual dark energy from her body. Wide-eyed with amazement, To Than Hu letter 1EF3 NH points at Fuang D letter 1ECBCH and calls him a master of the lightning attribute who can both kill and heal. Feeling the weight of her gaze, Fuang D letter 1ECBCH asks what she is looking at before she turns to call for the nearby medical staff. As the medics arrive, she excitedly asks Fuang D letter 1ECBCH if he would be willing to cooperate with their medical team. She explains that combining his spiritual power with their equipment could save many pioneers suffering from dark attribute corruption. She bows deeply to plead for his help, prompting him to release a surge of brilliant blue electricity to demonstrate his power. A doctor confirms that such pure lightning can dispel dark energy, while Jia Lam suggests a simple physical connection might suffice for treatment. When a comatose patient is mentioned, To Than Hu letter 1EF3 NH and a doctor note that not everyone in the spirit creation realm can withstand such intense power. The doctor explains that while Jia Lam's injuries were manageable, the other patient requires 10 times the amount of lightning energy to be treated. He adds that simply waking the patient up would be a success, as a full recovery from such damage is currently impossible. The medical team leads Fuang D letter 1ECBCH toward the ambulances as he compares the process of transferring spiritual power to a blood transfusion. He asks how he should provide the energy for them to store, and a nearby nurse gestures for him to follow her. They lead him to a spiritual power transfer chamber and instruct him to place his hand inside to release his energy. As he complies, Lam YY observes from a distance, amazed by Jia Lam's high status and the special treatment her cousin is receiving. She notes how the usually cold Jia Lam took the initiative to befriend her cousin and even gave him her personal token. After finishing, Fuang D letter 1ECBCH checks on the girls, and YY explains that they plan to take on missions to grow stronger independently. YY silently resolves to stop being a burden and to work hard so she can eventually keep pace with her cousin's progress. After completing the energy transfer, Fuang D letter 1ECBCH smiles and tells them to stay safe as they head off on their own. He reflects on how much his cousin has matured before To Than Hu letter 1EF3 NH says her goodbyes, and Jia Lam leads him to visit Mr. Ngo. Yuang Dich walks in silence while To Than Hein rages inside a car traveling through a desolate rocky region, frustrated by his cold indifference. She fumes over his absence from the scene, lamenting that the spirit war zone has taken their target and rendered her days of hard work useless. The female driver urges Captain Tu to remain calm, noting that the organizational structure of the Spirit Association remains highly chaotic. Many managers at headquarters and the branches are more hypocritical than military officials, while elite teams are too disjointed to even consider befriending Fuangditch. It is considered fortunate that some stubborn individuals have not caused trouble, yet as Fuangditch and Jia Lam arrive at a modern medical facility. Inside a high-end ward within the Spirit War Zone, Fuangditch asks if the comatose man before them is indeed the renowned Mr. Ngo. Jia Lam confirms his identity, noting how strange it is that a Diamond Realm powerhouse appears as such a frail old man who previously looked like a corpse. Despite using a 7-petal flower, he remains unconscious, prompting Fuangditch to ask about the specific cause of his dire condition. Jia Lam recounts how a dark attribute disaster struck the capital, tearing the sky apart and forcing her teacher to use his body to seal the phenomenon. The team used special methods to transfer their spiritual power to him, after assessing that the abnormal disaster far exceeded the S-rank classification. Although they had faced terrifying S-rank dark waves before, the destructive power of this disaster was many times greater and threatened the entire region. Such a catastrophe could have leveled the capital and surrounding cities, potentially plunging the entire nation into a state of total chaos. The teacher had used his domain to forcibly seal the S-rank anomaly, though he did not require the collective strength of the entire group to manage it. The disaster proved more horrific than anticipated, and the dark attribute began to consume him, nearly turning the Diamond Realm venerable into ash. Had he not been so powerful, he would have become nourishment for the darkness, but his sacrifice ultimately prevented the destruction of the capital. Fuangditch acknowledges him as a great pioneer, recalling memories of other pioneers who once shielded him and allowed him to survive until the end. Realizing that the man likely died at this point in his previous life, Fuangditch steps forward and reaches out his hand to provide assistance. Jia Lam reacts with alarm as blue electricity begins to envelop the old man, but Fuangditch calmly explains his intentions to help. He tells her not to be anxious, explaining that he wants to remove the stubborn dark attributes from the man's body so that he might wake up sooner. Jia Lam watches in stunned silence, remembering the S-rank nature of the disaster, while Fuangditch quietly observes her reaction. Without another word, the treatment continues as a blue light envelops the comatose old man's body, and Jia Lam finally gives her quiet consent. Stepping back with a mix of hope and worry, Jia Lam allows him to try, hoping he might be the miracle they need. As he places his hand on the old man's chest and sends lightning through his veins, she warns him that this dark energy is far more terrifying than what is found in the dark waves. She notes that even the 7-cent flower could not speed up her teacher's recovery, to which he calmly replies that he can already feel the immense power of the darkness. The room trembles under invisible pressure as a swirling black mist fills the air, exerting a heavy force despite being weakened by the 7-cent flower's cleansing power. Jia Lam urgently tells Fuangditch to focus, but the black mist has already begun to spread across his hands and shoulders, causing her to panic as it starts to affect him. Suddenly, a powerful golden light erupts from his body, enveloping him in a blinding aura as his eyes transform into a brilliant orange gold. After a brief moment of realization, the scene abruptly shifts to a ruined city street choked with thick red dust and smoke. Standing alone on the street, he gazes up at a massive blood-red eye opening within the swirling black clouds, wondering what this entity could be. As the red eye in the clouds stares down at Fuangditch, a deep and gloomy voice echoes, seemingly pulling his spirit back into the past. The entity demands to know who he is, leaving Fuangditch wondering if he is in a parallel realm or an illusion caused by the dark energy that corrupted his spirit upon contact. Regardless of whether it is an illusion, Fuangditch remains determined to eliminate it, telling the entity that his identity is irrelevant. Declaring his intent to destroy the entity, he activates his lightning attribute and realizes that this anomaly may not be as invincible as it seems. The red-eye anomaly refuses to be challenged in its own territory and summons a surge of black energy to strike back at the intruder. Fuangditch stands his ground as the attack approaches, his eyes flashing with golden sparks as he questions the nature of the dark force. He activates the golden sun breathing technique for protection before dashing forward to evade a lethal strike, only to discover that the dark energy attacking him is actually a form of lightning. This eerie lightning proves to be just as powerful as the divine lightning he once absorbed on Mount Ngok home, and he soon hears the ominous buzzing of wings. Yuang Ditch shudders at the sight of countless hideous, dark-attribute insect anomalies, realizing that even within this illusion, the threat is very real. Each of the thousands of insects is as formidable as the creatures found in a dark tide, and they now swarm toward him like a disturbed hive. Yuang Ditch calmly switches to his searing yang attribute and draws his blade, facing the swarm as it forms a demonic face and deciding that he must exterminate them all. With a firm grip on his weapon and a focused gaze, Yuang Ditch charges forward and begins to swing his blade, determined to strike down every single anomaly. A blinding yellow light slashes through the swarm of insects as a thunderous explosion causes the creatures to scatter and reform into a red-eyed entity. From that single strike, Fang Yi determines that these S-rank anomalies have been significantly weakened, likely due to the illusion or the effects of the seven-color flower. Upon landing, he immediately leaps to dodge the red-eyed creature's next attack, using a water pillar to close the distance to the anomaly. He estimates their strength to be near A rank and wonders if these were the calamities Elder Wu faced, questioning if they were truly capable of destroying an entire city. Realizing the threat might be even greater, he activates his new domain, manifesting a black sphere that begins to pull the panicked insects inside. Watching the infinite dark realm expand, the trembling creature questions if he is even human, but Fang Yi only offers a cryptic smirk. He commands the domain to expand, his eyes clouded by spiritual energy as the infinite dark realm grows and its gravitational pull intensifies. Before being swallowed by the infinite dark realm, the red-eyed creature screams that they will soon return, but it is quickly consumed by the darkness. Fang Yi suspects this was a lingering consciousness of the dark anomaly and wonders if its mention of others means more calamities are coming. Sensing a group of insects attempting a sneak attack from behind, he calmly extends his hand and releases a powerful burst of lightning to incinerate them. Returning to reality, Fang Yi opens his eyes and waves his hand to extract a dark substance from Elder Wu's body, leaving Jia Lan in total shock. The dark mass is trapped within a cage of lightning, and to prevent any further complications, Fang Yi initiates the 9-dragon heavenly fire sealing technique. Chains of heavenly fire manifest to bind the dark attribute, and Fang Yi confirms to Jia Lan that this was the remnant of a calamity-class anomaly. The seal transforms into a small orb marked with a heavenly fire insignia, as Fang Yi explains that the dark power was weakened by the flower and Elder Wu's own seal. He remarks that its influence has faded and expresses his admiration for Elder Wu, the top pioneer of Great Xia, for using his own body to contain the darkness. He notes that anyone else would have perished long ago, and as the red veins on the Elder's face begin to recede, Jia Lan offers her sincere thanks. Jia Lan thanks him for saving the Elder's life, but Fang Yi humbly declines full credit, citing the importance of the 7-color flower. He explains that without the flower, he could not have removed the stubborn dark attribute, and Jia Lan agrees that the plant was vital for his survival. She adds that Fang Yi's unique ability is what truly allowed for a full recovery, as he holds the sealed dark attribute in his hand. Fang Yi uses his strength and lightning energy to crush the seal, letting the neutralized black dust scatter across the floor. Fang Yi announces that the threat has been neutralized, while Jia Lam sits on the bed and covers Elder Wu with a blanket before he mentions a discovery from the mental illusion. He explains that the dark remnants of the disaster foretold its return, and they must be prepared so that a recovering elderly man does not have to lead the front lines again, causing Jia Lam to nod with a cold expression. Jia Lam admits she has heard rumors of this, surprising Fang Yi, who knows that the military and the Spirit Qi Association's monitoring department regularly compile data on abnormal spiritual fluctuation. These records are strictly managed to prevent leaks, but Jia Lam shares a rumor based on data projections regarding the future of the country. The rumor suggests that Xia country's current reserves cannot sustain them through the first year of the spiritual recovery, a claim they find hard to believe despite the credibility of the monitoring data. When Jia Lam asks if he believes the rumors are true, Fang Yi remains silent and wonders if his rebirth has caused the timeline of the future to shift. He recalls living until the 3rd year after the spiritual recovery in his past life, even though the blue planet had been nearly destroyed by that point. Fang Yi comforts Jia Lam by placing a hand on her shoulder and promising to stand by them if another disaster strikes, knowing that a final confrontation is inevitable. Determined to change the outcome this time, Bangyu returns home as the full moon illuminates his old apartment complex that night. While cultivating in his living room, Bangyu realizes that after two S-rank encounters, he is close to reaching the 2-star spirit creation realm, though his dark attribute powers are still insufficient. He concludes his cultivation by drawing energy into his dansha, reflecting on how the anomaly in the mental illusion still possessed immense power despite being significantly weakened. Its true demonic power was unmistakable, and as the little white flower glows under the moonlight, Bangyu realizes he has neglected the plant for some time. The little white flower leans down to touch his finger as he approaches, prompting him to smile and regret not bringing it along sooner due to the inconvenience of carrying it. Bangyu picks up the flower pot, expressing his regret that the plant has not yet had the opportunity to demonstrate its abilities or advance in level. He decides to take the flower out for a walk, heading toward the mountainside under the bright moonlight. As he walks, he mutters that the Spirit Chi Association's Botanical Research Institute is quite capable, even though the spiritual recovery is still in its early stages. Nature's ability to self-regulate has grown stronger, allowing the previously scorched trees to recover significantly in a very short amount of time. After noticing the newly planted trees, Bangyu ventures deep into the forest and carefully removes the little white flower from its small pot. Fuang Diletter1ECBCH makes a mental note to thank Xiao Su and the team before warning the little white flower to only absorb energy in small amounts. He cautions the plant against overindulgence, noting that its insatiable appetite could easily devour every forest on the blue planet. The little white flower nods in understanding, and once placed on the ground, its roots spread the desolation attribute to drain the forest's vitality. Nearby trees wither and lose their color instantly, leading Fuang Diletter1ECBCH to decide that the plant has had enough for the moment. He pulls the flower from the earth, confusing the creature, and explains that they will find a new location to continue the process. Looking at the vibrant plant in his hand, he wonders how it ranks among other evolved wood element life forms. Estimating it to be at least an A-rank anomaly due to its desolation attribute, he places it back in its pot and continues his journey. He finds the path surprisingly easy and notices that the mountain's usual wildlife has completely vanished from the area. He suspects the animals fled in fear of the flower's power, but a sudden, loud wolf howl nearby catches him off guard. Listening intently, he identifies the sound as a wolf, while noticing that the golden moonlight has taken on a crimson hue. Mutated wolves with glowing red eyes gather on the rocks to howl, signaling a hunt and causing Fuang Diletter1ECBCH to realize they are evolved. He watches the pack with a surprised smile as the Wolf King appears before him, nearing the end of its evolutionary process. The monster completes its transformation and lets out a piercing scream that echoes through the night. Sensing the intense spiritual energy, Fuang Diletter1ECBCH wonders if the creature is about to become an A-rank anomaly. As the aggressive beast closes in on him, he calmly observes its fierce appearance and considers its new power. He notes that the Wolf King has evolved from a wood element creature into a poison-type monster with highly corrosive abilities. He concludes that the poison attribute resulted from absorbing dark energy, which seems to be becoming increasingly active in the world. Although the Wolf King now possesses dual attributes, Fuang Diletter1ECBCH remains composed, viewing it as merely an A-rank threat. He decides to eliminate the pack and replants the flower, worried that the large group of wolves might reach the nearby urban area. Knowing the consequences for the city would be dire, he smiles and prepares for battle as the monster lunges toward him. He wonders to himself how much damage he can inflict by relying solely on the power of desolation, without using any other ability. At the foot of the mountain, a group of people observes the situation and discusses the unfolding events with surprise. The Wolf King has successfully evolved into a powerful form, and a man turns back in shock upon hearing that the pollution level has reached 90 degrees. The blonde man notes with a serious expression that the level is still rising and estimates the wood attribute Wolf King is at least at the 3-star Ghost Axe realm or even the 1-star Spirit Creation realm. The other wolves range from the 2-star to 3-star Ghost Axe realm, prompting him to turn back and shout about the dire situation. Realizing their manpower is insufficient to fight back, he points out that even their strongest member has only just reached the 3-star Ghost Axe realm. They scream in terror at the sight before them, as they realize the dark attribute has manifested once again. The blonde man suddenly shouts to the group, realizing that the presence of the dark attribute explains why the pollution level is so high. He explains that the extreme pollution is caused by the Wolf King evolving with dual attributes, a phenomenon that is incredibly rare within anomalies. Checking his watch as it displays the number 100, he realizes they cannot waste any more time and prepares to report the situation. He insists that they must stop the beasts even if they cannot defeat them, as the area at the foot of the mountain will be devastated once the evolution is complete. Knowing the beast's violent nature will only worsen with this evolutionary spiritual power, he decides to contact the Spirit Association for reinforcement. A voice calls for everyone to wait as they feel the mountainside trembling, leading them to wonder if the wolf's evolution could truly trigger an earthquake. Another anomaly appears as the watch reading surges to 1,000, terrifying everyone as they witness the sudden eruption of the power of desolation. Unable to withstand the pressure, the group flees toward the rear, desperate to reach a safe zone as quickly as possible. Wondering if the previously vanished vines have returned without warning, the blonde man shouts for the immediate evacuation of all nearby residents. Sensing something is amiss, he turns back in surprise and asks the captain why the power of desolation is not approaching and what this new force could be. They stop abruptly to look at the green objects appearing before them, realizing that the power of desolation has retreated deep into the back of the mountain. As the sense of danger vanishes, they wonder if a report is still necessary while giant roots spread out and begin to sprout mystical flowers. The group stands frozen in amazement at the sight of the flowers while Fang Yi remains in position, facing off against the Wolf King. The beast glares at him with murderous intent and lashes out, while he watches coldly as the spirit flowers continue to grow and drain the enemy's energy. He speaks with a hint of pride, noting that while he is protected, the surrounding wolf demons are being drained of their essence until they are nothing but skin and bones. Within moments, only skeletons remain on the ground as the power of the desolation phenomenon intensifies under Fuang D-1ECBCH's command. Unable to withstand the pressure any longer, the Wolf King opens its massive jaws and launches a desperate, full-force attack against him. Unfazed, Fuang D-1ECBCH coldly remarks that the desolation attribute of the spirit flower has already permeated the very soil of the mountain forest. Before the beast can react, he explains that the sea of flowers spreading across the sky draws its power from the mountain itself. Enraged by his words, the Wolf King lunges forward, unaware that these flowers are like resilient weeds that regrow with the wind, earning a nod of approval from Fuang D-1ECBCH. He commends the beast for locating the source and asks his spirit flower how it intends to handle being discovered. The Wolf King loses all reason and charges, prompting the little flower to transform into a giant entity to engage the frenzied beast in a direct confrontation. A brutal struggle begins, and the Wolf King appears to lose its strength when faced with the overwhelming power of desolation. The beast quickly regains its footing and bites down hard on the little flower, a sight that causes Fuang D-1ECBCH to express his surprise. He wonders if the creature is truly willing to let the dark attribute consume it, as the little flower slowly begins to unfurl its petal. The flower uses its viscous secretions to bind the Wolf King, suppressing the beast despite its constant, agonized howling. After the flower successfully dispatches the Wolf King, Fuang D-1ECBCH marvels at the sheer dominance of the desolation power and how it formed its own technique after the grafting. He notes that the flower developed its own technique without further modification, while it continues to consume its prey. As the flower finishes its meal, Fuang D-1ECBCH observes that no creature can escape once they are trapped within this vast, celestial sea of flowers. The flower drops the Wolf King's skeletal remains at his feet, and he notes that the spirit flowers will always regenerate regardless of how much damage they take. By utilizing the infinite power of desolation to reduce everything to bone, he gently touches the flower and names the technique the Boundless Spirit Sea. As petals fill the air, the system confirms the successful grafting of the desolation attribute and the manifestation of the Boundless Spirit Sea as the flower blooms. Realizing what is happening, Fuang D-1ECBCH joyfully announces that the little flower is finally on the verge of its evolution. Inside the monitoring room, the staff discusses the detection of a level mutant pollution and two distinct spiritual energy flows, including the Wolf King's dark attribute. A sudden and unpredicted surge of desolation energy surprises the high-ranking officials, who immediately demand to know the exact location of the anomaly. The monitor points to a low mountain ridge that was previously under Captain Two's jurisdiction, leaving the captain confused as he questions the situation. He asks if the saboteur squad had already intercepted the wolf pack, his expression growing grave as he realizes something is fundamentally wrong. A blonde squad member reports that a massive burst of desolation energy wiped out the level 3 mutant wolves, but did not target the saboteur squad. The energy retreated into the mountains, causing a massive bloom of anomalies across the peaks while the squad watches the petals from a distance, unable to approach. The blonde man expresses concern over whether this desolation power will spread, predicting that an eruption of this unidentified anomaly would be catastrophic. Warning that the impact could exceed the sky ghost vine, he requests reinforcements, fearing the Pathfinders on site are not strong enough to win. The Superior decides to deploy 2 elite squads to assist Captain 2, while Than Hines silently suspects that Fuang Ditch is behind the phenomenon. Convinced by her intuition that the events at the back mountain involve him, she breaks her silence to point out a specific location on the map. She suggests that Fuang Ditch is the source of the desolation power since his house is located there, expressing her belief that he will protect everyone. At the back mountain, Fuang Ditch watches the swirling petals and realizes the spirit flower is about to evolve a second attribute after consuming the Wolf King. As the flower continues its transformation, he smiles with pleasant surprise upon discovering that it is developing a fire attribute. He reaches out toward the flower, noting that its method of cultivation and evolution through consumption is incredibly efficient and powerful. The spirit flower returns to its normal form in his hand, as the system confirms it has finished devouring the mutant wolf pack and their king. The evolution is complete, resulting in the desolate fire spirit flower, an A-level anomaly possessing both desolation and fire attributes. The system explains that the evolved flower now has a voracious appetite for spiritual energy and can be nurtured within the infinite dark realm. Stunned by this information, Fuang Ditch reaches toward the dark void, realizing he hadn't considered placing the spirit flower inside the infinite dark realm before. He considers how the various anomalies and the dark environment within the realm might allow the spirit flower to eventually evolve a dark attribute as well. As he begins to move the spirit flower into the pitch-black space, a sudden flash of lightning in the sky catches his attention. Sensing something is amiss, Fuang Ditch's expression turns grave as he prepares to break through to the 2-star spirit creation realm, while golden light descends from the sky to bolster his body. He feels his power flowing more easily as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth merges naturally with his physical form, as if they were always one. Upon spotting Fuang Ditch, Fuang Luke shouts in a fit of rage, relieved to have finally located his target. His face pale with fury, Fuang Luke feels a surge of excitement at the prospect of facing the legendary Heavenly Fire Single Blade and a 2-star Spirit Creation Realm Master. Recalling the moment he saw Fuang Ditch's image on a screen, Fuang Luke had been consumed by anger and determined to wear down the fire attribute Immortal Traveler's essence. Driven by the desire to be known as the premier fire attribute Immortal Traveler, he approaches as Fuang Ditch senses the intrusion and abruptly turns to face him. A powerful punch hurtles toward Fuang Ditch, who immediately prepares to defend himself against the fire attribute Immortal Traveler. Using his dark attribute to block the strike, Fuang Ditch feels annoyed that the man has finally shown himself after hiding his spiritual energy so poorly. Fuang Ditch looks on with contempt at the rogue Immortal Traveler who reached the spirit creation realm without any organization, seeking only to pick fights. Fuang Luke arrives and expresses his intrigue, noting Fuang Ditch's powerful spiritual pressure and questioning how he evaded the flowing fire flying flame. Unimpressed by the newcomer's appearance, Fuang Ditch watches as Fuang Luke offers a forced smile and prepares to launch an immediate attack. Fuang Luke declares that Fuang Ditch will soon remember his name, but Fuang Ditch simply raises his hand to end the encounter quickly. As Fuang Ditch summons Divine Thunder, the smug Fuang Luke is suddenly struck by a bolt of lightning before he can realize what is happening. Overwhelmed by strange sensations, Fuang Luke freezes in place with a contorted expression, unable to comprehend the nature of the attack. The lightning strike leaves Fuang Luke unable to react, and within moments, a plume of smoke begins to rise from his scorched body. His legs give way as he collapses to the ground, trembling with fear and wondering how a fellow fire attribute user could possess such power. Fuang Ditch suddenly appears before the startled man and coldly places his hand on Fuang Luke's head before he can respond. He slams the man's head into the shattering ground and mockingly asks for his name again. recalling the earlier provocation. Huang Luke realizes too late that he has provoked the wrong person and struggles to understand how he could be so easily defeated. He had always prided himself on being a one-star spirit creation realm master with the fastest cultivation speed and a powerful ultimate technique. Having received much praise from his peers, Huang L1E5C believed he was truly powerful with his rare fire attribute and spirit creation realm strength. He viewed himself as a master among masters, expecting everyone to submit to him for favors during this era of spiritual awakening. Huang D1ECBCH laughed at Huang L1E5C's arrogance as he sent a surge of electricity through him, leaving the man screaming in agony. Looking at Huang D1ECBCH with terror, Huang L1E5C wondered how he could possess lightning powers when he was supposed to have a fire attribute. His flames were easily extinguished, and he was left unable to stand as Huang D1ECBCH expressed disappointment in his lack of strength. Not wanting to waste any more time, Huang D1ECBCH prepared to deal with him, noting that the youth of today were far too overconfident. Gritting his teeth in anger, Huang L1E5C wondered why someone who hadn't reached 2-star spirit creation realm felt 2 levels stronger than him. He realized the gap was actually 3 levels and felt a sense of impending death as he screamed internally. After their brief clash, Huang L1E5C was utterly defeated and stared up in terror, begging for his life. Facing the desperate plea, Huang D1ECBCH looked down with an icy gaze and remained silent for a long time. After a moment of thought, he released his grip on the man's head and warned him not to use a Pathfinder's power so recklessly. Before departing, he suggested that Huang L1E5C should focus on clearing out the anomalies instead, leaving the man stammering in his wake. Huang D1ECBCH clicked his tongue in exhaustion and left many things unsaid as he walked away, leaving a dazed Huang L1E5C kneeling on the ground. He struggled to understand the source of such immense spiritual power and why he had suffered such a humiliating defeat. He questioned whether his opponent's power was simply godlike or if he was just too weak as the scene shifted to the city center. Huang L1E5C eventually dragged his battered and exhausted body into a skyscraper located in the heart of the bustling city. While his companions sat inside drinking tea and reading, he kept his head down, lost in a mess of dark and troubled thoughts. Seeing him return, a red-haired man mocked his disheveled appearance while another companion joined in the conversation. His companion noted that provoking others brought no benefit, while the red-haired man continued to offer his advice. He warned Huang L1E5C that he could not continue acting so impulsively, especially since the spiritual energy had not yet fully recovered. Faced with criticisms that his constant provocations were too risky for someone as insignificant as a speck of dust, Huang L1E5C remained silent. Huang L1E5C ignored the remarks and walked toward the sofa as they warned him that his indiscriminate aggression would only lead to trouble. They found it strange that he remained calm despite their constant nagging as he sat down in silence. Eventually, they stopped talking and observed him curiously before one man sat down, put an arm around his shoulder, and asked what had happened. He questioned if Huang L1E5C had been possessed, as he was no longer the same aggressive person who was always ready to strike at anyone. The red-haired man joined in, asking what had occurred during his challenge against the one known as Skypher One Blade. Huang L1E5C finally replied that he had been defeated in an instant, leaving the black-haired man in utter shock. The black-haired man demanded an explanation, but Huang L1E5C could no longer hold back his emotions as he began to weep uncontrollably. Trembling, he repeated that he was defeated in an instant and began to blame himself while clutching his head in despair. He lamented that he should have noticed something was wrong and stopped sooner to avoid such humiliation, while the red-haired man tried to console him. The red-haired man wondered if Skypher One Blade was truly that strong, given that Huang L1E5C was a high-level fire genius who reached the spirit creation realm in a month. Despite being a rare talent across many provinces, Huang L1E5C recalled the moment he was hit by an attack so fast he could not even react. In the blink of an eye, his proudest technique, the flowing fire flying flame, was completely shattered by the opponent's lightning. The black-haired man interrupted, suggesting that Qwang L1E5C might have challenged the wrong person given the purity of his fire attribute. His fire was so remarkably pure that normally no one could match him unless they were from a high-level combat zone. Considering he had already reached the spirit creation realm, the red-haired man pondered the fact that Qwang L1E5C had only recently awakened his powers. He reminded him that he had previously defeated 2 wild practitioners of the same element who were at the 3-star Ghost Mansion realm. They questioned if Skyfer One Blade was even a practitioner, as they had predicted he wouldn't be stronger than Qwang L1E5C, who grew frustrated by their disbelief. Infuriated, Qwang L1E5C stood up and grabbed the man's shoulders, insisting that he could not have been mistaken about the location where Skyfer One Blade appeared. He asserted that they could never understand without experiencing it themselves, shuddering with fear as he described the opponent as a true monster. The violent lightning power felt as if all the heavens' thunder had converged on his ears, nearly causing his head to explode. Jiang Lu asserted with absolute certainty that the youth was a spirit creation realm cultivator with supreme-grade dual fire and lightning attributes. His lightning abilities far surpassed Jiang Lu's own flames, proving that he had been concealing his true strength all along. Estimating the youth to be at least a 3rd-star spirit creation realm cultivator, the red-haired man wondered how a rogue cultivator could reach such a level. If the assessment was correct, this person would become a nightmare for all elite cultivators, possessing a talent so terrifying it could crush Jiang Lu in a single move. Jiang Lu clenched his fists with determination and asked if he should attempt to learn from the man, causing the other 2 to cry out in shock. Meanwhile, Fang Yi had returned home and was deep in cultivation, his body enveloped by brilliant arcs of golden lightning. As the light surrounded him, he found it strange that the clear opportunity to break through to the 2nd-star spirit creation realm had suddenly vanished. Growing increasingly confused, he realized the issue did not lie within himself and concluded that external factors must be responsible. Stepping out into the living room, Fang Yi realized that the ambient spiritual energy was failing to gather and resonate as it should. This prevented him from manifesting the celestial phenomena required for his advancement, reminding him of reports he had heard previously. The Spiritual Power Association and the Monitoring Department track spiritual fluctuations and strictly manage the data to prevent external incidents. Rumors suggested that based on current reserves, the Xia Kingdom might struggle to survive even the first year of the spiritual recovery era. As flashes of lightning streaked across the sky, he wondered if a major catastrophe was truly about to unfold. Realizing the spiritual recovery was accelerating in his city, he decided to contact Jia Lan to check on the military's current status. Fang Yi quickly attempted to place the call, but he was met only with a long dial tone and a message that the subscriber was unavailable. Sensing an ill omen, he worried the military had either moved to the front lines or been forced to sever all communication. Just then, an incoming call from Su Qinghui appeared on his screen, catching him by surprise. A frantic voice on the other end informed him that the situation had shifted and pleaded for his immediate reinforcements. The call disconnected before he could grasp the situation, leaving him to wonder if numerous anomalies were breaking out across the city. She explains that there is a major issue in the city before the conversation is abruptly cut off. Outside the window, a bat with blood-red eyes hurls itself against the glass, causing large cracks to form. Hearing the commotion, Fuang Ditch glances outside just as the frenzied bat shatters the glass and flies into the house with a piercing screech. Remaining calm as the creature lunges toward him, he notes its foolishness and prepares to strike without a moment of hesitation. He manifests a bolt of lightning between his fingertips and delivers a swift, decisive strike before the creature can react. After tearing the monster in half and killing it instantly, he is interrupted by Lam YY as she bursts through the door. She begins to warn him about an abnormal bat, but stops upon seeing the shattered window and the grim expression on Fuang Ditch's face. The two look outside with concern, noting that such anomalies were once rare, but are now appearing even inside their home. Fuang Ditch acknowledges the escalating threat, stating that he can manage the situation as long as it remains within certain limits. Outside, the night sky is filled with swirling dark clouds and frequent flashes of brilliant lightning. He warns that a massive disaster may be imminent, noting that even two-star Ghost Mansion rank anomalies are becoming bolder. These creatures usually hide in the shadows, rather than roaming busy streets or attacking the homes of immortal walkers. Yuang Dich prepares for a difficult battle and instructs Lam YY to summon all available immortal walkers to their location. Standing up, he asks if she is nearing the spirit creation realm and entrusts her with the defense of their home. He tells her to hold the perimeter against the anomalies, and she confidently agrees before the scene shifts to a skyscraper. On a skyscraper rooftop, the team realizes their signal is failing and that Fuang Dich cannot determine their exact location. The Than Hein declares they must take action if a disaster occurs, while her companions express their own concern. They wonder if the equipment is malfunctioning, as they find the prospect of an unpredictable rank anomaly difficult to imagine. The Than Hein remains composed in hopes for a false alarm, while asking for status reports from the patrol team. The pollution level in Area A is reported at level 4, prompting a command for everyone to stay alert and monitor the fluctuations. As their conversation ends, the three of them suddenly freeze and look up at the sky toward the source of a deafening noise. From the center of a massive vortex, a swarm of demonic bats descends like a violent storm, as reports confirm the city is facing its largest anomaly in 50 years. Red alerts are issued across the city, ordering citizens to stay indoors and causing widespread panic as the government declares an emergency. Fear spreads among the people as they wonder if the world is ending and why such terrifying events are suddenly occurring. Elsewhere, several motorcycles speed down a road as the riders shout to one another over the roar of their engine. Noticing the ominous sky, a red-haired man glances at Jiang Lu and questions if their luck has finally run out. As Jiang Lu ponders whether they should stay or flee, a demonic bat suddenly lunges at him, forcing him to stop and look up in surprise. With a sharp gaze, Jiang Lu summons a blazing fire and directs it toward the creature, declaring that it has chosen its own demise. The bat is engulfed in a sea of flames and screeches in pain, leaving the group to wonder why an anomaly would approach Jiang Lu's fire. Despite the direct hit, the red-eyed creature remains unharmed and continues to screech, causing Jiang Lu's expression to turn from shock to pale-faced concern. Jiang Lu realizes the creatures are not surviving the fire but are actually resurrecting, proving that the anomalies in this area are just as terrifying as the powerful locals. Urging a retreat, the scene shifts back several hours to an office where Su Qingying suggests immediate cooperation between the Spirit Association's top officials and Fang Yi. As she prepares to leave, a previously dead monitor flickers back to life, showing a severely injured and bloodied man delivering an urgent report. The man issues a warning that a rank A anomaly is expected to hit the city center within 24 hours, with swarms already gathering on the outskirts. Stunned by the news of a rank A threat, Su Qingying immediately orders a team to be deployed and declares that she will join them. Unaware of a bat closing in behind him, the man updates the warning to a rank S threat, stating the impending anomaly is of an unlimited scale. The signal cuts out as the man is killed, and the scene shifts to a deserted military district where the situation has become increasingly dire. True to the reports, the powerful swarms of bat anomalies begin a path of destruction, tearing through everything they encounter. Jia Lan arrives on the scene and launches two powerful strikes at the approaching swarm with a sharp and determined look in her eye. With a cold and expressionless face, she effortlessly annihilates the entire swarm of bat anomalies in the blink of an eye. A series of intersecting slashes fill the sky in a magnificent display of Jia Lam's mutated high-level metal spiritual power, which allows her to reshape and strengthen her energy at will. Exerting 200% of her power, she realizes these dark attribute anomalies are multiplying endlessly, as if specifically designed to hinder their progress. Suddenly, a blond man enveloped in lightning descends behind her and observes that Commander Jia Lam appears to have fully recovered from her injuries. Noting that her combat power has returned, both of them turn their gaze toward the sky where thunderous explosions continue to echo. He points out the dire situation where only the two high-ranking officers remain to defend the military district and asks for her next command. She explains that the anomalies have jammed her sector's signal, rendering their tracking and positioning systems completely ineffective. Communication with personnel outside the military zone and other districts has been severed, suggesting they are facing a similar crisis. They are confronted by a massive swarm of abnormal bats, far outnumbering the previous group, forcing them to determine their next course of action. Jia Lam glares intensely as he orders the first and second squads to hold their ground and prevent the creatures from entering the forbidden zone. Their objective is to break through the encirclement and rendezvous with teams from other military zones, a plan the soldiers immediately begin executing. At that moment, the realization dawns on them that the true target of the abnormal swarm is not the forbidden zone, but the city itself. Having received no prior warning, the citizens remain oblivious to the looming threat as the rainfall begins to intensify. People scatter to find cover from the downpour while a young woman at a bus stop smiles as she records a video on her phone. She remarks on the heavy rain and the potential for her video to go viral, unaware that the man standing beside her has begun to tremble uncontrollably. Before she can finish recounting her previous efforts to film viral content, her expression shifts to one of pure terror as the surroundings grow dark. An abnormal bat has latched onto the man's neck, biting down hard and causing blood to soak through his clothing. The girl screams in panic and retreats, but her cries only draw more of the abnormal bats toward her location. As she cries out for help against the blood-sucking creatures, a bat swoops down and sinks its claws into her shoulder before she can escape. Fortunately, a brilliant green blade light suddenly flashes through the air, slicing the creature in half and killing it instantly. The girl looks up in astonishment as a figure descends toward her, revealing the identity of her unexpected savior. The Than Hein arrives with her squad and gently reassures the girl that her teammates will escort her home before issuing further commands. She instructs 2 soldiers to ensure the girl's safety, though they express concern over the growing number of C-rank abnormal bats. Her subordinates note that the creatures are evolving, but Than Hein interrupts, emphasizing that the bats are using human flesh to fuel their transformation. She orders them to prioritize moving civilians to safety, while she watches the fallen bats begin to stir and regenerate. She tells them to regroup with her afterward, noting that this area has the highest concentration of abnormal contamination. Meanwhile, Fuang Dich departs from his home with his sword in hand, leaping between buildings with agility that quickly draws the attention of the swarm. A massive swarm of bloodthirsty monsters rushes toward him, their power having evolved to nearly that of a 3-star demon. His flaming sword ignites fiercely as Fang Yi swings it without hesitation, unleashing a powerful, fiery slash. The strike instantly tears through the bats, but as he eliminates them, he notices these anomalies are unlike any he has seen before. The bat colony constantly evolves and regenerates even after death, gathering in dense swarms of dark energy wherever citizens are concentrated. Countless identical disaster zones are appearing simultaneously, making it difficult for him to quickly locate the members of the Spirit Association. Deciding to handle the situation step by step, he creates a massive vortex using the infinite dark realm to turn the bats into nutrients for his spirit flower. He realizes he must hurry, as most of the Pathfinders who formed teams have already been summoned back to their homes. While his cousin and the Pathfinders can defend themselves for now, he fears that his nightmare will soon become a reality if this continues. Survival seems unlikely, and 10 minutes later, Su Qingying finds herself exhausted as the bats continue to multiply relentlessly. She grows increasingly anxious as she struggles to catch her breath, realizing her spiritual energy cannot recover fast enough to kill them all. Fearing her energy will soon run out, she wonders if her teammates are in trouble just as a desperate scream echoes from a nearby skyscraper. Despite her exhaustion, Su Qingying rushes to help as the anomalies grow stronger, nearing the spirit creation realm while their forces remain spread too thin. The monsters begin attacking people inside the building, mirroring the disaster in the capital as she unleashes her power to pierce through the swarm. Her strength completely fails after the attack, and she falls toward the ground in a panic as the swarm of bats begins to close in on her. In her moment of deepest despair, Su Qingying notices a faint blue light glowing below her as she continues to fall. She realizes the bats are being sucked into a massive vortex and consumed without regenerating, signaling that a king of anomalies is about to be born. Chaos consumes the city as the disaster rivals the one in the capital, with neither the Spirit Association nor the military able to stop the impending destruction. As the city stands on the brink of total destruction with no way to reverse the situation, she continues her helpless descent. Su Qingying activates a protective shield and reports to headquarters that the sector a Pathfinder squad has sacrificed their lives by detonating their spiritual seed. They successfully halted the swarm's spread while the Sector B squad, after being surrounded, also detonated their spiritual seeds to eliminate the anomaly. As the fallen group is being eliminated, a new warning is issued. A dark attribute anomaly, code Cocoon, has reached the Vajra realm with an S-rank danger level and the potential to become a king of anomalies. Inside the monitoring room, a man reports that their practitioners and staff have suffered heavy casualties as the overwhelming number of fallen replenishes faster than their current defenses can handle. Another man responds that although the S-rank emergency plan is active, practitioners from other regions cannot be redeployed in time to provide assistance. Watch the main monitor as a dense black mist surrounds the city, completely cutting off reinforcements from the military district and other areas. Just as he described, massive swarms of fallen anomalies have gathered in vast numbers all around the city's perimeter. Realizing the city has become an isolated island, a silver-haired man with a stern expression interrupts the grim silence. He declares that the city's survival is at stake, and as a practitioner, he is prepared to stand or fall alongside everyone else. He insists that any anomaly wishing to destroy the city must first break their defenses, then orders staff to contact headquarters to prepare the final code should they fail to stop the spreading darkness. A total destruction strike will be launched if necessary, while elsewhere, Su Qingying finds herself surrounded by the fallen as she plummets through the air. She aims her palm forward to form a sphere of light, realizing her spiritual energy is nearly depleted and she cannot sustain this fight much longer. Without hesitation, she unleashes a powerful shockwave that pierces through the dense swarm of anomalies, but a sudden, thunderous roar echoes through the sky. Before Su Qingying can react to the sound, a massive figure streaks toward her with lightning speed. This new threat is no ordinary fallen, but a gargantuan creature boasting a maw filled with razor-sharp fangs. A blood-red eye sits in the center of its forehead as it charges, revealing itself to be a formidable 3-star spirit creation realm entity. The creature's claws immediately pierce through her protective barrier, causing a web of cracks to spread across the surface. Trapped in a desperate situation, she grits her teeth in frustration as her spiritual energy is almost entirely exhausted. The inevitable occurs when the protective sphere surrounding Su Qingying finally shatters into countless fragments. The massive fallen seizes her body and slams her violently toward the ground before she can even attempt to recover. As she falls through the air, Su Qingying stares wide-eyed at the giant creature and realizes she has only one desperate option left. Gathering every remaining ounce of her strength, she prepares a final strike to launch at the beast, determined to take it down even at the cost of her life. Before she can grasp the situation, a pillar of fire erupts from behind her, launched with devastating force. The strike shatters the abnormal bats into pieces, prompting a shock to Than Hein to recognize her savior as Fuang Dich, whose eyes burn with thunder and fire. Gripping his sword, he swings it back and invokes his divine thunder as a massive bat lunges forward with its jaws wide open. Fuang Dich strikes first, slicing the creature in half with his 100 refinements technique before it can reach him. He follows up with an internal flame explosion, triggering a series of thunderous blasts that illuminate the entire area. Once the immediate threat is neutralized, Fuang Dich and Than Hein land on the ground as he apologizes for the delay in finding her. Looking toward the sky, he notes the overwhelming number of identical anomalies, while she warns him that the creatures can regenerate. Above them, massive cyclones begin to form as even more abnormal bats gather in the air. Fuang Dich acknowledges the threat and manifests a deep purple sphere in his palm, confident in his ability to finish the job. The sphere expands into a spatial void known as the Infinite Dark Realm, sucking in the bats to prevent any chance of escape. As he deploys his domain, Than Hein suddenly remembers that the city is still protected by Fuang Dich, the peerless pioneer. The abnormal bats are swiftly and completely annihilated, finally restoring a sense of peace to the city. With the task complete, Fuang Dich closes the spatial rift and allows the void to vanish entirely. He checks on to Than Hein's condition, and she smiles while thanking him for the rescue. She mentions having medicine to treat her wounds, but Fuang Dich pauses to consider a more effective solution. He strikes her back with a surge of electricity, explaining that he is purging the lingering dark attribute energy from her body. As the pain subsides and her body feels lighter, she expresses her amazement at the power of his high-level lightning attribute. She realizes that his technique heals her faster than the specialized medicine provided by the Spirit Association's research department. Inside the observation room, the staff notices the anomalies thinning out and wonders if the encirclement has been broken. Another observer points out that all nearby rescue pioneers have lost contact and have not yet been able to enter the city. Observing that the number of anomalies outside the city shows no sign of decreasing, he notes that the number of pathfinders within the city continues to dwindle. With communication lost across all teams, it appears the anomalies are congregating in preparation for the imminent arrival of the King of Anomalies. Feeling dejected as he walks away, he laments his inability to return home to see his parents one last time and resolves to do what he can in his final moments. Inside the city, Fang Yu watches the anomalies gather and asks Su Qingying if she has any definitive information regarding the nature of the threat. Su Qingying explains that this Super S-rank anomaly is using the entire city as bait, possessing power equal to the entity once sealed in the mental war zone. Often described as a natural disaster, this cocoon serves as a harbinger that provides a warning humans are powerless to stop. A terrifying being is currently gestating inside, and its successful birth would mean the total destruction of the entire city. Scientific research indicates that while most anomalies evolve by cannibalizing one another, dark attribute entities follow a different evolutionary path. These creatures exhibit a swarm mentality, where the most evolved form exerts a bloodline suppression over its peers. Su Qingying explains that ordinary anomalies instinctively act as servants to this perfect evolutionary form, which they call the King of Anomalies. Despite acknowledging Fang Yi's immense strength, she expresses concern that he has not yet reached the Vajra realm required to face such a catastrophic threat. She urges him to break through the blockade and lead the military to abandon the city, fearing they cannot afford to lose another brilliant pathfinder. Fang Yi interrupts her with a light flick to the forehead, questioning if she has forgotten her years of education amidst the chaos of the spiritual qi recovery. With a determined smile, he declares that he will protect his home at any cost and will never regret his decision to stay and fight. Realizing she cannot change his mind, Su Qingying remains silent as Fang Yi steps forward into the torrential rain. Gripping a longsword that blazes like a sun, he gazes grimly at the prospect of the city being sacrificed for the birth of a king. Fang Yi reaches out to Su Qingying and asks to borrow her watch and communication equipment if they are still functional. Although she is confused by his request, she hands the device over to him without hesitation. Noting the device's ability to detect anomalies and contact the Spirit Association, he points his flaming blade toward the swarm and prepares to attack. Aiming to destroy the king before its birth is complete, a red dot on the monitor tracks his rapid advance into the heart of the swirling vortex. As the target ascends rapidly, the astonished team frantically attempts to re-establish radio contact with the missing pioneer, hoping Captain can hear them. Upon closer inspection, they realize something is wrong as the target's speed is far beyond normal expectation. She is flying directly toward the source of the highest pollution concentration, prompting fears that going alone is a suicide mission. A man urgently radios specialist to Than Hein, ordering her to cease her actions immediately and wait for reinforcements from the Lin Heap Association and the military. While the specialist is ordered to stand by, Yuang Dich examines his buzzing watch as it attempts to establish a connection. Yuang Dich finally figures out how to operate the device and makes contact, prompting the man on the other end to demand his identity. When asked about Than Hein's location, Yuang Dich demands full cooperation to strike down the king at the center of the anomalous zone. The man is stunned by the plan as Yuang Dich charges toward the cocoon guarded by swarms of anomalous bats to prevent the city's destruction. Yuang Dich insists that all communication personnel must use every available resource to assist him if they wish to avoid becoming prey for the anomaly. The man hesitates but eventually realizes the logic in Yuang Dich's plan to raid the cocoon and kill the creature. Seeing no other alternative, the man orders his team to halt their current tasks and focus entirely on supporting Yuang Dich. He instructs them to use the remaining satellite radar to track nearby anomalies and provide Yuang Dich with comprehensive tactical data. An operator designated as Ko-2 takes charge of the main connection to provide precise navigational guidance to the front line. Satellite imagery reveals a massive swarm surrounding the cocoon like a hurricane, though the northern route appears to have fewer enemies for a potential breakthrough. While the main road is heavily congested, the team suggests a breakthrough via the southeast side road, allowing Yuang Dich to ascend toward his target. The operation proceeds smoothly until the team suddenly realizes that the anomalies have detected Yuang Dich's presence. A worried man warns that two high-ranking anomalies at the two-star spirit creation realm are approaching and advises Yuang Dich to avoid them. Doubting that evasion is possible and knowing it is too late to retreat, the team is suddenly deafened by a piercing alarm. As the staff collapses from the overwhelming noise, the scene shifts to Fuang Dich delivering a single, powerful strike. With his eyes glowing like burning embers, Fuang Dich effortlessly slays a massive anomalous bat before asking for his next objective. The onlookers are left speechless by the sight of the anomaly's source vanishing after a single strike killed the S-rank threat. Recognizing the dark attribute, the crowd realizes the hero's identity and tearfully cheers for the arrival of the tyrant. Relieved to be saved, the people marvel at the powerful immortal walker who had been living among them as a hidden hermit. Unlike the celebrating crowd, Fang Yi remains vigilant of the lingering danger as he gazes down at the battlefield. The two giant bats he just defeated begin to regenerate, though his enhanced demon-subduing flames slow their dark attribute revival. Fang Yi considers that a higher-level lightning fire blade might have completely neutralized the anomaly's ability to reconstruct themselves. He decides to use high-speed, high-frequency attacks, unleashing a relentless barrage of glowing slashes that create massive explosions. His strikes not only destroy the bats but also disturb the central cocoon, triggering a collective reaction from the creatures below. The bats immediately cease their ground attacks and fly toward the cocoon to protect their king, which is nearing its birth. The members of the Spirit Association watch in confusion as the swarm of bats suddenly halts its assault on them. A silver-haired man expresses his concern, noting that the sudden change in the Bat-kin's behavior can only mean one thing. He suspects the Anomaly King is summoning its kin to accelerate its descent, wondering if this shift gives the survivors a chance. Meanwhile, a convoy of military vehicles arrives at the city's edge and begins moving toward the center to launch a rescue. Standing atop a vehicle, Jia Lan kills several anomalies and learns that it will take another 30 minutes to reach the city. She looks up in frustration, knowing the Anomaly King will have hatched and destroyed the city long before they can arrive. The situation is dire, as the number of bats is 10 times higher than the original S-rank projection. Despite using large-scale weaponry, they are unable to fully eradicate the swarm, fueling Jia Lan's growing anger. She realizes that if they fail to break through, the surrounding cities will soon be consumed by a sea of dark energy. A blonde youth confirms their lack of manpower and criticizes the immortal walkers who are standing by instead of helping. While preoccupied with these grim thoughts, Jia Lan suddenly notices something that causes her eyes to widen in shock. In the center of the city sky, the abnormal swarms converge like a massive black tornado surrounding a cocoon. A woman notices the city's swarms gathering at the abnormal king's birth site and spots brilliant golden light radiating from the center. She wonders if the light in the air is him, while Fuang Dich notices Jia Lam standing motionless and silent. A blonde young man calls out to Jia Lam, snapping her back to reality as she smiles and replies that nothing is wrong. Without hesitation, she orders everyone to increase firepower and advance into the spiritual war zone, vowing not to abandon any city. The battle between Fuang Dich and the abnormal swarms intensifies as he creates a giant fire dragon phantom to devour them. Despite knowing his strength, Jia Lam is stunned by the sheer scale of his power and stands frozen in awe. The Than Quinn is equally shocked by the sea of flames, while Lam YY recognizes the technique as her cousin's blade style. Although half their numbers are gone, the abnormal swarms desperately protect the cocoon and charge at Fuang Dich. Facing them head-on with a dark expression and murderous intent, he welcomes their attempt to block his path. A deafening explosion pierces the swarm, slicing through their bodies and sending blood flying as Fuang Dich's eyes glow with orange fire. Surrounded by a sea of flames, he gazes forward and realizes something significant is happening within his body. He senses that despite the sparse spiritual energy, he is on the verge of a breakthrough to the next cultivation realm. Filled with excitement, Fuang Dich looks at the light shining upon him and shouts for an increase in speed with a delighted smile. He summons a massive dark purple-black hole and hurls it forward, where it expands instantly to consume everything. Invoking the infinite dark realm, Fuang Dich joyfully calls for the spirit flower to emerge. Cracks appear in the sphere before a loud explosion signals the emergence of the blood-red spirit flower. He orders the flower to drain the enemies to fuel his breakthrough, prompting it to unleash its desolate power and absorb the surrounding dark energy. Massive roots erupt from below, impaling and annihilating the remaining abnormal swarms in a single strike. The swarms are easily defeated and converted into spiritual energy for Fuang Dich to absorb. After the spirit flower eliminates the enemies, Fuang Dich slowly descends to stand above Engai Hoa before looking up at the sky. He He notices the cocoon has vanished again and realizes that although it appeared in midair, it remains elusive. Despite its eerie presence in the sky, the giant cocoon is like a reflection in a mirror, visible but untouchable. Yuang Dich anticipates the coming battle with a smirk as he senses the rhythmic thumping of the king's heartbeat. Closing his eyes to sense his surrounding, he hears a sound like ancient war drums or a wild declaration of war. The sensation is like a charging army with spears, capable of stirring the most wicked and frenzied ambitions within a person. His eyes snap open with a red glow as he realizes the king is hiding, because it has not yet fully hatched from the cocoon. Yuang Dich uses his watch to ask for the target's coordinates, and the team confirms they have synced the king's position. A red light flashes from the watch and transforms into a laser beam, pointing directly toward the vortex in the sky. Identifying the location, Yuang Dich activates his power as his eyes glow with a golden light. He executes the golden sun breathing technique, unleashing a massive explosion that radiates in all directions. The surrounding abnormal bats are instantly vaporized by the strike, leaving the Spirit Association team in utter shock. They struggle to identify his power, noting that ordinary fire attributes could never be this strong or counter darkness so effectively. The bald man observes that this is the extreme yang attribute, a high-level power that completely opposes the darkness. A report comes in stating that the abnormal bat swarm is retreating into the city, as if following a specific command. Jia Lam watches with great anticipation as a miniature sun-like sphere charges toward the center of the vortex. She urges Yuang Dich to strike the king's cocoon, while the blonde youth realizes the attacker's true identity. He recognizes the tyrant's heavenly fire technique and is amazed by the purity of the extreme yang energy. Knowing Yuang Dich is facing the king alone, Jia Lam wastes no time and orders the team to enter the city immediately. Suddenly, a team member points toward the sky and tells the others to look closely at what is happening. Jia Lam stares in terror as the cocoon in the sky pulses with a green light, appearing ready to burst at any moment. The possibility of the abnormal king hatching early fills everyone with an overwhelming and indescribable sense of dread. They view the creature as the source of all evil and vow to slaughter the beasts that murdered their fellow citizens. From inside the house, Lin Yi places her hopes in Fang Yi, realizing that passive defense will only lead to their eventual death. She knows she must help her cousin, as the creature's birth would turn the city into a bloody purgatory and claim all their lives. While Su Qingying heals her wounded teammates in a small alley, Lin Yi looks toward the sky with a plan in mind. She notes that the sheer number of high-rank abnormalities blocking Fang Yi reflects the many loved ones they have already lost. An idea strikes her as she recalls the flower Fang Yi used earlier, which had absorbed the energy of many creatures. Realizing the flower shares the desolate attribute of the ghost vine, she immediately sends her spiritual energy toward the plant. She decides to pour her energy into the plant's network, and the other cultivators nearby follow her lead without hesitation. As they release their power for the spirit flower to absorb, a silver-haired man nearby watches the rising beams in shock. He initially wonders if they are attacking directly, but realizes their individual power is insufficient for such a feat. Upon closer inspection, he sees that the spiritual energy is being funneled directly into the roots of the spirit flower. He understands that the citizens are fueling Fang Yi's summoned plant to aid in the destruction of the abnormality. Determined to contribute, the man erupts with his own spiritual energy, while those around him join the effort with gritted teeth. Massive amounts of spiritual energy flow into the spirit flower, empowering it for the coming battle against the abnormal king. Su Qingying pauses her healing duties as she notices the spectacular display of light gathering in the sky above. She witnesses the spirit flower being nourished by countless streams of energy originating from every corner of the city. Recognizing this as the collective strength of all the city's cultivators, she prepares to add her own power to the cause. With unwavering resolve, she offers her energy as a final act of human resistance against the encroaching abnormal king. The entire city unites to support Fang Yi as he prepares to confront the emerging king's cocoon, where a giant bat with sharp fangs suddenly appears before him. Demonstrating his overwhelming power, Fang Yi cleaves the creature in two with a single strike, sending blood splattering everywhere as his watch begins to chime. A warning sounds that a massive swarm is approaching, including 200,000 B-rank, 100,000 A-rank, and even S-rank entities from above. Fang Yi remains unfazed by the warning and gazes toward the cocoon containing the anomaly king, dismissing the incoming threat as utterly futile. With a provocative smirk, he he declares that no matter how many subordinates the king summons, he will personally annihilate every single one of them. He mocks the anomaly king for emerging before its evolution is complete out of fear, causing the creature to furiously tear through the cocoon with a clawed hand. Ditch stands ready with his sword, his expression grim as the cocoon slowly tears open to reveal eerie blue eyes and the sound of low growl. The abnormal king emerges without hesitation, baring its fangs and letting out a roar so powerful it overwhelms the spirit flower and shakes the earth. Terrified onlookers watch the ground crack and water surge, realizing that the birth of the abnormal king has triggered a massive earthquake. Though the people fear the king's birth signals their destruction, Jia Lam maintains her faith in Ditch and prays for a miracle to occur. The Than Hein shares this anxiety while Lam YY stands nearby with a dark expression, her teeth clenched in fear and a hint of anger. Facing the abnormal king, Ditch remains calm to an infuriating degree as he identifies the creature as the King of Darkness. His body erupts in flames as if to incinerate everything, fueled by his determination to protect the world he has grown to cherish. He speaks of his love for the environment he grew up in, but the abnormal king remains indifferent to his words. The creature lets out a threatening roar to intimidate him, yet Ditch is unfazed, his eyes radiating an even stronger killing intent. Representing opposing forces of good and evil, the two clash in a massive explosion as Ditch vows to end the monster's life. After the explosion, space itself seems to tear apart as thick white smoke and dust obscure everything, though the king's glowing giant eye remains visible. The creature mocks the one-star spirit creation realm cultivator's arrogance, while unleashing a wave of power that forces Ditch to retreat. Realizing the situation is dire, Ditch is unable to react before being sucked into the abnormal king's massive, slimy mouth. Ditch grinds his teeth in the slime, noting that the king is far more resilient than normal monsters for surviving his full-power yang attacks. Standing inside the stomach, he observes that the digestive fluid is highly corrosive and contains an undeniable concentration of darkness. He notes that any other pioneer would have vanished without a trace and wonders why a creature with such high intelligence would make such a move. He questions if the monster fears an internal attack, as the inside of the body is the most vulnerable point, and decides to test his theory. Ditch clenches his fist and summons a blazing fire before delivering a powerful punch to the creature's interior, resulting in a thunderous impact. When the monster remains unmoved, Ditch realizes the creature swallowed him to suppress his power with its fluid. He summons his spirit flower, confident that as long as his attacks can still cause damage, he will find a way to win. Ditch summons the spirit flower, noting that the aberrant king's technique has inadvertently pulled the external flower into the fray. Fortunately, the flower has already absorbed sufficient dark energy and spiritual power provided by the city's pioneer. Observing the swaying spirit flower, Ditch realizes it unexpectedly seems to dislike the dark attribute it just consumed. He is surprised that a desolate attribute spirit flower would reject the aberrant king's power, complicating his plan to destroy the creature from the inside. Ditch strikes the interior of the beast once more, while its overwhelming power continues to suppress everything on the outside. A massive swarm of aberrant bats surrounds the area, prompting a worried 81 to ask Lam Yi about the current situation. Lam Yi is unsure of her cousin's whereabouts, while Than Hein's team manages an orderly evacuation to prevent a panic-induced stampede. As the team vows to protect the citizens, Than Hein looks up toward the sky with deep concern. Knowing Ditch is battling inside the monster, she watches as Jia Lam's military convoy finally reaches the center of Laodivan. She orders a rapid evacuation to minimize casualties, noting that the aberrant king and its swarm are currently too distracted to attack the city. Looking at the aberrant Bat King with a worried expression, she emphasizes the need for speed as they cannot afford to take any risks. Suddenly, the aberrant king reacts by taking a massive breath, causing its throat to swell significantly. The creature swallows hard with bulging eyes, while inside its stomach, Ditch senses an immediate and unsettling change. Before he can react, a deluge of green slime pours down and instantly submerges his entire body. He struggles in vain against the fluid, feeling his physical form being transported to a location far beyond the creature's stomach. His vision fades and he eventually loses consciousness, only to be startled awake later by a sudden, sharp sound. Ditch finds himself in a completely different location, standing amidst the smoke and ruins of a deserted, desolate city. A massive phantom with glowing red eyes emerges from behind a skyscraper and launches a swift, powerful punch toward him. He instinctively moves to defend himself, but is horrified to discover that his spiritual power has completely vanished. As the monster's fist nears his face, Ditch narrowly escapes the lethal strike by leaping out of the way just in time. Ditch realizes that since his physical state remains unchanged from his cultivation, the abnormal king is merely using illusions to make him believe he has returned to his past life. The creature attempts to convince him that he never awakened as a pioneer, raising its massive foot once more to crush him where he stands. Refusing to let the monster succeed, Ditch quickly leaps aside to dodge the blow as a murderous intent flashes in his eye. Realizing the abnormal king lacks the power to strip his strength, he closes his eyes and focuses on how to overcome the barriers of this illusion. He understands that a breakthrough is necessary and that the monster has already inadvertently revealed its own weakness to him. Seeing him stand still, the abnormal king seizes him in a giant hand and mocks his foolishness, claiming there is no escape from this place. Ditch opens his eyes with a smirk just as half of the creature's face takes on his own likeness in a bizarre transformation. The monster declares that everything is over and opens its massive maw to swallow him whole. It projects illusions of fallen people to torment him, telling him to accept their inevitable fate. The king scoffs at human strength, claiming that mankind is nothing more than food to fuel its own evolution. Ditch interrupts the creature as a brilliant golden spiritual energy erupts around him, mocking the monster for its limited tricks. Numerous spectral hands appear and reach toward Ditch as if offering him their collective strength. He expresses his resolve to protect his family and those close to him, having been given a second chance at life for this very purpose. The intense light forces the terrified abnormal king to retreat as Ditch hovers in the air like a radiant sphere of fire. Surging flames roll around him like massive waves, while his hair and eyes transform into a powerful golden glow. As he calls upon the system, 3 giant claws emerge alongside a notification that he has met the requirements to reach the 2-star spirit creation realm. Without a hint of fear, Ditch charges toward the abnormal king while wielding a blade of pure fire. The creature snarls in frustration, its blood-red eyes growing increasingly murky as it watches him approach. Thanking the monster for helping him reach this realization, Ditch delivers a powerful slash that cuts through its body and elevates him to the 2-star spirit creation realm. He views his rebirth as the turning point to save the world from being consumed, standing as the chosen one destined for vengeance. As the voice fades, the phantom of the King of Anomalies vanishes while the surrounding scenery swirls and dissipates rapidly. With a haunting laugh, the creature mocks the human as a useless ant, amazed that a mere 2-star spirit creation realm cultivator would dare provoke it. Seizing a moment of distraction, the King of Anomalies transforms into a black streak and lunges from behind, but Fang Yi senses the sneak attack and narrowly dodges. After the failed strike, the King of Anomalies reforms into a hideous monster and declares that the human cannot escape. It commands him to become its nourishment, but the creature suddenly freezes mid-sentence as its massive eyes widen in shock. Fang Yi wears a strange, satisfied smile as a hidden strike suddenly manifests. An attack pierces through and detonates the King of Anomalies' body before it can react, leaving the creature to wonder what has happened to its precious form. The creature curses the despicable human for damaging its body, but Fang Yi wastes no more time and swings his hand forward. With a murderous glint in his eyes, he invokes the Wind Burial and 9-dragon heavenly fire to purge the evil, causing the King of Anomalies to explode. The creature screams in defiance as its body disintegrates into dust, realizing too late that this power far exceeds the spirit creation realm. A massive beam of light tears through the dark clouds and cleanses the surrounding anomalies, just as the creature recognizes its impending doom. The King of Anomalies' terrified face and distorted features are briefly visible in the light before the battle finally concludes. The sky returns to its natural clear blue as bright sunlight shines down upon the city that was recently ravaged by the anomaly. All the polluted energy is drawn into Fang Yi's massive black hole, while he remains standing tall and resolute. Flickering flames dance around his expressionless face until his body eventually returns to its normal state. His pupils flash with their original red hue as he extends his hand to retrieve his void dark sphere. Fang Yi reflects that the ordeal has finally ended while the people below watch in shock, wondering if the conflict is truly over. The survivors erupt in joy, cheering for the safety of their city and the fact that they have lived to see another day. As the realization of their rescue sinks in, Jia Lan gazes at the sky with a smile and notes that the sun has finally risen. When the blonde youth asks if she will go find the others, she closes her eyes and explains that they have their own duties to fulfill. The sun emerges from behind the skyscrapers after the rain, illuminating a scene of people embracing in joy. As the city begins its recovery and life returns to normal, the staff in the headquarters observation rooms celebrate their victory. They feel a sense of accomplishment for their role in stopping the king's descent, an achievement that feels almost like a dream. On the surveillance monitors, they watch Fang Yi hovering motionless in the sky, grateful for his intervention in defeating the king. Realizing they would have been held responsible for the city's fall without him, Su Qingying focuses on transporting the wounded to the hospital. A white-haired man reassures her that their medical center was not destroyed by the anomalies as she reflects on the situation. She admits that the survivors owe their lives to Fang Yi, wondering about the source of the incredible power he uses to change fate. The man strokes his chin in thought, suggesting that the headquarters will likely respond now that the battle has concluded. Su Qingying notes that the recent celestial phenomena prove he has ascended to the two-star spirit creation realm. She recalls how she once believed she could compete with him, only to realize how far he has surpassed her. Considering his extreme spiritual attributes and talent, she suspects his true strength makes him one of the greatest geniuses in the country. The white-haired man agrees as he recalls the moment the anomaly king was finally destroyed. He describes the light piercing the clouds and the fire dragon seal that wiped out the anomalies in a spectacle witnessed by everyone. Anticipating a massive wave of public discussion among both pioneers and civilians, he emphasizes the need for them to act quickly. Su Qingying is puzzled by his statement, but the man only offers a slight nod in response. Remembering the phantom of the fire dragon surrounding Fang Yi, he considers the title of Wind Barrier to be quite fitting. Meanwhile, two figures race through the cracked streets of the city, with one struggling to keep up with the other. Lin Yi is too anxious to slow down as she searches for her cousin, while 81 breathlessly suggests they wait for him at home. Ignoring the suggestion, Lin Yi suddenly stops and stares at a spot ahead, her expression shifting as tears begin to fall. Overcome with emotion, she cries out for her cousin upon seeing Fang Yi standing safely before her. Carrying his sword, Fuang Dich hears someone calling his name and turns to smile, wondering why they came out to find him. Lam YY asks about his condition and whether his body can still endure, then adds that she knows he needs their help right now before he can even respond. She pulls his arm over her shoulder to support him, while he offers a reassuring smile and tells her that she did a great job. Reflecting on the recent battle, Fuang Dich acknowledges the anomaly king's power, noting it has been a long time since he suffered such severe injury. The final strike and the sealing technique exhausted his spiritual energy despite his breakthrough to the second-star spirit creation realm, leaving him to worry the two youngsters. While holding Fuang Dich's hand, Lam YY suddenly notices something unusual, and her eyes widen in surprise. She asks in shock if her cousin has achieved another breakthrough, marveling at the terrifying speed with which he reached the second-star spirit creation realm. She wonders about the true extent of his talent, while 81 reacts with joy upon hearing that his leader has reached a new level of power. News of the battle between Fuang Dich and the anomaly king spreads rapidly across the region that same day. Reports hail him as the city's savior and a mysterious super pioneer known as the Wind Barrier, with citizens wondering about the identity and power level of the man who saved them. People question the identity of the Wind Barrier, who managed to eliminate a natural disaster alone without official resources, while the Spirit Association and military were helpless. Speculation arises about whether a mysterious force supports him, as his power resembles Great Zia's hidden trump cards, while Qiong Luke reads the news in his room. Qiong Luke realizes that the man who defeated him is the same person who took down the anomaly king that threatened to destroy the entire city. Growing excited and returning to his usual self, Qiong Luke considers it a stroke of luck to have been defeated by such a formidable master. He suddenly leaps aside, startling a red-haired man who asks where he is going, only for Qiong Luke to declare his intention to seek the master out and become his disciple. The red-haired man is left speechless by the declaration, realizing that many others will likely be searching for the mysterious hero as well. In the city of Suzhou within Great Xia, the atmosphere is heavily polluted as dark clouds roll in to blanket the vast urban landscape. Inside a dark room, a group gathers around a table with a glowing purple orb to discuss recent events, while a man lounging with a cigarette asks what they are watching. One man expresses his disappointment, as he had originally hoped to see the military and the Spirit Association destroy one another. A suggestion is made to confront the hero with a high-quality firearm, but a woman quickly rejects the idea, stating that such a plan would not be effective. Mocking the idea of a child of heaven and savior being stopped by a mere gun, the woman laughs and slams Fuang Ditch's photo onto the table, calling him the ceiling burialist. Without another word, she uses her sharp fingernails to slash a deep line across Fuang Ditch's throat in the photograph. Not satisfied, she sets the picture ablaze while declaring that anyone who obstructs their path, regardless of their cultivation level, will be shown no mercy. From the depths of the shadows, a pair of monstrous, eerie eyes emerge as a voice commands that everything be destroyed. Meanwhile, at Fuang Ditch's home, he and Lam YY are quietly reading when a loud greeting suddenly echoes from outside the front door. A voice asks if Fuang Ditch is home, prompting him to quickly open the door to find visitors already waiting for him. The Than Hein and a representative from the Spirit Association arrive bearing numerous gifts, admitting they made a grave error during the recent S-rank anomaly incursion. They express their deep gratitude on behalf of the Spirit Association, acknowledging that his intervention prevented an irreversible catastrophe. Fuang Ditch smiles warmly and invites them inside to talk, while Lam YY heads to the kitchen to prepare drinks for their guests. The representative surveys the modest surroundings and wonders why a master lives like this, deciding the Spirit Association must secure better housing for him than the military provided. The Spirit Association representative then explains that they have come to seek Fuang Ditch's permission regarding another important matter. They intend to officially debut the title of Ceiling Burialist, explaining that every major city across Great Xia now has its own renowned and powerful cultivators. These individuals are famous within the cultivation community, especially since the recent S-rank anomaly was the most terrifying disaster to date. By promoting the Ceiling Burialist title, they hope to establish Tai City as a key strategic location in the era of spiritual recovery, while Fuang Ditch listens intently. Following the S-rank catastrophe, they are certain the city needs a renowned and courageous leader to serve as the captain of the local cultivator. Than Hein adds that celestial anomalies and supernatural incursions will only become more frequent and intense in the future. She emphasizes that they cannot risk the city being nearly abandoned again, noting that without his help, the entire population would have perished regardless. Lam YY expresses her concern, realizing she had not fully grasped the brutal reality of how the world has changed since the spiritual recovery began. Fuang Ditch gently interrupts, telling her there is no need for such pessimism, before falling into deep thought while stroking his chin. He reflects on how his focus on cultivation caused him to overlook the city's development, noting that Tai City was never a top-tier strategic hub before the recovery. Among over 100 cities, the top three are Shenxi, Tianxi, and Changxi, followed by Heishi, Yuanxi, and Chuanxi. Fang Yi senses a hidden opportunity in the current situation, viewing the events in Yuan and as a chance for Taishi to rise. The Spirit Association representative explains that cities are now reporting the strength of their pathfinders to secure more resources. More independent pathfinders are joining local associations as everyone seeks a stable foundation and a glimmer of hope for the future. To serve as a beacon for evolution, the Spirit Association plans to keep Fang Yi's identity secret to maintain an air of mystery. Fang Yi approves of the plan to use ambiguity to fuel public imagination, rather than revealing his full profile to the world. Lin Yi excitedly agrees with the strategy, noting that human imagination can often be far more intimidating than reality itself. Fang Yi expresses his willingness to cooperate since the arrangement benefits both him and those close to him. Fang Yi shakes hands with the representative and Tu Qinghain, who warmly welcomes the sealer to their new partnership. Under the coordinated efforts of the Spirit Association and the military, Taishi begins to recover at an astonishing pace. As the city is restored and the injured are treated, the recent disaster serves to accelerate the establishment of global order. At the Spirit Association headquarters in Shenxi, a heated discussion takes place as the world enters a new stage of development. The officials discuss the sealer, the pathfinder who resolved the S-rank anomaly in Taishi, noting his rare and powerful sun attribute. A man points to the screen, describing the sealer as a chosen one whose powers are the direct opposite of darkness. Records from Teishi reveal that he possesses multiple high-level attributes beyond just the heavenly fire blade technique. He is identified as the same individual the military called Tyrant, known for the high-level lightning attribute seen in viral videos. The gathered officials are stunned by these revelations, realizing there is even more to his mysterious and vast ability. A woman approaches the group from behind and asks if they are currently discussing the details regarding the sealer. The men quickly step aside to let her view the files, acknowledging her presence with immediate and polite respect. She examines Fang Yi's photo closely, reflecting on the increasing number of exceptionally talented pathfinders emerging lately. Many people have yet to witness his true power and feel a sense of admiration as her glasses glint. She expresses a desire to see the barrier's style in person before the scene shifts to a library in Shang City. Inside the book-filled room, So Kai-en-lai focuses on her computer screen, oblivious to the eyes watching her. A man approaches her with his phone to strike up a conversation, but she coldly interrupts him. She reminds him that they are in a library and he is being a nuisance, leaving him to walk away in defeat. Staring at her screen, she dismisses him as a fool and reflects on the changes in the world since arriving in Shang City. After her exams, she discovered her spiritual power and became a one-star Ghost Axe Realm Pathfinder. Feeling like a chosen one among the rare few who become Pathfinders, So Kai-en-lai smiles with excitement. She credits her new status for surviving the disaster in Tai City and scoffs at the helplessness of ordinary people. Her disdain is directed at Fuang Ditch as she smirks while recalling their previous encounter as mere classmates. She assumes his weak former self would have perished long ago and mocks the idea of mistaking him for a genius. While looking at a photo of the man she despises, she concludes that the barrier is 10,000 times superior to him. So Kai-en-lai begins to fantasize that only a powerful and heroic pathfinder like the barrier is a suitable match for her. Meanwhile, Fuang Ditch is occupied with a different task as he holds a flyer for a house sale. Dressed neatly in sunglasses, the two cousins decide to take a break from their routine to go house hunting. When Lam YY asks if skipping their cultivation is acceptable, he smiles and explains the importance of a day off. He emphasizes balancing work with rest and following the advice to improve their quality of life alongside their training. Lam YY recalls Captain Tathan Hein, mentioning that their current living conditions are in desperate need of an upgrade. As they prepare to meet the captain to view some properties, Lam YY begins to imagine a life of luxury. She is amazed by Captain Tu's connections and never expected to be offered such high-end housing options so easily. Fuang Ditch walks along and tells Lam YY that her star is insignificant in the coming era of spiritual recovery. She notes that people now value powerful cultivators far more than material possessions like houses or property. Lam YY admits the rapid changes are overwhelming, as she initially only hoped for enough resources to survive. A sudden foul stench stops Lam YY in her track, and Fuang Ditch agrees that the sewer-like smell is highly suspicious. Fuang Ditch remarks that he has never encountered such a scent at Tai Thai Lao, while Lam YY wonders if it is a plumbing issue. Fuang Ditch realizes they are being followed, prompting both siblings to turn around and scan their surroundings. As he suspected, 3 men have appeared behind them, emitting a nauseating odor that confirms his suspicion. The bald leader mocks Fuang Ditch for his rank, claiming he only noticed them once he was within range of their spray. He insults Fuang Ditch as a talentless fraud and mocks Tai Thai for appointing such a weak-looking youth as a captain. The men charge with clubs, demanding the siblings' hand over their Tai Thai rewards as a tribute to avoid a beating. Lam YY retaliates by launching an attack at a curly-haired man, though he manages to evade her strike. The attacker seizes the opening to swing his weapon down at Lam YY, forcing her to brace for the impact. As Lam YY warns him that their foes are in the spirit creation realm, Ditch catches and crushes the bald man's weapon. Fuang Ditch conjures a swirling flame and questions how such lowlifes dare to rob him, leaving the bald man paralyzed with fear. Before the man can react, Fuang Ditch strikes him squarely in the face, sending him reeling backward. The man crashes violently onto the ground beside his companion, leaving the curly-haired attacker in a state of utter shock. The stunned man stares at Fuang Ditch, unable to believe he was unaffected by the universal penetrating potion. He explains that the potion's spiritual properties should have left Fuang Ditch's entire body paralyzed and stiff. Fuang Ditch remains completely unfazed by the toxin, prompting the attackers to prepare their biological weapons once more. The universal penetrating potion is a paralyzing agent refined from a mutated wood attribute cultivator's spiritual sweat and black market powders. Experiments show it can penetrate an opponent's spiritual defense, and though the paralysis is brief and the force weak, such details decide a duel, despite the drawback of a persistent foul odor. After finishing their preparations, the bald man and his curly-haired companion charge straight at him, claiming they were merely careless before and revealing they are both in the spirit creation realm. Confident that the young man will not escape this time, they shout arrogantly, prompting Fang Yi to respond with calm indifference. Fang Yi observes that they possess mutated beast and wood attributes, noting to himself that such bizarre techniques perfectly suit their heterodox and sinister nature. Suddenly, a powerful surge of golden spiritual energy erupts from his body as he smirks with contempt, dismissing the effectiveness of ordinary protective aura. While a typical cultivator might find a weakness in such a defense, he deems their efforts completely useless against him as the duo splits up to attack. The curly-haired man charges toward Lin Yi, but he is no match for her as she delivers a swift kick that leaves him in speechless agony, while Fang Yi begins to speak. Expressing his reluctance to cause a scene, Fang Yi explains that constant harassment in his daily life has become quite troublesome before removing his glasses to reveal a murderous gaze. Deeming the situation a nuisance, he warns Lin Yi to step aside just before a massive surge of energy begins to manifest around his body. A powerful golden sphere instantly appears and erupts outward, creating a violent storm of lightning that blazes intensely like a miniature sun. The intense heat threatens to incinerate everything in its path, leaving the attackers with no choice but to endure the agonizing flames as they scream in terror. Terrified by the mysterious flames and the power of the wind Su, the men beg for mercy just as Su Qingying rushes onto the scene, urgently asking if they are still alive. Su Barrier pleads for him to spare their lives and sighs in relief upon arrival, explaining that these individuals are under the close surveillance of the Special Spiritual Energy Association. Fang Yi asks if the association intends to take them into custody, while looking down at the unconscious men who lie scorched on the ground like dried fish. Su Qingying confirms this, noting that the Spiritual Energy Association has begun registering all cultivators for better management, particularly individuals like these. Looking down at the defeated men, Fang Yi warns them that he dislikes being disturbed and that there will be severe consequences if they ever dare to provoke him again. He declares that the next encounter will not end so easily, while Su Qingying tells the trio they are lucky to be alive just as the association's team arrive. As the team carries the men away, she remarks that only a few days ago, the association would not have intervened in conflicts between cultivators. She tells the men they deserved their fate and were only spared because the wind barrier respected the association, questioning if this harsh lesson was enough for them. Warning them of the future punishments they will face, the three men are loaded into an ambulance and transported directly to the hospital for emergency care. As they rush to the hospital, Su Qingying wonders why such fools would dare to provoke a top-tier figure officially recognized by the Spiritual Energy Association. Lam YY asks Captain Tu about the specific punishment the attackers will have to face. The Than Hein explains that because they have prior records, even those in the spirit creation realm will receive life sentences without rights. They will be forced to serve as immortal travelers while in prison, a solution Fuang Dich considers quite practical. Fuang Dich appreciates the efficiency of the punishment, while Than Hein observes his composed reaction. She views him as a vital asset for the Spirit Qi Association and the nation, frustrated that weak-minded individuals still try to challenge him. She believes the association must prioritize supporting powerful immortal travelers like him, regardless of those who lack foresight. The Than Hein is determined to protect the hard-earned relationship with Fuang Dich from being ruined by such fools. She cheerfully invites the pair to select a new villa and a car to avoid wasting any more time. Having planned to use this situation as a warning to others, she leads them toward a high-end residential complex. The Than Hein presents a luxury penthouse in the city center, highlighting its prime location and convenient amenities. The second option is a secluded three-story villa nestled between mountains and a river, perfect for focused cultivation. She explains that both properties are fully furnished with premium interiors and ready for immediate move-in. Lam YY is impressed by both options, leading Fuang Dich to decide on taking both properties. While Lam YY is surprised, Fuang Dich expresses his trust in the association, and Than Hein promises a quick approval. They proceed to a garage where the Spirit Chi Association has a partnership, allowing them to choose any vehicle. Their arrival at the dealership quickly attracts the attention and curiosity of the people nearby. Onlookers admire the group's striking appearance and the undeniable aura surrounding the young man. Despite his simple attire, they assume he is a young master from a wealthy and influential family. As a bystander wonders if he is buying a car for his girlfriend, a girl with glasses recognizes Fuang Dich with shock. She realizes he is Kyan Lai's ex-boyfriend, the one the principal personally met, and is stunned to see him there. The girl in glasses recalls the insults she once hurled at Fuang Dich, considering that Quinn Lai has now become the university's most celebrated beauty. She remembers warning him to reconsider his pursuit, as many superior men were already courting Quinn Lai, leaving him with no chance at all. She had told him he did not belong there and questioned how he even gained entry to a restricted area forbidden to outsiders. Without hesitation, she snaps a photo of Fuang Dich and Lam YY, realizing he is actually purchasing a car for another woman. Elsewhere, Sokain Lai's phone buzzes with messages from her friend, revealing that her ex-boyfriend has just been spotted. The messages explain that he is at an exclusive dealership reserved for VIPs, where the cars carry price tags starting in the millions. Upon learning he is buying a car for a beautiful and elegant girl, Sokain Lai looks visibly annoyed despite her attempt to stay calm. She arrogantly wonders where he got the money, assuming he survived his recent misfortune only to be taken in by a wealthy benefactor. A smirk forms on her face as she concludes that the vast social gap between them is not something he can ever hope to bridge. Dismissing the matter, she walks away with the conviction that such worldly trifles will be beneath her once she reaches the peak of cultivation. By the following day, Fuang Dich and Lam YY have moved into their new villa, and she is overjoyed to finally have a home. Marveling at the opulent living room and its expensive furnishings, she cheers while Fuang Dich jokingly tells her to wipe away her drool. He mentions they have another property in the city center they could use, sending an excited Lam YY racing upstairs to explore. Fuang Dich watches her with a smile, thinking that she finally looks like a real child instead of the person he remembered. He reflects that she is no longer forced to act like an adult, noting that he never actually met her in his previous life before his rebirth. Believing she was once a respected immortal practitioner, he vows to protect her from the heavy responsibilities that led to her death before. His reflections are interrupted by an incoming call from Jia Lam, leaving him to wonder why she would be contacting him now. Fuang Dich answers the phone without delay, asking her what business she has with him. Jia Lam offers her congratulations on his promotion to captain, noting that the Spiritual Chi Association has already gifted him 2 properties. She comments on the association's predictable generosity, and he settles into a chair, admitting he finds their gift-giving habits quite pleasant. Jia Lam gets straight to the point, acknowledging that a powerful cultivator like Fuang Dich has little interest in mere financial gain. She mentions that while money helps for now, she will soon provide him with spirit fruits harvested during the spiritual recovery phase. Jia Lam reflects on how the gap between ordinary people and cultivators creates a massive difference in their worldviews. She realizes top-tier cultivators like Fuang Dich view even strategic resources as trivial before presenting him with a red-marked mission file. Jia Lam offers him an internal mission, and Fuang Dich smiles as he considers whether he should accept the task. Fuang Dich recognizes her true motive and asks for details, prompting her to bring up the Thien Bao building in Thuong City. He remembers the building as the city's largest commercial hub, while she begins to explain the recent troubles there. She explains that the building was sealed due to mysterious intrusions and casualties, causing significant public unrest in Thuong City. Once a bustling landmark in the face of the city, the Thien Bao building has now been reduced to a literal haunted house. Frequent supernatural anomalies have forced the local spirit association to lock down the massive complex for investigation. Fuang Dich is assigned to the case and arrives at the scene to introduce himself to the rest of the team. He informs the 4 waiting teammates that he has been sent by the Spirit War Zone to assist with the mission. Following Jia Lam's advice to hide his true power, Fuang Dich uses a subtle, piercing gaze to evaluate the capabilities of his new ally. The group consists of 2 men and 2 women, all of whom seem to be concealing their spiritual energy and cultivation level. He identifies a tall man and a purple-haired girl as military personnel, and the man offers a polite greeting. The other 2 members appear to be from the local spirit association, as the 5-man squad prepares to move out. They acknowledge Jia Lam's orders to cooperate with him, just as heavy rain begins to pour from the darkening sky. While traveling in a speeding pickup truck, one member suggests they work together despite their unfamiliarity with each other's skill. The suggestion is met with cold silence, forcing the woman in the passenger seat to try and ease the awkward atmosphere. She stresses the importance of mutual support during the mission, while Fuang Dich silently observes the diverse backgrounds of his companion. Mobilization is underway across the famous city of Thuong Thai, where the Spirit Association members appear to be a diverse group. While Fuang Dich remains preoccupied, the man sitting beside him watches him with a suspicious and questioning gaze. The man whispers to the purple-haired girl, doubting if this young man is truly the powerful figure Sister Lam promised to invite, though the girl admits she is uncertain. She notes his slender, student-like appearance, but as she continues to observe Fuang Dich, she suddenly realizes something is amiss and her eyes widen in shock. Noticing he lacks a government bracelet and possesses an undetectable aura, she concludes he must be the legendary sealer who single-handedly neutralized a major disaster. She finds it hard to believe the sealer is such a young student, despite rumors of him possessing 3 rare, high-level attributes. His reputation for destroying an infinitely multiplying anomaly and sealing the king of anomalies while only at the 1-star spirit creation realm precedes him. The fact that he broke through his cultivation level during that battle deeply intrigues her as the scene shifts to the military office within the spirit war zone. Inside the office, Jia Lam's phone rings, and she quickly answers to attend to the urgent call. Before she can even finish her greeting, the voice on the other end abruptly interrupts her with dire news. The Thien Bao building has completely fallen, contact with their scouts has been lost, and the anomaly concentration has spiked to 12,000 with 53 confirmed casualties. Jia Lam grows increasingly anxious as she realizes the situation is escalating much faster than she had anticipated. While noting down details, she assures the caller that she is taking the matter seriously and has full confidence in the team she dispatched. When the caller asks for the identity of the team, Jia Lam remains silent, having no intention of revealing who she sent. With a stern expression, she reminds them that once a mission is assigned, they must respect the Spirit War Zone's rules and refrain from questioning her method. Back at the Thien Bao building, a terrifying atmosphere hangs over the structure as a massive vortex of thunder and lightning swirls above. Blood-red rain pours down on the area as Fuang Dich's group arrives, and he gazes up at the massive skyscraper with a sense of profound unease. The building's windows are heavily stained with blood, signaling a grave situation involving an entity as formidable as his previous foe. The purple-haired girl points out the bloodstains on the windows and begins to share her knowledge of the site. She explains that the 40-story Thien Bao building is the tallest in Thuong Thai, and though thousands were evacuated, the interior remains cramped and dangerous. She adds that many people were left trapped inside due to a lack of cooperation before the seal, and previous rescue teams sent by the city never returned. The reported figure of over 50 casualties remains a temporary estimate since the situation inside the building is entirely unknown. Communication with anyone inside has proven impossible, as no messages have been received since the anomaly first manifested. A brown-haired man recalls assisting with the perimeter on the second day of the lockdown and describes the haunting scene he witnessed. He remembers the building appearing like a tomb, where the once new structure suddenly looked as though it had been abandoned for decades. Thick fog obscured the windows, through which he saw rusted fragments of the building being corroded by the anomaly and falling away. As the anomalous aura intensified over the following week, Fuang Dich asks if the casualty estimates were merely based on those fallen remains. Fuang Dich criticizes the Thuong Thai Spirit Association for their sloppy work, while the man can only offer a helpless excuse for their lack of options. Fuang Dich realizes there is no time to dwell on the Spirit Association's incompetence regarding their intelligence gathering. He suspects the true death toll is far higher, as an anomaly acts like a dimensional collapse that leaves ordinary people with no defense. Trapped within a closed environment like lambs awaiting slaughter, the victims have no hope of escaping the predator's reach. With a grim expression, Fuang Dich informs the group that they can no longer delay and must enter the building immediately. He explains that certain anomalies evolve by consuming the living, meaning a higher casualty count indicates a much more formidable foe. A man stops Fuang Dich, arguing that despite military orders to follow his lead, they must establish a strategic plan before proceeding. Fuang Dich maintains that they must enter to assess the situation first, but the others remain skeptical and refuse to cooperate. The experienced members argue that a commander should at least understand their individual abilities, especially since Fuang Dich lacks government status. They continue to criticize his lack of formal training and experience until their complaints are abruptly cut short. A purple-haired girl shouts for silence, siding with Fuang Dich and urging the group to follow him because time is running out. She reminds them that Fuang Dich was recommended by Commander Jia Lam, whose legendary reputation should be enough to silence their doubts. Irritated by the constant bickering, Fuang Dich glares at the group and warns that internal conflict is the greatest risk to their mission. Without waiting for a response, he heads inside alone, and as the group eventually follows, they find a scene resembling a gruesome battlefield. Bloodstains are scattered everywhere alongside a faint black mist, and the blonde girl remarks on the unsettling silence within the area. Just as she finishes speaking, a creature suddenly leaps down from above at high speed, startling a man in the group who looks up to investigate the noise. He is met with a horrifying sight as a monster with a wide, fanged mouth descends rapidly toward him. Hearing his teammates cry, Fuang Dich's eyes glow red as he spins around and immediately conjures a blazing flame to incinerate the threat. The blast knocks the monster back instantly, while Fuang Dich remains perfectly calm and unfazed by the encounter. He unleashes a flurry of intersecting slashes that mark the monster's body before a massive explosion tears the creature into pieces. Two members of the group watch in disbelief as the battle ends so abruptly, but the purple-haired girl is most shocked by something else. She is surprised by the flaming blade Fuang Dich is holding, but he ignores them to examine a strand of fur on the ground for clues. After careful observation, he identifies the creature as a hybrid of a bird and a gecko, noting that its level of mutation suggests it has consumed many humans. The purple-haired girl examines the remains of the anomaly and realizes with shock what kind of creature they are dealing with. She identifies the creature as an A+ rank anomaly, while the group stands silently inside the Thien Bao building to observe their surroundings. A cloud of white dust billows before them as they process the incredible power they just witnessed. One man notes to the purple-haired girl that an A+ rank should be equivalent to the second star of the spirit creation realm. She acknowledges that since she has only just reached the first star, a single blow from such a creature could have defeated her instantly. Their suspicions grow as they whisper about whether Fuang Dich is a sealer, and if his weapon is the legendary heavenly fire blade. One member approaches Fuang Dich, expressing surprise that he is a sealer, as they usually imagine such hermits never parting with their blade. Fuang Dich turns with his flaming blade and explains that after his advancement, he integrated his spiritual power with his sword techniques. This allows him to summon the blade as a spiritual tool at any time, a feat he believes others could also achieve. He urges the group to move quickly and not waste time, prompting them to follow him while feeling relieved to have him as an ally. As they venture deeper into the narrow, dark basement, Fuang Dich conjures a small flame in his palm to light the way. Behind him, the group followed closely in silence, but as they stepped onto the stairs, a horrifying sight met their eye. Bloodstains and desperate scratch marks from helpless victims were everywhere, suggesting that the casualties likely exceeded 500 people. As he prepared to move forward, Fuang Dich noticed that although the lights in the room were still on, there was not a single person in sight. He wondered if the area had been wiped clean, noting that despite the abundance of blood, there were no corpses to be found, which was unusual even for flesh-eating anomalies. While the group stood there questioning the situation and talking amongst themselves, something unexpected happened. A massive monster with glowing green eyes suddenly appeared behind them, prompting the purple-haired girl to shout a warning. Before the man could even realize what was happening, Fuang Dich reacted swiftly, launching a blast of fire that sent the anomaly flying backward. With just that one strike, the creature's head was severed, killing it instantly before it could even react. As the anomaly's body fell to the ground and blood splattered everywhere, a young man in the group exclaimed in shock at the appearance of another monster. While the others failed to notice the strangeness of the situation, Fuang Dich observed the scene closely and asked if anyone else felt something was wrong. When the man asked for clarification, Fuang Dich formed a flame in his palm and noted that although these two anomalies were as strong as elites, the situation was suspicious. With a pensive look, he explained that this number of anomalies should not have been enough to prevent the rescue pioneers from escaping. Based on these observations, Ditch concluded that this might not be the Thien Bao Tower they were searching for, a statement that left the others shocked and confused. Recalling the path they had traveled, he explained that despite the bloodstains, the stench and oppressive atmosphere came entirely from dark attributes rather than human remains. He realized they were currently acting like headless flies and needed a test to confirm his theory, leading him to pause and consider his next move. The purple-haired girl also found his theory plausible, while Ditch wondered if he should reveal his boundless darkness technique in front of the group. She agreed with him, noting that while the path looked tragic, the gloom felt less like the weight of death and more like a hollow, empty void. It was as if no living creature had ever passed through, leading her to compare the environment to a simple, empty model. Her thoughts aligned perfectly with Ditch's own conclusions as he slowly raised his hand to respond to her. As he opened his palm, a sphere of void began to manifest, and he remarked that an anomaly had likely turned this place into an empty shell that only retained its outward appearance. Ditch suggests that their true location is tied to the technique he just unleashed, the summoning of the infinite dark realm, which leaves everyone stunned. The group wonders if they are witnessing the power of the dark attribute, just as the system detects a similar type of dark inner realm nearby. When the system asks to activate the data on this dark attribute, Ditch agrees, learning that a dark inner realm is a space built from dark energy. This realm acts as a nest for the dark attribute, absorbing the original space into itself, much like the extreme dark realm or the infinite dark realm. The system further explains that to truly enter the dark inner realm, one must locate the specific gateway that the realm has manifested. Ditch realizes that both entering the true celestial treasure hall and escaping from it require finding this hidden entrance. He notes that those trapped inside are manipulated by the dark attribute, which affects their minds and emotions to create powerful hallucinations. This explains why some victims mistook windows for exits, only to perish and become the corpses found outside the building. The purple-haired girl realizes the victims were manipulated into dying within the inner realm, and asks if they must now find the gateway Ditch mentioned. Suddenly, the system warns that the local dark inner realm has been drawn out by Ditch's presence, prompting him to stare ahead and alert the group. As he announces its arrival, a dense mass of purple energy manifests before them and charges forward like a massive arrow. The sheer pressure radiating from the dark energy causes everyone in the group to feel intense physical pain and a splitting headache. They struggle as their spiritual defenses fail against the dark attribute, feeling as though something is trying to claw its way out of their skull. Unlike the others, Ditch remains unaffected as his eyes turn pitch black and his pupils begin to glow with a blood-red light. Without hesitation, he raises his hands to create a protective sphere around the group, successfully blocking the encroaching dark energy. Once shielded, the group begins to recover from their pain and realizes they were just under a direct assault from the dark attribute. They turn their gaze toward Ditch and notice that he stands perfectly fine, showing no signs of the agony they just endured. They are amazed that the Wind is completely unharmed and quickly realize that he is the one who just saved their lives. Noticing the barrier surrounding them, they understand that even the mere presence of the dark attribute was enough to cause them severe harm. They acknowledge that they wouldn't have survived much longer without him as Ditch stands silently, sensing something in the darkness. With a cold gaze, Ditch announces that he has found it before the rest of the group can even process what is happening. He immediately unleashes a fire strike, carrying the phantom of a great dragon to tear through the darkness, while cautiously forming small sparks in his other hand. He then swings his arm forcefully to strike a specific spot with a loud crash, confirming that he has located the exact position. The surrounding space begins to warp with audible cracking sounds as if something is about to shatter, causing the purple-haired girl to look on in terror. Her eyes widen in shock as she stammers, while Ditch maintains full control of the situation, his gaze fixed in deep thought. A door now stands before the group, emitting a dense and overwhelming amount of dark energy from within. Sensing something unusual inside, Ditch readies his flaming blade and prepares to enter, instructing the others to follow closely behind him. As they step inside, the dark energy surges forward to consume them, but it is repelled by Ditch's golden protective barrier as the silver-haired girl cowers in fear. She mentions sensing a foul scent as the group continues forward for a short distance before coming to a complete halt. Yuang Dich is stunned into silence by the horrific sight of the true heavenly treasure, where piles of corpses and blood are scattered everywhere, reeking of human remains. While the group stands frozen in horror, several winged anomalies with glowing red eyes suddenly swoop down from above to attack them. Looking up, they realize that this place is actually a massive nest, teeming with an overwhelming number of these creatures. The creatures let out chilling cries, fighting amongst themselves over who gets to claim the intruders as their prey. One of the monsters opens its fanged maw and lunges at the group, causing the young man to cry out in terror. Realizing they are facing another A-plus ranked dark anomaly, Fuang Dich refuses to stay passive and begins manifesting sharp sparks of fire in his palm. Without a moment of hesitation, he fires a barrage of flaming arrows at the incoming creature, catching it completely off guard. Although he expected a single strike to finish them, the creatures surprisingly managed to withstand the force of his attack. The massive anomaly continues its charge toward Fuang Dich, swinging its sharp claws violently in his direction. With lightning-fast reflexes, Fuang Dich draws his flaming blade as the creature closes in, though it is clearly no match for his superior skill. Fuang Dich unleashes a series of precise and powerful slashes, instantly tearing several anomalies into pieces and ending their lives. After eliminating the creatures, he lands with a cold, expressionless face, as if the feat were entirely routine. Waiting for the next wave of anomalies to charge, he unleashes his next technique, a blazing inferno called Internal Flame Full Release that incinerates everything. Witnessing the spectacle, the group recoils in terror, struck by the overwhelming power of his fire attribute. The dark anomalies melt away in an instant, and she realizes he has not needed their assistance at all before speaking up. She observes that his fire attribute seems to be infused with an entirely different kind of flame. Like an erupting volcano, Fang Yi slowly approaches the scattered corpses after neutralizing the immediate threats. Lowering his blade, he channels his blazing flames to cremate the remains, allowing the deceased to finally find peace. He laments that while these innocent victims will be buried alongside the monsters that killed them, it is a tragedy they must share their final journey with such beasts. A young man in the group watches in awe, remarking that Fang Yi's legendary reputation as a wind barrier is well-deserved after witnessing his single-strike cremation. Fang Yi glances back at the group and reminds them that since they have entered this place, they must contribute to the mission. He instructs them to focus on searching for and rescuing survivors while leaving the remaining anomalies for him to handle. Their eyes fill with determination as they prepare for the task, while Fang Yi notes that the first floor is clear and he is moving to the upper levels. The Tianbao building has become a dark inner world overrun by anomalies, and as Fang Yi ascends past the 10th floor, he clears every level in his path. Not a single anomaly survives his path, as he ruthlessly obliterates every creature he encounters with a single, devastating strike. Having grown stronger through mass slaughter and cannibalism, these creatures have reached a power level equivalent to at least the one-star spirit creation realm. Despite the changing scenery, the anomaly's strength remains consistent as Fang Yi quickly reaches the 15th floor, where the atmosphere becomes eerily silent. As the doors swing open, a wave of dark energy and a foul stench hit the group, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of gloom and biting cold. The dark energy begins to penetrate their spiritual barriers as they cautiously scan the area, only to be interrupted by a sudden discovery. One man freezes in shock as he notices a corpse on the floor, realizing that something is still squirming and moving inside the remains. He warns the others that corrosive organisms are nesting within the bodies, and cautions them not to inhale the drifting, hair-like fibers. Unnoticed by the group, dark crimson blood begins to drip from above, creating a rhythmic tapping sound as it hits the floor behind them. A multi-legged creature unlike any they have seen before lurks on the ceiling, its 6 eyes wide open as it stares down, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Fang Yi quickly senses the creature's presence and a slight smile plays on his lips, noting that an interesting opponent has finally arrived. Realizing its cover is blown, the anomaly stops hiding and lets out a deafening roar from its wide-open maw. It launches sharp blades of dark energy directly at Fang Yi, yet he makes no move to dodge, standing perfectly still as he waits for the impact. Gripping his flaming blade, Fuang Dich finally makes his move, slowly spinning the weapon in a circular motion at an incredible speed. This rapid rotation creates a solid protective shield that deflects the incoming dark arrows, while a hidden threat prepares to strike while he is occupied. The giant centipede anomaly dives down for a direct confrontation, coiling its body into a spiral amidst a cloud of white dust as Fuang Dich immediately realizes its intent. With his eyes glowing red, he points his flaming blade toward the sky and questions if the creature is merely trying to buy time to evolve. He hurls his blade toward the monster at a wind-tearing speed, declaring that it has no chance of success as the weapon flies straight for its target. Unable to react in time, the centipede anomaly can only watch as Fuangdich's massive attack approaches like a devastating cyclone. The force of the strike sweeps away everything in its path and instantly tears through the body of the centipede anomaly. The creature's agonizing screams echo through the area before falling silent, as Fuangdich notes with a cold gaze that he had overestimated its strength. He had expected a creature capable of creating a 3-star spirit realm to pose more of a challenge, while his companions watch the scene in total shock. As the group stands there with their mouths agape, a faint noise causes the man at the back to startle and turn around to investigate. The man nervously calls out to see who is there, and as Fuangdich approaches to ask if there are survivors, a man peeks out from behind a cabinet and asks if they are pathfinders. The man points further inside to where 2 women and 2 other men are hiding, explaining that there are 5 survivors in total. Looking at the group huddled inside, Fuangdich is surprised to find such a secluded private room in this location. It appears to be a secret storage room for a major brand's valuable items, and the survivors within seem completely paralyzed by fear. Putting his thoughts aside, he offers a reassuring smile and tells them that they are safe now because help has arrived. A young man from the group warmly explains that they are members of the Spirit Association from Thuongthai and have already eliminated the monsters outside. He encourages them to come out, but the survivor is so traumatized that he can only stammer incoherently, leaving the young man confused by his reaction. After regaining his composure, the man finally manages to speak, marveling at how a horde of terrifying monsters was wiped out in an instant by a single strike. Outside the Thienbao building, a thick crimson mist has enveloped the entire structure, casting a dark and somber atmosphere over the area. Support and monitoring personnel from Thuongthai watch from below, noting that unlike previous times, there is hope now as the spiritual flames of the sealer are visible on every floor. Despite losing contact with the team, the monitors finally detect faint spiritual energy waves originating from the 40th floor, much to their shock. It has only been 9 minutes and 56 seconds since they entered, meaning the sealer cleared his way to the top of the Thienbao building in record time. While this feat would stun the practitioners of Thuong City, the situation escalates as an S-class anomaly is detected erupting on the highest floor. Back on the top floor, Fuangdich stands with a sharp gaze fixed on the massive creature before him, questioning if it is the anomaly king of the area. Towering over him is the Bone Bird Anomaly King, a massive entity with glowing emerald eyes and long, spindly limbs that stretch toward the ground. Facing the formidable Bone Bird Anomaly King, Fuangdich remains perfectly composed and charges directly at the creature without a hint of hesitation. Although Fuangdich is confident in his superiority, he remains cautious, reminding himself that the creature is more than just a simple bone bird. He realizes that the insects crawling upon the creature are actually extensions of its own body, meaning he cannot afford to be careless during the fight. Fuangdich swings his flaming blade with immense force toward the bone bird, but the strike is interrupted before it can make contact with the creature's body. The Anomaly King quickly raises its massive wings to form a solid defensive shield, successfully blocking the incoming attack. Surprised by the creature's resilience, Fuangdich pauses as he realizes his blade is firmly stuck within the anomaly's defensive grasp. Hideous insects swarm out from the wound on the creature's wing, rapidly knitting the flesh back together and healing the injury in an instant. Observing the battle from below, the onlookers begin to panic, wondering if even the sealer is unable to defeat this powerful Anomaly King. Sensing the growing danger, the observers feel compelled to intervene, yet they realize they lack the strength to face such a formidable opponent. However, they have underestimated Fuangdich's true power, as he finally breaks his silence and prepares to respond to the creature's defense. With a scornful click of his tongue and eyes glowing with murderous intent, Fuangdich lets out a cold smirk as he prepares his next move. Declaring that the time for testing is over, Fuangdich coats his blade in powerful divine thunder and lunges toward the bone bird once again. Before the Anomaly King can react, the lightning-infused strike carves a deep wound into its body, sending blood spraying across the area. As the creature shrieks in agony from the unhealed wound, an annoyed Fuangdich forms a new lightning blade and strikes again to silence the deafening noise. The direct blow severs one of the bone bird's wings entirely, leaving the creature defenseless as Fuangdich mocks its inability to fight back. Bangya remarks that if the creature were easily destroyed, it wouldn't be fit to be the abnormal king of this place, his expression turning cold and emotionless. He notes that even turning the entire building into a larder wouldn't make it as strong as the fallen calamity, before severing its limbs to let it suffer while awaiting death. Watching from below, the group realizes this is a terrifyingly one-sided slaughter, far beyond their initial expectation. They marvel at how he toys with the abnormal king, wondering why such a powerful sealed burial practitioner is in Tai City and wishing he belonged to their ranks. The purple-haired girl watches with admiration, noting that every one of his strikes is precisely calculated from left to right. His movements are perfectly balanced from the outside in, and she notices he has intentionally avoided attacking the bone bird's skull. The bone bird is no longer a threat and lacks the strength to even struggle, as the disparity in power between the two is simply too great. Having surpassed the strength of an abnormal king, Bangyi stops his assault as the creature's internal skeleton shatters into fragments, leaving it screaming in pain. Standing before the creature, he mockingly asks if it still intends to heal before deciding he has no more time to waste on. Bangyi prepares a final strike, surrounding himself with a brilliant aura of lightning as he charges directly at the creature. A moment later, the top floor of the Thien Bao building is blown apart by a massive surge of lightning that erupts into the sky. The lightning tears through the atmosphere, dispersing the thick red mist and the rain of bones that had covered the area. As rare beams of light finally shine down on the building, the onlookers realize the battle has come to an end. The abnormal king's energy vanishes, leaving the group in disbelief at a practitioner who exists on a completely different level from those in Thuong City. They acknowledge the existence of greater powers, recalling the S-rank invasion of Tai City known as the King's Hell Sacrifice, where a calamity was sealed. While the details of that event remain in Tai City's top-secret files, a solitary figure now stands tall atop the ruined Thien Bao building. This legendary feat is something no one else could ever hope to replicate, and the man standing there is none other than Fang Yi. He informs the group that the bone bird is dead and the darkness has lifted, telling them they can now contact the outside world. The purple-haired girl, Tong Diet, immediately uses her phone to report the current situation to her superiors. She confirms the Thien Bao building incident is resolved thanks to the sealed burial practitioner and requests coordination with the Thuong City Spirit Association. Expressions of gratitude are offered to the Tai Thai family and the Wind Barrier, but Phuong Dich ignores them and walks outside. Inside, Tong Diet receives a shocking report and questions why the newly appointed Thuong Thai captain has arrived after the mission is already complete. As a figure streaks across the sky at high speed, a voice on the other end of the line provides an explanation. The caller explains that the new captain learned of the Wind Barrier's presence and ignored all warnings not to provoke such a powerful practitioner. An incensed Tong Diet shouts that the mission was assigned to the military zone and that they are responsible for the Tai Thai captain's safety. She declares their intent to escort the Wind Barrier away, viewing the Thuong Thai captain's unclear motives as a provocation against the military zone. Below, Phuong Dich continues walking, completely unaware that an enemy is waiting for him outside. As the primary captain recommended by the Mental War Zone and Tai Thai Spirit Association, anyone who challenges the Wind Barrier must face the consequences. Phuong Dich finally exits the Thien Bao building as the sunlight pierces through the thick layers of dust and haze. He suddenly stops in his tracks after sensing something and casts his gaze upward. An arrow hurtles toward him from above, but Phuong Dich remains calm and notes the impressive speed of his approaching challenger. The bald man identifies himself as Nhak Phong Jiang, the new Thuong Thai captain, and asks if Phuong Dich is indeed the Wind Barrier from Tai Thai. Phuong Dich confirms his identity, while silently noting that this is his first time encountering a wind attribute practitioner. Recognizing that the arrogant man is concealing his spirit creation realm cultivation, Phuong Dich decides he will not simply stand still. With a swift swing of his arm, Phuong Dich unleashes a powerful fire strike that instantly deflects Nhak Phong Jiang's attack. The attacker is forced back but remains undeterred, a confident and excited smile spreading across his face. Dismissing the Wind Barrier as a mere brat, Nhak Phong Jiang decides to use this encounter to establish the Nhak family's authority. He offers a hollow thanks for resolving the building's crisis before questioning why a Thai captain is overstepping his bounds in Thuong Thai. He begins to lecture the youth on social hierarchy and rules, but Phuong Dich cuts him off before he can finish. Phuong Dich reminds him that Thuong Thai had no captain when he arrived, and that he only came to resolve the anomaly at the military zone's request. Phuong Dich asks the newly appointed captain of Thuong Thai what he wants, prompting Nhak Phong Jiang to dismiss the youth's agitation while claiming his family respects talent. While praising Phuong Dich's exceptional abilities, Nhak Phong Jiang begins manifesting two swirling vortexes within his palm. His demeanor shifts to one of provocation, as he reveals his true intention is to exploit Phuong Dich's power for his own ends. He threatens that Phuong Dich will never leave Thuong Thai otherwise, though the young man had already anticipated this move and remains unfazed. Phuong Dich laughs at the suggestion of being used, while Nhak Phong Jiang maintains a menacing and cruel expression. Before the captain can react, Phuong Dich aims a flaming sword directly at his face, leaving the once boastful man frozen and pale with shock. With fire in his eyes and a surging aura, Phuong Dich offers his blade to the captain's entire family before unleashing a massive wave of flames. The strike cleaves the earth in two, and though Nhak Phong Jiang narrowly dodges, he remains arrogant and finds the situation amusing. Tong Diet and her team arrive to find the battle disrupting local signals, prompting her to order an immediate report to the military district. She directs her team to notify their superiors and evacuate the survivors, while Phuong Dich issues a stern warning to the group. Phuong Dich gives them 10 minutes to leave if they wish to save their captain, leaving one of the men behind him utterly confused. Tong Diet silences the man and acknowledges the threat, realizing they have no time to waste and must depart immediately. As the group retreats, they discuss how the newly elected Nhak Phong Jiang is already seeking trouble and resolve to call for backup. They believe their city's status as the third strongest in the nation will be enough to teach the sealer a lesson. Back at the battlefield, Phuong Dich's expression turns cold as lightning flickers in his eye, leaving the captain's fate to destiny. Nhak Phong Jiang deflects an attack and mocks Phuong Dich's confidence, challenging him to use his full strength if he intends to kill him. In the blink of an eye, Phuong Dich vanishes completely from the captain's line of sight. He suddenly reappears behind Nhak Phong Jiang as a pillar of fire, sending a wave of dread down the captain's spine as he looks back in horror. A violent explosion shatters the ground where the captain stood, forcing him to retreat at the last second as dust and debris fill the air. Overwhelmed by the terrifying display of extreme yang energy and explosive power, Nhak Phong Jiang realizes his body is trembling with genuine fear. Fang Yi stands firm like a burning volcano, calmly warning Yue Fengjiang that he will not last 10 minutes if Fang Yi uses his full power. Yue Fengjiang responds with a strange smile and fixes his gaze intently on the blade in Fang Yi's hand. He identifies the weapon as a new type secretly developed by the Spirit Association, a claim that strikes Fang Yi as peculiar. Yue Fengjiang becomes lost in his own delusions regarding the terrifying elemental power contained within the spirit weapon. He believes the blade can cleave mountains and seas, and feels a surge of resentment that such a unique treasure was given to a mere youth. Driven to madness, Yue Fengjiang decides that his journey will be worthwhile as long as he claims the spirit blade for himself. He tears off his outer garment to reveal a powerful physique and mocks the two-star spirit creation realm youngster before him. He demands that Fang Yi surrender the blade or face death, while simultaneously urging the boy to unleash his full strength. Meanwhile, the director of the Thai City Spirit Association slams his desk in a rage upon learning of the clash between the two captains. Su Qingying questions why the grave sailor is being treated this way after being invited by the Spirit War Zone to assist Thuong City. The director notes that the situation is grave, involving two major city associations and the intervention of the Spirit War Zone. Before he can finish, an aide whispers a report that leaves the association director visibly startled and questioning what he just heard. His expression darkens further as he inquires whether contact has been established with the authorities in Thuong City. The aide confirms the contact, but explains that Thuong City believes the situation can still be resolved if the fight is stopped within 10 minutes. The group is stunned to hear that Thuong City views their captain as an unbeatable light and the pride of their great city. The Thai city officials feel insulted by the implication that their representative will lose, prompting the director to curse their arrogance. He calls them fools for having such a narrow perspective and failing to realize the true difficulty of sealing an S-rank anomaly. Su Qingying suggests that their attitude might stem from overconfidence rather than stupidity and asks about the opponent's cultivation level. A man in glasses reports that the opponent is a member of a powerful family who recently reached the 3-star spirit creation realm. Upon hearing that the opponent has only just broken through to the 3-star spirit creation realm, the director lets out a dismissive laugh. His expression darkens as he explains that even a 3-star spirit creation realm is insufficient, for a sealer possesses supreme attributes and power far beyond their outward cultivation level. He asserts that without experiencing the king's sacrificial hell, the Thuong City Spirit Association cannot grasp the true meaning of a sealer, confidently predicting the captain's defeat and inevitable death. Elsewhere, Nhak Fong Jiang endures a relentless barrage of devastating blows from Thuong Dich, unable to offer even the slightest resistance. Launched into the air by the impact, he wonders in confusion why his blade techniques are failing to cut through the overwhelming flames. The intensifying pain sharpens Nhak Fong Jiang's focus as he grits his teeth, realizing his spiritual power is vanishing rapidly without any sign of recovery. His energy vanishes instantly, and as he glares at Thuong Dich unleashing a series of slashes, a profound sense of helplessness washes over him. He wonders if a technique to confiscate an opponent's skills even exists, but Thuong Dich suddenly halts his assault and glances behind him with a warning. Thuong Dich notes their arrival, startling Nhak Fong Jiang, who realizes their battle has carried them all the way to the Spirit Association headquarters. Before he can respond, Thuong Dich closes the distance with a mocking smile, stating that out of respect for the Thai family and the military, he will offer one final chance. Without a moment's hesitation, Thuong Dich delivers a powerful kick directly to Nhak Fong Jiang's face before the man can even react. Standing firm with his flaming blade radiating a surging aura, Thuong Dich suspects that someone is hiding like a coward and refuses to show themselves. Intending to make his point clear, Thuong Dich watches as a terrified Nhak Fong Jiang stares with wide eyes while dark blood spills from his mouth. On the main road below, the public witnesses the terrifying spectacle of massive pillars of fire twisting together in a violent blaze. Onlookers buzz with confusion and alarm, questioning if a building is on fire before noticing the surging heat and realizing a battle is taking place. Someone recognizes the flames from news reports in a neighboring city, confirming that the rumors spreading online are indeed true. As the reality of the spiritual awakening sets in, a cold Thuong Dich reminds his opponent that 5 minutes remain and asks if he still wishes to see his full power. Infuriated by Thuong Dich's dismissive attitude, Nhak Fong Jiang clenches his fists and prepares to charge, yet he remains paralyzed by hesitation. Striking first, Thuong Dich steps forward with a massive flaming slash, mocking his opponent for struggling when he is only using 30% of his power. Watching the attack hurtle toward him, Nhak Fong Jiang is struck by disbelief, wondering if the overwhelming force he is facing is truly not the boy's full strength. He finds it impossible to believe given the boy's 2-star spirit creation realm status, but by the time he realizes the truth, the attack is already upon him. A brilliant red spark streaks across the sky toward the Thuong Th1 ECB headquarters, as the scene shifts to the monitoring room of the Lin Hi1 EC7P headquarters in Th1 EA7N Th1 ECB, where alarms suddenly blare and red lights flash. Startled staff turn their attention to the monitors and discover a massive black dot representing an immense energy signature appearing within the territory of H1 EA1 QU 1 ED1C. The energy source is pinpointed at the Lin Hi1 EC7P building in Thuong Th1 ECB, with readings continuing to climb rapidly as the observers wonder what could be happening. They realize this is not a dark attribute energy signature, as the frequency is different, and since there were no reports of an anomaly invasion in Thuong Th1 ECB, they begin to suspect another cause. An officer rushes in with news from the Thai Th1 ECB branch, reporting that the new captain of Thuong Th1 ECB, Th1 EA7N Dao, is currently engaged in combat because he coveted the weapon of the Fong Tong Ji I1 EA3. After the Thai Th1 ECB captain assisted in clearing an anomaly, but refused to cooperate with Th1 EA7N Thai demands, TH letter 1EA7N Dao initiated an attack, leaving the commander in shock. Visibly anxious, the commander furiously orders an immediate warning to be sent to Thuong TH letter 1ECB to stop at once, threatening to dismiss their entire senior management if they do not comply. Without hesitation, the staff rushed to carry out the orders and prepare to dispatch a team, recognizing this as a major crisis for the entire Lin HI letter 1EC7P organization. At that moment, a young woman enters and suggests that she should be the one to go, identifying herself as a pioneer from the Lin HI letter 1EC7P headquarters. She is Vu Nhu, also known by her codename, the H letter 1EA3, IHUY letter 1EC1, and GI letter 1EA3.